ought to put a stop to the support hitherto given to the opponents of the revolution. Not that there should be nothing to oppose in the methods of the Bolshevist government. Far from that. But because every armed intervention of a foreign power necessarily results in a reinforcement of the dictatorial tendencies of the rulers, and paralyzes the efforts of those Russians who are ready to aid Russia, independently of the government, in the reconstruction of its life on new lines. The evils naturally inherent in party dictatorship have thus been increased by the war conditions under which this party maintained itself. The state of war has been an excuse for strengthening the dictatorial methods of the party, as well as its tendency to centralize every detail of life in the hands of the government, with the result that immense branches of the usual activities of the nation have been brought to a standstill. The natural evils of state communism are thus increased tenfold under the excuse that all misfortunes of our life are due to the intervention of foreigners. Besides, I must also mention that a military intervention of the Allies, if it is continued, will certainly develop in Russia a bitter feeling against the Western nations, and this will someday be utilized by their enemies in possible future conflicts. Such a bitterness is already developing. In short, it is high time that the West European nations should enter into direct relations with the Russian nation. And in this direction you, the working classes and the advanced portions of all nations, ought to have your say. One word more about the general question. A renewal of relations between the European and American nations and Russia certainly must not mean the admission of a supremacy of the Russian nation over those nationalities of which the empire of the Russian Tsars was composed. Imperial Russia is dead, and will not return to life. The future of the various provinces of which the empire was composed lies in the direction of a great federation. The natural territories of the different parts of that federation are quite distinct for those of us who are acquainted with the history of Russia, its ethnography and its economic life, and all attempts to bring the constituent parts of the Russian Empire, Finland, the Baltic provinces, Lithuania, the Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, Siberia, and so on under one central rule are surely doomed to failure. The future of what was the Russian Empire is in the direction of a federation of independent units. It would, therefore, be in the interest of all that the Western nations should declare beforehand that they are recognizing the right of self-government for every portion of what was once the Russian Empire. As to my own views on the subject, they go still further. I see the coming, in a near future, of a time when every portion of that federation will itself be a federation of free rural communes and free cities, and I believe still that portions of Western Europe will soon take the lead in that direction. Now, as regards our present economical and political situation, the Russian Revolution being a continuation of the two great revolutions in England and in France, Russia is trying now to make a step in advance of where France stopped, when it came to realize in life what was described then as real equality, égalité de fait, that is, economical equality. Unfortunately, the attempt to make that step has been undertaken in Russia under the strongly centralist dictatorship of one party, the Social Democratic Maximalists, and the attempt was made on the lines taken in the utterly centralist and Jacobinist conspiracy of Babeuf. About this attempt I am bound frankly to tell you that, in my opinion, the attempt to build up a communist republic on the lines of strongly centralist state communism under the iron rule of the dictatorship of a party is ending in a failure. We learn in Russia how communism cannot be introduced, even though the populations, sick of the old regime, opposed no active resistance to the experiment made by the new rulers. The idea of Soviets, that is, of labor and peasant councils, first promoted during the attempted revolution of 1905 and immediately realized by the revolution of February 1917, as soon as the Tsar's regime broke down, the idea of such councils controlling the political and economical life of the country is a grand idea. The more so as it leads necessarily to the idea of these councils being composed of all those who take a real part in the production of national wealth by their own personal effort. But so long as a country is governed by the dictatorship of a party, the labor and peasant councils evidently lose all their significance. They are reduced to the passive role played in times past by States General and parliaments, when they were convoked by the king and had to oppose an all-powerful king's council. A labor council ceases to be a free and valuable advisor when there is no free press in the country, and we have been in this position for nearly 2 years, the excuse for such conditions being the state of war. More than that, the peasant and labor councils lose all their significance when no free electoral agitation precedes the elections, and the elections are made under the pressure of party dictatorship. Of course, the usual excuse is that a dictatorial rule was unavoidable as a means of combating the old regime. But such a rule evidently becomes a formidable drawback as soon as the revolution proceeds towards the building up of a new society on a new economic basis. It becomes a death sentence on the new construction. The ways to be followed for overthrowing an already weakened government and taking its place are well known from history, old and modern. But when it comes to building up quite new forms of life, especially new forms of production and exchange without having any examples to imitate, when everything has to be worked out by men on the spot, then an all-powerful centralist government which undertakes to supply every inhabitant with every lamp glass and every match to light the lamp proves absolutely incapable of doing that through its functionaries. No matter how countless they may be, it becomes a nuisance. It develops such a formidable bureaucracy that the French bureaucratic system, which requires the intervention of 40 functionaries to sell a tree felled by a storm on a public road, becomes a trifle in comparison. This is what we now learn in Russia. And this is what you, the working men of the West, can and must avoid by all means, since you care for the success of a social reconstruction, and sent here your delegates to see how a social revolution works in real life. The immense constructive work that is required from a social revolution cannot be accomplished by a central government, even if it had to guide it in its work something more substantial than a few socialist and anarchist booklets. It requires the knowledge, the brains, and the willing collaboration of a mass of local and specialized forces, which alone can cope with the diversity of economical problems in their local aspects. To sweep away that collaboration and to trust to the genius of party dictators is to destroy all the independent nuclei, such as trade unions, called in Russia professional unions, and the local distributive cooperative organizations, turning them into bureaucratic organs of the party, as is being done now. But this is the way not to accomplish the revolution, the way to render its realization impossible. And this is why I consider it my duty earnestly to warn you from taking such a line of action. Imperialist conquerors of all nationalities may desire that the populations of the ex-empire of Russia should remain in miserable economic conditions as long as possible, and thus be doomed to supply Western and Middle Europe with raw stuffs, while the Western manufacturers, producing manufactured goods, should cash all the benefits that the population of Russia might otherwise obtain from their work. But the working classes of Europe and America, and the intellectual nuclei of these countries, surely understand that only by the force of conquest could they keep Russia in that subordinate condition. At the same time, the sympathies with which our revolution was met all over Europe and America show that you were happy to greet in Russia a new member of the international comradeship of nations. And you surely soon see that it is in the interest of the working men of all the world that Russia should issue as soon as possible from the conditions that paralyze now her development. A few words more. The last war has inaugurated new conditions of life in the civilized world. Socialism is sure to make considerable progress, and new forms of a more independent life surely will be soon worked out on the lines of local political independence and free scope in social reconstruction, either in a pacific way, or by revolutionary means if the intelligent portions of the civilized nations do not join in the task of an unavoidable reconstruction. But the success of this reconstruction will depend to a great extent upon the possibility of a close cooperation of the different nations. For this cooperation the laboring classes of all nations must be closely united, and for that purpose the idea of a great international of all working men of the world must be renewed, not in the shape of a union directed by one single party, as was the case in the Second International, and is again in the Third. Such unions have, of course, full reason to exist, but besides them and uniting them all there must be a union of all the trade unions of the world, of all those who produce the wealth of the world united, in order to free the production of the world from its present enslavement to capital. Social revolution. History is there to tell us that those who have been a minority on the eve of the revolution, become the predominant force on the day of the revolution, if they truly express popular aspirations and if the other essential condition the revolution lasts long enough to allow the revolutionary idea to spread, to germinate, and to bear its fruit. For we must not forget that it is not by a revolution lasting a couple of days that we shall come to transform society in the direction posed by anarchist communism. An uprising of short duration can overthrow a government to put another in its place, but it changes nothing in the basic institutions of society. It is a whole insurrectionary period of 3, 4, perhaps 5 years that we must traverse to accomplish our revolution in the property system and in social organization. The idea of anarchist communism, today represented by feeble minorities but increasingly finding popular expression, will make its way among the mass of the people. Spreading everywhere, the anarchist groups, however slight they may be, will take strength from the support they find among the people, and will raise the red flag of the revolution. And this kind of revolution, breaking out simultaneously in 1,000 places, will prevent the establishment of any government that might hinder the unfolding of events, and the revolution will burn on until it has accomplished its mission, the abolition of individual property owning and of the state. On that day, what is now the minority will become the people, the great mass, and that mass rising up against property and the state, will march forward towards anarchist communism. Revolutionary minorities, words of a rebel. From Memoirs of a Revolutionist. These extracts from the chapter St. Petersburg First Journey to Western Europe of Kropotkin's memoirs summarize his thoughts on social revolution, noting the importance of current activity and theorizing in ensuring the success of any future revolt. I returned from this journey to Western Europe with distinct sociological ideas which I have retained since, doing my best to develop them in more and more definite, concrete forms. There was, however, one point which I did not accept without having given to it a great deal of thinking and many hours of my nights. I clearly saw that the immense change which would deliver everything that is necessary for life and production into the hands of society, be it the folk state of the Social Democrats or the unions of freely associated groups, as the anarchists say, would imply a revolution far more profound than any of the revolutions which history had on record. Moreover, in such a revolution the workers would have against them, not the rotten generation of aristocrats against whom the French peasants and republicans had to fight in the last century, and even that fight was a desperate one, but the far more powerful, intellectually and physically, middle classes, which have at their service all the potent machinery of the modern state. However, I soon noticed that no revolution, whether peaceful or violent, had ever taken place without the new ideals having deeply penetrated into the very class whose economical and political privileges were to be assailed. I had witnessed the abolition of serfdom in Russia, and I knew that if a consciousness of the injustice of their privileges had not spread widely within the serf owners' class itself, as a consequence of the previous evolution and revolutions accomplished in Western Europe, the emancipation of the serfs would never have been accomplished as easily as it was accomplished in 1861. And I saw that the idea of emancipating the workers from the present wage system was making headway amongst the middle classes themselves. The most ardent defenders of the present economical conditions had already abandoned the idea of right in defending their present privileges, questions as to the opportuneness of such a change having already taken its place. They did not deny the desirability of some such change, they only asked whether the new economical organization advocated by the socialists would really be better than the present one, whether a society in which the workers would have a dominant voice would be able to manage production better than the individual capitalists actuated by mere considerations of self-interest manage it at the present time. Besides, I began gradually to understand that revolution, i.e., periods of accelerated rapid evolution and rapid changes, are as much in the nature of human society as the slow evolution which incessantly goes on now among the civilized races of mankind. And each time that such a period of accelerated evolution and thorough reconstruction begins, civil war may break out on a small or on a grand scale. The question is, then, not so much how to avoid revolutions, as how to attain the greatest results with the most limited amount of civil war, the least number of victims, and a minimum of mutual embitterment. For that end there is only one means, namely, that the oppressed part of society should obtain the clearest possible conception of what they intend to achieve and how, and that they should be imbued with the enthusiasm which is necessary for that achievement, in which case they will be sure to attach to their cause the best and the freshest intellectual forces of the class which is possessed of historically grown-up privileges. The Commune of Paris was a terrible example of an outbreak with yet undetermined ideals. When the workers became, in March 1871, the masters of the great city, they did not attack the property rights vested in the middle classes. On the contrary, they took these rights under their protection. The leaders of the Commune covered the National Bank with their bodies, and notwithstanding the crisis which had paralysed industry and the consequent absence of earnings for a mass of workers, they protected the rights of the owners of the factories, the trade establishments, and the dwelling houses at Paris with their decrees. However, when the movement was crushed, no account was taken by the middle classes of the modesty of the communalist claims of the insurgents. Having lived for 2 months in fear that the workers would make an assault upon their property rights, the rich men of France took upon the workers just the same revenge as if they had made the assault in reality. Nearly 30,000 workers were slaughtered, as is known, not in battle but after they had lost the battle. If the workers had taken steps towards the socialization of property, the revenge could not have been more terrible. If, then, my conclusion was that there are periods in human development when a conflict is unavoidable, and civil war breaks out quite independently of the will of particular individuals, let, at least, these conflicts take place, not on the ground of vague aspirations, but upon definite issues, not upon secondary points, the insignificance of which does not diminish the violence of the conflict, but upon broad ideas which inspire men by the grandness of the horizon which they bring into view. In this last case the conflict itself will depend much less upon the efficacy of firearms and guns than upon the force of the creative genius which will be brought into action in the work of reconstruction of society. It will depend chiefly upon the constructive forces of society taking for the moment a free course, upon the inspirations being of a higher standard, and so winning more sympathy even from those who, as a class, are opposed to the change. The conflict, being thus engaged in on larger issues, will purify the social atmosphere itself, and the numbers of victims on both sides will certainly be much smaller than if the fight had been fought upon matters of secondary importance in which the lower instincts of men find a free play. With these ideas I return to Russia. The anarchist idea from the point of view of its practical realization. Translation by Nicholas Walter 256. This report from 1879 is one of Kropotkin's earliest articles on libertarian revolution. It is notable in that he explicitly links social revolution to the activities of anarchists within the labor movement, arguing that the organizations created to fight capitalism are also the means of replacing it. An attentive study of the present economic and political situation leads us to the conviction that Europe is moving rapidly towards a revolution, that this revolution will not be confined to a single country but, breaking out in some place, will spread as in 1848 to the neighboring countries, and will embrace more or less the whole of Europe, and that, while taking different forms among different peoples according to the historical stage they have reached and according to the local conditions, it will nevertheless have a generally distinctive character. It will not be merely political, but will be an economic revolution as well, and above all. The economic revolution may take different forms and have different degrees of intensity among different peoples. But it is important that, whatever its form may be, socialists of all countries, taking advantage of the disorganization of the authorities during the revolutionary period, should apply all their strength to bring about on a vast scale the transformation of the property system by the expropriation pure and simple of the present holders of the large landed estates, of the instruments of labor, and of capital of every kind, and by the seizure of all such capital by the cultivators, the workers' organizations, and the agricultural and municipal communes. The task of expropriation must be carried out by the workers themselves in the towns and the countryside. To hope that any government can undertake it would be a profound error, for history teaches us that governments, even when they emerge from revolutions, have never done more than give legal sanction to revolutionary deeds which have already been carried out, and even then the people has had to put up a long struggle with these governments to force assent to revolutionary measures which were loudly claimed during periods of ferment. Besides, a measure of such importance would remain a dead letter if it were not freely put into effect in each commune, in each district, by those who are actually involved. 3. The expropriation and communalization of social capital must be accomplished everywhere where this becomes possible and as soon as the possibility emerges, without inquiring whether the whole or the greater part of Europe or of a particular country is ready to accept the ideas of collectivism. The disadvantages which might result from a partial realization of collectivism will be largely compensated for by the advantages. That the deed has been done in a certain place, will become the most powerful way of propagating the idea, and the most powerful motive for setting in motion places where the workers, being little prepared to accept the ideas of collectivism, might still hesitate to proceed with expropriation. Besides, it would be idle to discuss whether it is necessary or not to wait until the ideas of collectivism are accepted by the majority of a nation before putting them into practice, for it is certain that, except where there is a government prepared to shoot the people down, the doctrinaire socialists will not prevent expropriation taking place in districts which are most advanced in their socialist education, even though the great mass of the country is still lying inert. For once the deed of expropriation is accomplished, and strength of capitalist resistance broken, there will inevitably arise after a certain period of fumbling a new form of organization of production and exchange, limited at first but later widespread, and this form will correspond much more to popular aspirations and to the demands of life and of mutual relations than to any theory however beautiful it may be which is worked out either by the thought and imagination of reformers or by the labors of any kind of legislative body. However, we think we shall not be mistaken in foreseeing even today that the basis of this new organization will be at least in the Latin countries the free federation of producer groups and the free federation of communes and of groups of independent communes. 5. If the revolution immediately puts expropriation into effect, it will gain an inner strength which will enable it to resist the attempts to form a government which would try to stifle it, as well as the attacks which may be made on it from outside. But even if the revolution were defeated, or expropriation were not extended as we foresee, a popular rising begun on this basis would render mankind the great service that it would hasten the coming of the social revolution. In bringing like all revolutions a certain immediate improvement in the lot of the proletariat even if it were defeated, it would make impossible any other rising in the future which did not take as its point of departure the expropriation of the few for the benefit of all. A further explosion would therefore inevitably bring about the end of capitalist exploitation, and consequently economic and political equality, work for all, solidarity, and freedom. 6. For the revolution to bring all the fruits which the proletariat has the right to expect, after centuries of increasing struggles and holocausts of sacrificed victims, it is necessary that the revolutionary period should last several years, so that the propagation of new ideas is not confined solely to the great intellectual centers but penetrates to the most isolated hamlets, so as to overcome the inertia which is inevitably shown by the masses before they fling themselves towards a fundamental reorganization of society, so that, finally, the new ideas should have time to receive their ultimate development, which is necessary to the progress of mankind. So, far from seeking to set up immediately in place of the overthrown authority a new authority which, being born at the beginning of the revolution when ideas are only just beginning to awake, would be fatally conservative by its very nature, far from seeking to create an authority which, representing the first stage of the revolution, could only hamper the free development of the later stages, and would tend to immobilize and circumscribe it fatally, it is the duty of socialists to prevent the creation of every new government, and to awaken, on the contrary, the strength of the people, destroying the old system and at the same time creating a new organization of society. 7. Such being our conception of the next revolution and the end which we intend to achieve, it is clear that, during the preparatory period we are in today, we must concentrate all our efforts on a wide propagation of the ideas of expropriation and collectivism. Instead of pushing these principles into a corner of our brains, so as to go and talk to the people only about politics as mentioned above, which would hope to prepare minds for a largely political revolution, generally obliterating its economic character, the only thing which could give it necessary strength. We must, on the contrary, at all times and in all circumstances, explain these principles widely, demonstrate their practical importance, prove their necessity. We must make every effort to prepare the popular mind for the acceptance of these ideas which, strange as they may seem at first to those who are imbued with political and economic prejudices, soon become an incontestable truth to those who discuss them in good faith, a truth now confirmed by science, a truth often admitted even by those who are publicly fighting it. Working in this way, without letting ourselves be dazzled by the momentary and often artificial success of political parties, we are working for the infiltration of our ideas into the masses. We are imperceptibly bringing about a change of opinion favorable to our ideas. We are gathering the necessary people for a wide propagation of these ideas during the period of ferment we are moving towards, and we know by the experience of human history that it is precisely during periods of ferment, when the transmission and transformation of ideas is brought about with a speed unknown in periods of tranquility, that the principles of expropriation and collectivism can spread in great waves and inspire the great masses of the people to put these principles into practice. 8. For the revolution to last several years and to bear its fruits, it is absolutely necessary that the next revolution should not be confined only to the large towns. The rising for expropriation must be brought about above all in the countryside. It is therefore necessary, without relying on the revolutionary impulse which might in a period of ferment be able to radiate from the towns into the villages, to prepare the ground in the countryside already from today. As a provisional measure and as an experiment, the jurisdictions should adopt the task of undertaking in the villages around the towns a program of propaganda following the line of the expropriation of the land by the rural communes. Attempts in this direction have been made already, and we can state they have borne more fruit than might have been expected in the beginning. Experience will demonstrate what the best method to follow and what the means of spreading this propaganda may be. However difficult the start is, it must be made without delay. In addition, we cannot recommend too highly a study of the peasant risings in Italy and of the revolutionary propaganda which is being carried out in the villages of Spain. 9. When recommending that we should concentrate our efforts on a wide propagation in every way of the ideas of expropriation, we do not mean by this that we should neglect opportunities of carrying out agitation on all the questions of national life which are raised around us. On the contrary, we think that socialists must take advantage of all opportunities which may lead to an economic agitation, and we are convinced that each agitation, begun on the basis of the struggle of the exploited against the exploiters, however circumscribed its sphere of action, the ends proposed, and the ideas advanced may be to begin with, may become a fruitful source of socialist agitation if it does not fall into the hands of ambitious intriguers. It would therefore be useful for the sections not to pass proudly by the various questions which concern the workers in their districts, for the sole reason that these questions have only very little to do with socialism. On the contrary, taking part in all questions and taking advantage of the interest which they arouse, we could work to spread agitation to a wider extent and, staying on the practical basis of the question, seek to enlarge theoretical conceptions and awaken the spirit of independence and rebellion in those who are interested in the agitation which is produced. This participation is all the more necessary because it presents a unique method of fighting the false opinions which are spread by the bourgeoisie at every opportunity of this kind, and of preventing the workers' agitation being directed thanks to the tactics employed by the ambitious along a path absolutely contrary to the workers' interests. 10. The efforts of the anarchists having the tendency of shaking the state in all its parts, we do not see the usefulness of forming ourselves into a political party which would endeavor to insert itself into the machinery of government in the hope of one day taking its share of the legacy of the present governmental system. We think that the best method of shaking this edifice would be to stir up the economic struggle. But we also think that it would still be useful to keep an eye on all the actions and exploits of our rulers, to make a careful study of those political questions which interest the working people, and to take advantage of every favorable opportunity to point out the incapacity, hypocrisy, and class egoism of present governments, as well as the vicious and harmful character of the governmental system? Let us make war on the state and its representatives, not in order to take a place in their councils, as the political parties do, but in order to shake the strength which they use against the aspirations of the workers, and to speed their inevitable downfall. 11. Persuaded that the method of organization which will come about in the near future, at least in the Latin countries, will be the commune, independent of the state, abolishing in itself the representative system and bringing about the expropriation of the first priorities, the instruments of labor, and the capital of use to the community. We think it necessary to carry out a serious study of the collectivist commune and to discuss the part which the anarchists can play in the struggle which is now taking place, on the political and economic fronts, between the communes and state. 256 Freedom, Volume 28, Number 6. Editor. Revolutionary Government. Translation by Paul Sharkey. 257. This 1882 article summaries Kropotkin's arguments against using the state to achieve a revolution. Hierarchical, centralist, and top-down, any so-called revolutionary government becomes isolated from the masses and becomes a burden to social change. Originally appearing in Le Revolt, it was included in Words of a Rebel as well as published in pamphlet form. That existing governments ought to be abolished, so that liberty, equality, and fraternity may no longer be empty words but become living realities, that all forms of government tried to date have been only so many forms of oppression and ought to be replaced by some new form of association. Upon that, everyone with a brain and of a temperament at all revolutionary is agreed. To tell the truth, one does not even have to be very innovative to arrive at this conclusion. The vices of existing governments and impossibility of reforming them are too striking not to leap to the eyes of every reasonable onlooker. And as for overthrowing governments, it is common knowledge that at certain times this is accomplished without undue difficulty. There are times when governments collapse virtually unassisted, like a house of cards, under the breath of a rebellious people. This we saw in 1848 and in 1870, and we shall see it anon. Overthrowing a government is everything as far as a bourgeois revolutionary is concerned. For us, it marks only the beginning of the social revolution. Once the machinery of state has been derailed, the hierarchy of officials thrown into disarray and no longer knowing in what direction to go, soldiers having lost confidence in their officers, in short, the army of capital's defenders once rooted, then there looms before us the mammoth undertaking of demolishing the institutions which serve to perpetuate economic and political slavery. What are revolutionaries to do, once they have the opportunity to act freely? To that question, the anarchists alone answer, no government, anarchy. All the others say, a revolutionary government. They differ only upon the form to be given to this government, elected by universal suffrage in the state or in the commune. The rest come down in favor of revolutionary dictatorship. A revolutionary government. Those two words have a very curious ring to them in the ears of those who understand what social revolution ought to signify and what government signifies. The two words are mutually contradictory, mutually destructive. We have indeed seen despotic governments. It is the essence of every government that it is for reaction and against revolution, and that it should have a natural tendency towards despotism, but a revolutionary government has never yet been seen, and with good reason. Because revolution, synonymous with disorder, the toppling and overthrow of age-old institutions within the space of a few days, with violent demolition of established forms of property, with the destruction of caste, with the rapid change of received thinking on morality, or rather, on the hypocrisy which stands in its place, with individual liberty and spontaneous action, is the precise opposite, the negation of government, the latter being synonymous with the established order. Conservatism, maintenance of existing institutions, and negation of individual initiative and individual action. And yet we continually hear talk of this white blackbird, as if a revolutionary government was the most straightforward thing in the world, as commonplace and as familiar to everyone as royalty, empire, or papacy. That bourgeois so-called revolutionaries should peddle this notion is understandable. We know what they understand by revolution. It is quite simply a fresh coat of plaster upon the bourgeois republic. It is the assumption by so-called republicans, of the well-paid posts currently the preserve of Bonapartists or royalists. At most, it is the divorce of church and state, replaced by the concubinage of them both, confiscation of clerical assets for the benefit of the state and primarily of the future administrators of those assets, and perhaps, additionally, a referendum or some such device. But that revolutionary socialists should act as apostles of this notion, we cannot comprehend except by one or the other of two suppositions: either those who embrace it are imbued with bourgeois prejudices, which they have derived, unwittingly, from literature and especially history written by bourgeois for bourgeois consumption, and, being still pervaded with the spirit of slavishness, the product of centuries of slavery, they cannot even imagine themselves free, or else they want no part of this revolution whose name is forever upon their lips. They would be content with a mere plastering job upon existing institutions, provided that it carried them to power, even though they would have to wait to see what had to be done to pacify the beast, which is to say, the people. Their only gripe with those in government today is that they covet their places. With these, we need not bandy words. So we shall address only those whose mistakes are honest ones. Let us open with the first of the two forms of revolutionary government proposed: elected government. Royal or other authority having been overthrown, and the army of capital's defenders routed, ferment and discussion of public affairs and the urge to move forward are everywhere. New ideas crop up, the need for serious change understood, we must act and ruthlessly embark upon the task of demolition, so as to clear the way for the new life. But what would they have us do? Summon the people to elections, to elect a government without delay, to entrust to it the task which each and every one of us ought to be carrying out on our own initiative. This is what Paris did after March 18, 1871. I shall never forget a friend told us those splendid moments of deliverance. I had climbed down from my garret in the Latin Quarter to join that huge open-air club which filled the boulevards from one end of Paris to the other. Everyone was debating public affairs, every personal preoccupation had been forgotten, buying and selling no longer came into it, everyone was ready to hurl himself body and soul into the future. Even some bourgeois, carried away by the universal enthusiasm, were happy to see the new world ushered in. If it takes a social revolution, so be it. Let's hold everything in common, we are ready. The elements of revolution were present, it only remained now to set them in motion. Returning that evening to my room, I said to myself, how fine humanity is. It is unknown and has always been slandered. Then came the elections, the members of the Commune were appointed, and little by little the power of commitment, the enthusiasm for action faded. Everybody returned to his customary routine, saying, now we have an honest government, let it get on with it. We know what ensued. Instead of shifting for itself, instead of striding ahead, instead of throwing itself boldly in the direction of a new order of things, the people, trusting to its governors, handed the care of taking the initiative over to them. That is the first, the fatal consequence of elections. So what will they do, these governors invested with the confidence of everyone? Never were elections more free than the March 1871 elections. Even the Commune's adversaries have acknowledged that. The great mass of electors was never more imbued with the urge to hoist into power the best men, men of the future, revolutionaries. And it did just that. All revolutionaries of note were returned by formidable majorities: Jacobins, Blanquists, Internationalists, all three revolutionary factions were represented on the Council of the Commune. The election could not have returned a finer government. The upshot of it all we know. Ensconced in the City Hall, charged with following procedures laid down by preceding governments, these fervent revolutionaries, these reformers found themselves stricken by incompetence and sterility. For all their goodwill and courage, they were not even able to organize Paris's defenses. It is true that the blame for this is today being heaped upon the men, the individuals, but it was not the personnel that lay at the root of this failure, it was the system they followed. Indeed, when it is free, universal suffrage can, at best, result in an assembly representative of the mean of the opinions current among the masses at that point, and, at the start of the revolution, that mean has, generally, only a vague, the vaguest of notions of the task facing it, and no grasp of the manner in which it must be tackled. Ah, if only the bulk of the nation, of the commune could agree, before the upheaval, upon what needs doing as soon as the government has been brought down. If that dream of the desk-bound utopians could but be realized, we would never even have had bloody revolutions. The wishes of the bulk of the nation having been stated, the remainder would have bowed to them with good grace. But that is not how things work. The revolution erupts well before any broad agreement can be arrived at, and those who have a clear notion of what needs doing on the morrow of the uprising are, at that point, only a tiny minority. The vast majority of the people still has only a vague notion of the goal it would like to achieve, and no great knowledge of how to march towards that goal, no great confidence in the route to take. Only once the change gets underway will the practical solution be found and clarified, and it will be a product of the revolution itself, a product of the people in action, or else it will amount to nothing, as the brains of a few individuals absolutely cannot devise solutions which can only be thrown up by the life of the people. This is the situation mirrored by the body elected through the ballot box, even should it not display all the vices inherent in representative government generally. Those few men who stand for the revolutionary idea of the age find themselves swamped by representatives of past schools of revolution or of the established order. These men, who would be so sorely needed among the people, most especially in such times of revolution, for the widespread dissemination of their ideas and mobilizing the masses and demolishing the institutions of the past, are riveted there inside a room, debating endlessly in hope of wresting a few concessions from the moderates and to talk their enemies around, whereas there is but one way of changing their thinking, which is by getting on with practical efforts. The government turns into the parliament, with all of the vices of bourgeois parliaments. Far from being a revolutionary government, it turns into the biggest obstacle to revolution and, unless it wishes to go on marking time, the people finds itself forced to dismiss it and to stand down men whom it was acclaiming as its chosen ones only the day before. But that is no longer an easy undertaking. The new government, which has wasted no time in organizing a whole new administrative network in order to extend its writ and enforce obedience, has no intention of going so quietly. Keen to maintain its power, it clings to it with all the vigor of an institution which has not yet had time to lapse into the decomposition of old age. It is determined to return blow for blow, and there is only one way to dislodge it: by taking up arms and making revolution all over again, in order to dismiss those in whom it had once placed all its hopes. And then what we have is the revolution divided against itself. Having wasted precious time on procrastination, it watches as its strength is sapped by internecine splits between friends of the young government and those who have grasped the necessity of doing away with it. All because of failure to realize that a new life requires new formulas, that one does not carry out a revolution by clinging to the old formulas. All because of failure to appreciate that revolution and government are incompatible, the failure to discern that one of them, however presented, is still the negation of the other, and that there is no revolution unless there is anarchy. The same holds for that other form of revolutionary government recommended to us, revolutionary dictatorship. 2. The dangers to which the revolution is exposed if it allows itself to be bridled by an elected government are so apparent that a whole school of revolutionaries has turned its back upon that idea completely. They realize that a risen people cannot, through the ballot box, saddle itself with a government that represents only the past and is only a ball and chain around the people's ankles, especially when there is this great economic, political, and moral regeneration to be carried out, which we call social revolution. Thus they wash their hands of the idea of a lawful government, for the duration of a revolt against legality at any rate, and they call instead for revolutionary dictatorship. They say, the party which overthrows the government will forcibly supplant it. It will assume power and act in a revolutionary way. It will take the requisite steps to ensure the uprising's success. It will tear down the old institutions, it will see to territorial defense. For those unwilling to recognize its authority, there will be the guillotine, and those, be they people or bourgeois, who refuse to carry out the orders it will issue to set the revolution's course, will face the guillotine too. So argue the budding Robespierres, those who have taken heed of nothing in the great epic of last century, i.e., the 18th century except its days of decline, the ones who have learned nothing save the speechifying of the procurators of the Republic. As far as we anarchists are concerned, dictatorship of a single individual or party which boils down to the same thing stands forever condemned. We know that a social revolution is not steered by the mind of just one man or one group. That revolution and government are incompatible, we know, the one must do the other to death, and the name under which government may go dictatorship, monarchy or parliament is of little account. We know that the secret of our party's strength and truth resides in its quintessential maxim, nothing good or durable is achieved except by the free initiative of the people, and all power tends to do that to death. That is why the best of us, were their ideas no longer required to undergo the people's acid test prior to implementation, and if they were to become masters of that redoubtable mechanism, government, which empowers them to act upon a whim, would, within the week, deserve to be cut down. We know where all dictatorship, even the most well-meaning one, leads to the death of revolution. And finally we know that this notion of dictatorship is still only a blighted byproduct of that governmental fetishism which, like religious fetishism, has always perpetuated slavery. But it is not to the anarchists that we are addressing ourselves today. We are speaking to those among the governmentalist revolutionaries who, misled by the prejudices of their education, are honestly mistaken and ask nothing better than to talk. So it is to these that we shall address ourselves, in their own idiom. And, first, one general observation. Those who peddle dictatorship generally fail to realize that, by sustaining that prejudice, they are merely preparing the ground for those who will later cut their throats. There is, though, one phrase by Robespierre which his admirers would do well to remember. He never reneged upon the principle of dictatorship, but, heaven forbid, he snapped at Mundar 258 when the latter broached the matter with him, Brissot would be a dictator. Yes, Brissot, that cunning Girondin, ferocious enemy of the people's egalitarian tendencies, rabid champion of property, which he had once upon a time characterized as theft, Brissot, who would blithely have locked up in the Abbaye prison Hébert 259 Marat, and all moderate Jacobins. But those words were spoken in 1792. By which time France had been 3 years already in revolution. In fact, the monarchy was no more, it only remained to deliver the coup de grâce. In fact, the feudal system had been swept away. And yet, even at that point, when the revolution was surging freely ahead, there was this counter-revolutionary, Brissot, standing every chance of being acclaimed dictator. And earlier, in 1789? It was Mirabeau who might have been hoisted into power. 260 The man who offered his eloquence to the king for hire, this was the man who might have been hoisted into power at that point, had the risen people not imposed its sovereignty at pike point and had they not forged ahead through the fates accomplis of the Jacquerie, exposing the insubstantiality of any constituted authority in Paris or in the departments. But the governmental prejudice so blinkers those who talk about dictatorship that they prefer to pave the way for the dictatorship of some new Brissot or Napoleon, rather than turn away from the idea of awarding a new master to men breaking free of their chains. The secret societies, from the time of the Restoration and Louis Philippe, have made a mighty contribution to the survival of the prejudice of dictatorship. Backed by the workers, the bourgeois republicans of the time mounted a long succession of conspiracies aiming at the overthrow of monarchy and proclamation of the republic. Not cognizant of the profound changes which were needed in France, even if a bourgeois republican regime was to be established, they deluded themselves that through a far-reaching conspiracy, they could someday topple the monarchy, seize power and proclaim the republic. Over a period of almost 30 years, these secret societies toiled unceasingly, with unbounded commitment and heroic perseverance and courage. If the Republic emerged quite naturally from the February 1848 insurrection, this was thanks to these societies, thanks to the propaganda by deed which they had mounted over those 30 years. But for their noble efforts, the Republic would even now be impossible. Thus, their goal was to seize power themselves and set themselves up as a Republican dictatorship. But, with good reason, they never managed that. As ever, thanks to the ineluctable force of circumstance, it was not a conspiracy that brought down the monarchy. The conspirators had prepared the ground for its downfall. They had disseminated the Republican idea far and near, their martyrs had made it the popular ideal. But the final push, the one that brought down the bourgeoisie's king once and for all, was a lot broader and a lot stronger than any secret society might mount. It emanated from the mass of the people. The outcome, we know. The party which had paved the way for the downfall of monarchy found itself excluded from events in City Hall. Others, too cautious to tread the paths of conspiracy, but likewise better known and more moderate, bided their time until they could seize power and occupy the position which the plotters intended to capture to the sound of cannon. The journalists, lawyers, and good orators who worked on their good reputations while the real Republicans were forging themselves weapons or perishing in dungeons, captured power. Some, being famous already, were acclaimed by the gawkers. 261 others pushed themselves forward and were acceptable because their names stood for nothing other than a program of accommodation to everyone. Let no one tell us that the party of action is lacking in practical acumen and that others can outdo them. No, 1,000 times, no. As much as the movements of the heavens, it is a law that the party of action is excluded while schemers and prattlers take power. The latter are more familiar to the broad masses which mount the final push. They poll more votes, for, with or without the support of the news sheets, and whether by acclamation or through the ballot box, there is, essentially, always a sort of unspoken choice made at that point by acclamation. They are acclaimed by all and sundry, especially by the revolution's enemies who prefer to push nonentities to the fore, and acclamation thus acknowledges as leaders persons who, deep down, are inimical to the movement or indifferent to it. The man who, more than anyone else, was the embodiment of this system of conspiracy, the man who paid with a life behind bars for his commitment to that system, just before he died uttered these words which amount to a complete program: neither God nor master. 262. 3. The illusion that government can be overthrown by a secret society, and that society can install itself in its place, is a mistake made by every revolutionary organization thrown up by the Republican bourgeoisie since 1820. But there is evidence aplenty to expose this error. What commitment, what selflessness, what perseverance have we not seen deployed by the Republican secret societies of Young Italy 263, and indeed all the enormous endeavor, all of the sacrifices made by Italian youth, alongside which even those of Russian revolutionary youth pale, all of the corpses heaped in the dungeons of Austrian fortresses and victims of the executioner's blade and bullets, yet the beneficiaries of all that are the schemers from the bourgeoisie and the monarchy. Rarely in history does one come across a secret society which has, with such meager resources, produced results as tremendous as those achieved by Russian youth, or displayed a vigor and an activity as potent as the Executive Committee. 264. It has rattled Tsarism, that colossus which had seemed invulnerable, and it has rendered autocratic government, hereafter, an impossibility in Russia. And yet, how ingenuous they are who imagine that the Executive Committee is to become the master of power on the day that Alexander III's crown rolls in the mire. Others, the prudent ones who labored to make their names while revolutionaries were laboring in the mines or perishing in Siberia, others, schemers, prattlers, lawyers, hacks who from time to time shed a speedily wiped tear before the tomb of the heroes and who posed as the people's friends, they are the ones who will step forward to take up the place vacated by the government and cry halt. To the unknowns who will have done the spade work of the revolution. This is inevitable and ineluctable, and it cannot be otherwise. For it is not the secret societies, nor indeed the revolutionary organizations which will deliver the coup de grace against governments. Their task, their historical mission is to educate minds to their revolution. And once minds have been cultivated, then, abetted by external circumstances, the final push comes, not from the pioneer group, but from the masses left outside of the structures of society. On August 31, 1870, Paris turned a deaf ear to Blanquy's appeals. 4 days later, he proclaimed the downfall of the government, but by then it was no longer the Blanquists who were the cutting edge of the rising, it was the people, the millions, who deposed the Decembriser 265 and acclaimed the buffoons whose names have echoed in their ears for 2 years. When revolution is ready to erupt, when the scent of upheaval is in the air, when success has already become assured, then 1,000 newcomers, over whom secret organization has never exercised any direct influence, rally to the movement, like vultures flocking to the battlefield for their share of the remains of the fallen. These help in the mounting of the final push, and it is not from the ranks of honest, incorrigible conspirators, but rather from among the prattling nonsense talkers that they will draw their leaders, so imbued are they with the notion that a leader is necessary. The conspirators who cling to the prejudice of dictatorship are thus, unwittingly, laboring to hoist their own enemies into power. But, if what we have just said holds true for revolutions or rather political uprisings, it is even more true of the revolution we want, the social revolution. Allowing some government to establish itself, some strong power which commands obedience, is tantamount to stunting the progress of the revolution from the outset. The good which government might do is negligible and the harm immeasurable. Indeed, what is it about and what do we take revolution to mean? Not a straightforward change of government personnel. Rather, assumption by the people of ownership of the whole of society's wealth. Abolition of all of the powers which have never ceased from hindering the development of humanity. But can this immense economic revolution be carried through by means of decrees emanating from a government? Last century, we saw the Polish revolutionary dictator Kosciuszko 266 order the abolition of personal serfdom. Serfdom persisted for 80 years after that decree. 267 we saw the convention, the all-powerful convention, the terrible convention, as its admirers call it, order that all the common lands recovered from the seigneurs be shared out on an individual basis. Like so many others, that order remained a dead letter, because, for it to be put into effect, it would have taken the rural proletariat to mount a completely new revolution, and revolutions are not made by decree. For the people's assumption of ownership of social wealth to become an accomplished fact, the people must have room to work and shrug off the servitude to which it is only too accustomed, and be given its head and proceed without awaiting orders from anyone. Now, it is precisely that which dictatorship, however well-meaning, will prevent, and at the same time it will be powerless to advance the revolution by one iota. But while government, even an ideal revolutionary government, does not generate any new strength and represents no asset in the work of demolition we have to carry out, then all the less should we depend upon it for the task of reorganization which is to follow that demolition. The economic change that the social revolution will bring will be so immense and far-reaching, and will have to work such a change in all relationships currently based upon property and exchange, that it will not be feasible for one individual or several to devise the social forms which must take shape in the society of the future. The devising of new social forms can only be the collective undertaking of the masses. It will require the flexibility of the collective intelligence of the country to meet the tremendous diversity of conditions and needs which will sprout on the day that individual ownership will be done away with. Any external authority cannot be anything other than an impediment, an obstacle to this organizational undertaking which has to be carried out, and, from the outset, a source of discord and hatred. But it is high time that the oft-rebutted illusion of revolutionary government, which has so often cost us so dear, was jettisoned. It is time to tell ourselves once and for all and take to heart the political adage that a government cannot be revolutionary. The convention is invoked, but let us not forget that the few mildly revolutionary measures taken by the convention place the seal upon acts carried out by the people which was at that point marching ahead, ignoring all government. As Victor Hugo said in his vivid style, Danton pushed Robespierre, Marat monitored and pushed Danton, and Marat himself was pushed by Simordain, that embodiment of the clubs of the enrages and rebels. 268 Like every government before and after it, the convention was merely a ball and chain about the people's ankles. The lessons of history here are so conclusive, the impossibility of revolutionary government and the poisonousness of what goes under that name are so self-evident that it would be hard to account for the passion with which a certain self-styled socialist school clings to the idea of government. But there is a very straightforward explanation. Socialists, though they profess to be exponents of this school, have a view that differs very greatly from our own of the revolution we are called upon to carry out. For them, as for all bourgeois radicals, the social revolution is rather a distant prospect not to be contemplated today. Though they dare not say it, what they have in mind, in their heart of hearts, is something quite different. What they have in mind is the installation of a government similar to the one in Switzerland or in the United States, with a few attempts to take into state care what they ingeniously describe as public services. This is something akin to Bismarck's ideal, or the ideal of the tailor who has been elected to the presidency of the United States. 269 It is a ready-made compromise between the socialist aspirations of the masses and the appetites of the bourgeois. They would like comprehensive expropriation, but have not the courage to attempt it and put it off until next century, and, even before battle is joined, they are locked in negotiations with the enemy. For those of us who understand that the time to strike a mortal blow against the bourgeoisie is drawing near, that the time is not far off when the people can lay hands upon the whole wealth of society and reduce the exploiter class to powerlessness, for us, as I say, there can be no hesitation. We shall throw ourselves into the social revolution body and soul, and since any government in our path, regardless of the hat it may be wearing, represents an obstacle, we shall render the ambitious powerless and sweep them aside the moment they venture to reach for the reins of our fortunes. Enough of governments. Make way for the people, for anarchy. From Expropriation. These extracts are from an 1886 Freedom Press pamphlet and reflect a core aspect of Kropotkin's ideas on revolution. It gives an overview of his vision of social revolution and the problems it would face. Explicitly rejecting the notion of an easy overnight revolution, he argues that only federalism, decentralization, and mass participation can ensure a successful revolution. The pamphlet is made up of 4 chapters: expropriation, food, dwellings, and clothing, of the conquest of bread. It is told of Rothschild that, seeing his fortune threatened by the revolution of 1848, he hit upon the following stratagem: "I am quite willing to admit," said he, "that my fortune has been accumulated at the expense of others, but if it were divided among the millions of Europe tomorrow, the share of each would only amount to 5 shillings. Very well then, I undertake to render to each his 5 shillings if he asks me for it." Having given due publicity to his promise, our millionaire proceeded as usual to stroll quietly through the streets of Frankfurt. 3 or 4 passers-by asked for their 5 shillings, which he dispersed with a sardonic smile. His stratagem succeeded, and the family of the millionaire is still in possession of its wealth. It is in much the same fashion that the shrewd heads among the middle classes reason when they say, "Ah, expropriation, I know what that means. You take all the top coats and lay them in a heap, and every one is free to help himself and fight for the best." But such jests are irrelevant as well as flippant. What we want is not a redistribution of top coats. Besides, is it likely that in such a general scramble the shivering folk would come off any better? Nor do we want to divide up the wealth of the Rothschilds. What we do want is so to arrange things so that every human being born into the world shall be ensured the opportunity in the first instance of learning some useful occupation, and of becoming skilled in it, next, that he shall be free to work at his trade without asking leave of master or owner, and without handing over to landlord or capitalist the lion's share of what he produces. As to the wealth held by the Rothschild or the Vanderbilts, it will serve us to organize our system of communal production. The day when the laborer may till the ground without paying away half of what he produces, the day when the machines necessary to prepare the soil for rich harvests are at the free disposal of the cultivators, the day when the worker in the factory produces for the community and not for the monopolist, that day will see the workers clothed and fed, and there will be no more Rothschilds or other exploiters. No one will then have to sell his working power for a wage that only represents a fraction of what he produces. So far so good, say our critics, but you will have Rothschilds coming in from outside. How are you to prevent a person from amassing millions in China and then settling amongst you? How are you going to prevent such a one from surrounding himself with lackeys and wage slaves from exploiting them and enriching himself at their expense? You cannot bring about a revolution all over the world at the same time. Well then, are you going to establish custom houses on your frontiers, to search all who enter your country, and confiscate the money they bring with them? Anarchist policemen firing on travelers would be a fine spectacle. But at the root of this argument there is a great error. Those who propound it have never paused to inquire whence come the fortunes of the rich. A little thought would suffice to show them that these fortunes have their beginnings in the poverty of the poor. When there are no longer any destitute, there will no longer be any rich to exploit them. An anarchist society need not fear the advent of an unknown Rothschild who would seek to settle in its midst. If every member of the community knows that after a few hours of productive toil he will have a right to all the pleasures that civilization procures, and to those deeper sources of enjoyment which art and science offer to all who seek them, he will not sell his strength for a starvation wage. No one will volunteer to work for the enrichment of your Rothschild. His golden guineas will be only so many pieces of metal useful for various purposes, but incapable of breeding more. In answering the above objection we have at the same time indicated the scope of expropriation. It must extend to all that permits anyone, no matter who, financier, mill owner, or landlord, to appropriate the product of others' toil. Our formula is simple and comprehensive. We do not want to rob anyone of his coat, but we wish to give to the workers all those things the lack of which makes them fall an easy prey to the exploiter, and we will do our utmost that none shall lack aught, that not a single man shall be forced to sell the strength of his right arm to obtain a bare subsistence for himself and his babes. That is what we mean when we talk of expropriation. That will be our duty during the revolution, for whose coming we look, not 200 years hence, but soon, very soon. There are, in fact, in a modern state established relations which it is practically impossible to modify if one attacks them only in detail. There are wheels within wheels in our economic organization. The machinery is so complex and interdependent that no one part can be modified without disturbing the whole. This will become clear as soon as an attempt is made to expropriate anything. Let us suppose that in a certain country a limited form of expropriation is effected, for example, that, as recently suggested by Henry George, only the property of the great landlords is confiscated, whilst the factories are left untouched, or that, in a certain city, house property is taken over by the commune, but merchandise is left in private ownership, or that, in some manufacturing center, the factories are communalist, but the land is not interfered with. The same result would follow in each case: a terrible shattering of the industrial system, without the means of reorganizing it on new lines. Industry and commerce would be at a deadlock, yet a return to the first principles of justice would not have been achieved, and society would find itself powerless to construct a harmonious whole. If agriculture could free itself from great landowners, while industry still remained the bond slave of the capitalist, the merchant, and the banker, nothing would be accomplished. The farmer suffers today not only in having to pay rent to the landlord, he is oppressed on all hands by existing conditions. He is exploited by the tradesman, who makes him pay half a crown for a spade which, measured by the labor spent on it, is not worth more than sixpence. He is taxed by the state, which cannot do without its formidable hierarchy of officials, and finds it necessary to maintain an expensive army, because the traders of all nations are perpetually fighting for the markets, and any day a little quarrel arising from the exploitation of some part of Asia or Africa may result in war. Then again farmer and laborer suffer from the depopulation of country places, The young people are attracted to the large factory towns by the bait of high wages paid temporarily by the manufacturers of articles of luxury, or by the attractions of a more stirring life. The artificial protection of industry, the industrial exploitation of foreign countries, the prevalence of stock jobbing, the difficulty of improving the soil and the machinery of production, all these are causes which work together against agriculture, which indeed is burdened not only by rent, but by the whole complexity of conditions developed in a society based on exploitation. Thus, even if the expropriation of land were accomplished, and everyone were free to till the soil and cultivate it to the best advantage, without paying rent, agriculture, even though it should enjoy, which can by no means be taken for granted, a momentary prosperity, would soon fall back into the slough in which it finds itself today. The whole thing would have to be begun over again, with increased difficulties. The same holds true of industry. Take the converse case: make over the factories to those who work in them, but leave the agricultural laborers slaves to farmer and landlord. Abolish the master manufacturers, but leave the landowner his land, the banker his money, the merchant his exchange. Maintain still the swarm of idlers who live on the toil of the workmen, the 1,001 middlemen, the state with its numberless officials, and industry would come to a standstill. Finding no purchasers in the mass of country people still as poor as ever, having no raw material, unable to export its products, and embarrassed by the stoppage of trade, industry could only struggle on feebly, and thousands of workers would be thrown upon the streets. These starving crowds would be ready and willing to submit to the first schemer who came to exploit them. They would even consent to return to the old slavery, if only under promise of work. Or, finally, suppose you oust the landowners, and hand over the mills and factories to the worker, without interfering with the swarm of middlemen who drain of the produce of our manufacturers and speculate in corn and flour, meat, and groceries in our great centers of commerce. Well, when exchange is arrested and products cease to circulate, when London is without bread, and Yorkshire finds no buyers for her cloth, a terrible counter-revolution will take place, a counter-revolution trampling upon heaps of slain, sweeping the towns and villages with shot and shell. There will be proscriptions, panic, flight, perhaps all the terrors of wholesale judicial massacre of the guillotine, as in France in 1815, 1848, and 1871. All is interdependent in a civilized society. It is impossible to reform any one thing without altering the whole. On that day when we strike at private property, under any one of its forms, territorial or industrial, we shall be obliged to attack all its manifestations. The very success of the revolution will demand it. Besides, we could not, if we would, confine ourselves to a partial expropriation. Once the principle of the divine right of property is shaken, no amount of theorizing will prevent its overthrow, here by the slaves of the soil, there by the slaves of the machine. If the coming revolution is to be a social revolution, it will be distinguished from all former uprisings not only by its aim, but also by its methods. To attain a new end, new means are required. That we are utopians is well known. So utopian are we in fact that we go to the length of believing that the revolution can and ought to assure shelter, food, and clothes to all, an idea extremely displeasing to middle-class citizens, whatever their party color, for they are quite alive to the fact that it is not easy to keep the upper hand of a people whose hunger is satisfied. All the same, we maintain our contention: bread must be found for the people during the revolution, and the question of bread must take precedence of all other questions. If it is settled in the interests of the people, the revolution will be on the right road, for in solving the question of bread we must accept the principle of equality, which will force itself upon us to the exclusion of every other solution. It is certain that the coming revolution, like in that respect to the revolution of 1848, will burst upon us in the middle of a great industrial crisis. Things have been seething for more than a dozen years now, and can only go from bad to worse. Everything tends that way: new nations entering the lists of international trade and fighting for possession of the world's markets, wars, taxes ever increasing, national debts, the insecurity of the morrow, and huge commercial undertakings in every quarter of the globe. There are millions of unemployed workers in Europe at this moment. It will be still worse when revolution has burst upon us and spread like fire laid to a train of gunpowder. The number of the out-of-works will be doubled as soon as the barricades are erected in Europe and the United States. What is to be done to provide these multitudes with bread? We do not know whether the folk who call themselves practical people have ever asked themselves this question in all its nakedness. But we do know that they wish to maintain the wage system, and we must therefore expect to have national workshops and public works vaunted as a means of giving food to the unemployed. A revolution in Europe means the immediate stoppage of at least half the factories and workshops. It means millions of workers and their families thrown on the streets. And your practical men would seek to avert this truly terrible situation by means of national relief works, that is to say, by means of new industries created on the spot to give work to the unemployed. It is evident, as Proudhon has already pointed out, that the smallest attack upon property will bring in its train the complete disorganization of the system based upon private enterprise and wage labor. Society itself will be forced to take production in hand, in its entirety, and to reorganize it to meet the needs of the whole people. But this cannot be accomplished in a day or a month. It must take a certain time thus to reorganize the system of production, and during this time millions of men will be deprived of the means of subsistence. What then is to be done? There is only one really practical solution of the problem: boldly to face the great task which awaits us, and instead of trying to patch up a situation which we ourselves have made untenable, to proceed to reorganize production on a new basis. Thus the really practical course of action, in our view, would be that the people should take immediate possession of all the food of the insurgent districts, keeping strict account of it all, that none might be wasted, and that by the aid of these accumulated resources everyone might be able to tide over the crisis. During that time an agreement would have to be made with the factory workers, the necessary raw material given them and the means of subsistence assured to them while they work to supply the needs of the agricultural population. For we must not forget that while France weaves silks and satins to deck the wives of German financiers, the Empress of Russia and the Queen of the Sandwich Islands, and while Paris fashions wonderful trinkets and playthings for rich folk all the world over, 2/3 of the French peasantry have not proper lamps to give them light, or the implements necessary for modern agriculture. Lastly, unproductive land, of which there is plenty, would have to be turned to the best advantage, poor soils enriched, and rich soils, which yet, under the present system, do not yield a quarter, no, nor a tenth of what they might produce, submitted to intensive culture and tilled with as much care as a market garden or a flower plot. It is impossible to imagine any other practical solution of the problem, and, whether we like it or not, sheer force of circumstances will bring it to pass. For even admitting that the collectivist modification of the present system is possible, if introduced gradually during a period of prosperity and peace, though for my part I question its practicability even under such conditions, it would become impossible in a period of revolution, when the need of feeding hungry millions springs up with the first call to arms. A political revolution can be accomplished without shaking the foundations of industry, but a revolution where the people lay hands upon property will inevitably paralyze exchange and production. Millions of public money would not suffice for wages to the millions of out-of-works. This point cannot be too much insisted upon, the reorganization of industry on a new basis, and we shall presently show how tremendous this problem is, cannot be accomplished in a few days, nor, on the other hand, will the people submit to be half-starved for years in order to oblige the theorists who uphold the wage system. To tide over the period of stress, they will demand what they have always demanded in such cases: communization of supplies, the giving of rations. But everything confirms us in the belief that the energy of the people will carry them far enough, and that, when the revolution takes place, the idea of anarchist communism will have gained ground. It is not an artificial idea. The people themselves have breathed it in our ear, and the number of communists is ever increasing as the impossibility of any other solution becomes more and more evident. In every block of houses, in every street, in every town ward, bands of volunteers will have been organized. These commissariat volunteers will work in unison and keep in touch with each other. If only the Jacobin bayonets do not get in the way, if only the self-styled scientific theorists do not thrust themselves into darkened council. Or rather let them expound their muddle-headed theories as much as they like, provided they have no authority, no power. And that admirable spirit of organization inherent in the people, above all in every social grade of the French nation, but which they have so seldom been allowed to exercise, will initiate, even in so huge a city as Paris, and in the midst of a revolution, an immense guild of free workers, ready to furnish to each and all the necessary food. Give the people a free hand and in 10 days the food service will be conducted with admirable regularity. Only those who have never seen the people hard at work, only those who have passed their lives buried among documents, can doubt it. Speak of the organizing genius of the great misunderstood, the people, to those who have seen it in Paris in the days of the barricades, or in London during the last great strike, when 500,000 of starving folk had to be fed, and they will tell you how superior it is to the official ineptness of bumbledom. And even supposing we had to endure a certain amount of discomfort and confusion for a fortnight or a month, surely that would not matter very much. For the mass of the people it could not but be an improvement on their former condition, and, besides, in times of revolution one can dine contentedly enough on a bit of bread and cheese, while eagerly discussing events. In any case, a system which springs up spontaneously, under stress of immediate need, will be infinitely preferable to anything invented between four walls, by hidebound theorists sitting on any number of committees. We have now to consider by what means a city in a state of revolution could supply itself with food. Before answering this question it should be pointed out that obviously the means resorted to will depend on the character of the revolution in the provinces, and in neighboring countries. If the entire nation, or, better still, if all Europe should accomplish the social revolution simultaneously, and start with thoroughgoing communism, our procedure would be simplified, but if only a few communities in Europe make the attempt, other means will have to be chosen. The circumstances will dictate the measures. We are thus led, before proceeding further, to glance at the state of Europe, and, without pretending to prophesy, we ought to be able to foresee what course the revolution will take, or at least what will be its essential features. Certainly it would be very desirable that all Europe should rise at once, that expropriation should be general, and that communistic principles should inspire all and sundry. Such a universal rising would do much to simplify the task of our century. But all the signs lead us to believe that it will not take place. That the revolution will embrace Europe, we do not doubt. If one of the four great continental capitals Paris, Vienna, Brussels, or Berlin rises in revolution and overturns its government, it is almost certain that the three others will follow its example within a few weeks' time. It is, moreover, highly probable that the peninsulas and even London and St. Petersburg would not be long in following suit. But whether the revolution would have everywhere the same character is quite another question. Though it is more than probable that expropriation will be everywhere carried into effect on a larger or smaller scale, and that this policy carried out by any one of the great nations of Europe will influence all the rest, yet the beginnings of the revolution will exhibit great local differences, and its course will vary in different countries. In 1789 to 1793, the French peasantry took 4 years to finally rid themselves of the redemption of feudal rights and the bourgeois to overthrow royalty. Let us keep that in mind, therefore, and be prepared to see the revolution develop itself somewhat gradually. Let us not be disheartened if here and there its steps should move less rapidly. Whether it would take an avowedly socialist character in all European nations, at any rate at the beginning, is doubtful. Germany, be it remembered, is still realizing its dream of a united empire. Its advanced parties see visions of a Jacobin republic like that of 1848, and of the organization of labor according to Louis Blanc, while the French people, on the other hand, want above all things a free commune, whether it be a communist commune or not. That, when the coming revolution takes place, Germany will go further than France, there is every reason to believe. The bourgeois revolution in France in the 18th century was an advance on the English Revolution of the 17th, abolishing as it did at once the power of the throne and of the landed aristocracy, whose influence still survives in England. But, if Germany goes further and does greater things than the France of 1848, there can be no doubt that the ideas which will foster the birth of the revolution will be those of 1848, as the ideas which will inspire the revolution in Russia will be those of 1789, modified somewhat by the intellectual movements of our own century. Without, however, attaching to these forecasts a greater importance than they merit, we may safely conclude this much: the revolution will take a different character in each of the different European nations, the point attained in the socialization of wealth will not be everywhere the same. Will it therefore be necessary, as is sometimes suggested, that the nations in the vanguard of the movement should adapt their pace to those who lag behind? Must we wait till the communist revolution is ripe in all civilized countries? Clearly not. Even if it were a thing to be desired, it is not possible. History does not wait for the laggards. Besides, we do not believe that in any one country the revolution will be accomplished at a stroke, in the twinkling of an eye, as some socialists dream. It is highly probable that if one of the 5 or 6 large towns of France, Paris, Lyon, Marseilles, Lille, Saint-Étienne, Bordeaux, were to proclaim the Commune, the others would follow its example, and that many smaller towns would do the same. Probably also various mining districts and industrial centers would hasten to rid themselves of owners and masters, and form themselves into free groups. But many country places have not advanced to that point. Side by side with the revolutionist communes, such places would remain in an expectant attitude and would go on living on the individualist system. Undisturbed by visits of the bailiff or the tax collector, the peasants would not be hostile to the revolutionaries, and thus, while profiting by the new state of affairs, they would defer the settlement of accounts with the local exploiters. But with that practical enthusiasm which always characterizes agrarian uprisings, witness the passionate toil of 1792, they would throw themselves into the task of cultivating the land, which, freed from taxes and mortgages, would become so much dearer to them. As to foreign countries, there would be revolution everywhere, but revolution under various aspects: here state socialism, there federation, everywhere more or less of socialism, but uniformity nowhere. To those who put their trust in authority, the question of providing food will appear quite simple. They would begin by establishing a strongly centralist government, furnished with all the machinery of coercion, the police, the army, the guillotine. This government would draw up a statement of all the produce contained in France. It would divide the country into districts of supply, and then command that a prescribed quantity of some particular foodstuff be sent to such a place on such a day, and delivered at such a station, to be there received on a given day by a specified official and stored in particular warehouses. Now, we declare with the fullest conviction, not merely that such a solution is undesirable, but that it never could by any possibility be put into practice. It is wildly utopian. Pen in hand, one may dream such a dream in the study, but in contact with reality it comes to nothing, for, like all such theories, it leaves out of account the spirit of independence that is in man. The attempt would lead to a universal uprising, 3 or 4 Vendées in one, the villages warring against the towns, all France up in arms defying the city for its arrogance in attempting to impose such a system upon the country. But enough of Jacobin utopias. Let us see if some other form of organization will fit the case. As long as worthless paper money, whether called assignats or labor notes 270, is offered to the peasant producer, it will always be the same. The country will withhold its produce, and the towns will suffer want, even if the recalcitrant peasants are drowned and guillotined as before. We must offer to the peasant in exchange for his toil not worthless paper money, but the manufactured articles of which he stands in immediate need. He lacks the proper implements to till the land, clothes to protect him properly from the inclemencies of the weather, lamps and oil to replace his miserable rushlight or tallow dip, spades, rakes, plows. All these things, under present conditions, the peasant is forced to do without, not because he does not feel the need of them, but because, in his life of struggle and privation, 1,000 useful things are beyond his reach, because he has no money to buy them. Let the town apply itself, without loss of time, to manufacturing all that the peasant needs, instead of fashioning gewgaws for the wives of rich citizens. Let the sewing machines of Paris be set to work on clothes for the country folk, work-a-day clothes and clothes for Sunday too, instead of making wedding outfits. Let the factories and foundries turn out agricultural implements, spades, rakes, and such like, instead of waiting till the English send them in exchange for French wines. Let the towns send no more inspectors to the villages with red, blue, or rainbow-colored scarves, to convey to the peasant orders to take his produce to this place or that, but let them send friendly embassies to the country folk and bid them in brotherly fashion, bring us your produce, and take from our stores and shops all the manufactured articles you please. Then provisions would pour in on every side. The peasant would only withhold what he needed for his own use, and would send the rest into the cities, feeling for the first time in the course of history, that these toiling townsfolk were his comrades, his brethren, and not his exploiters. We shall be told, perhaps, that this would necessitate a complete transformation of industry. Well, yes, that is true of certain departments, but there are other branches which could be rapidly modified in such a way as to furnish the peasant with clothes, watches, furniture, and the simple implements for which the towns make him pay such exorbitant prices at the present time. Weavers, tailors, shoemakers, tinsmiths, cabinet makers, and many other trades and crafts could easily direct their energies to the manufacture of useful and necessary articles, and abstain from producing mere luxuries. All that is needed is that the public mind should be thoroughly convinced of the necessity of this transformation, and should come to look upon it as an act of justice and of progress, and that it should no longer allow itself to be cheated by that dream so dear to the theorists, the dream of a revolution confining itself to taking possession of the profits of industry, and leaving production and commerce just as they are now. This, then, is our view of the whole question. Cheat the peasant no longer with scraps of paper, be the sums inscribed upon them ever so large, but offer him in exchange for his produce the very things of which he, the tiller of the soil, stands in need. Then the fruits of the land will be poured into the towns. If this is not done, there will be famine in our cities, and reaction and despair will follow in its train. Before long, intensive culture would be within the reach of all. Improved machinery, chemical manures, and all such matters would be common property. But everything tends to indicate that at the outset there would be a falling off in agricultural products, in France as elsewhere. In any ease it would be wisest to count upon such a falling off of contributions from the provinces as well as from abroad. And how is this falling off to be made good? Why, in heaven's name, by setting to work ourselves. No need to rack our brains for far-fetched panaceas when the remedy lies close at hand. The large towns must undertake to till the soil, like the country districts. We must return to what biology calls the integration of functions, after the division of labor its integration, that is the plan followed all through nature. Besides, philosophy apart, the force of circumstances would bring about this result. Let Paris see at the end of 8 months that it is running short of corn, and Paris will set to work to grow corn. Of course the good folk in new uniforms, seated in the official armchairs of the Hôtel de Ville, will be sure to busy themselves in heaping up obstacles. They will talk of giving compensation to the landlords, of preparing statistics, and drawing up long reports. Yes, they would be capable of drawing up reports long enough to outlast the hopes of the people, who, after waiting and starving in enforced idleness, and seeing nothing come of all these official researches, would lose heart and faith in the revolution and abandon the field to the reactionaries. The new bureaucracy would end by making expropriation hateful in the eyes of all. Here, indeed, is a rock which might shipwreck our hopes. But if the people turn a deaf ear to the specious arguments used to dazzle them and realize that new life needs new conditions, and if they undertake the task themselves, then expropriation can be effected without any great difficulty. But how? How can expropriation be achieved, you ask us? We are about to reply to that question, but with a reservation. We have no intention of tracing out the plans of expropriation in their smallest details. We know beforehand that all that any man, or group of men, could suggest today would be far surpassed by the reality when it comes. The human spirit will accomplish greater things, and accomplish them better and in a simpler way than any one could dictate beforehand. Thus we are content to indicate the methods by which expropriation might be accomplished without the intervention of government. We do not propose to go out of our way to answer those who declare that the thing is impossible. We confine ourselves to replying that we are not the upholders of any particular method of organization. We are only concerned to demonstrate that expropriation could be effected by popular initiative, and could not be effected by any other means whatever. It seems very likely that, as soon as expropriation is fairly started, groups of volunteers will spring up in every district, street, and block of houses, and undertake to inquire into the number of flats and houses which are empty and of those which are overcrowded, the unwholesome slums and the houses which are too spacious for their occupants, and might well be used to house those who are stifled in swarming tenements. In a few days, these volunteers would have drawn up complete lists for the street and the district, of all the flats, tenements, family mansions, and villa residences, all the rooms and suites of rooms, healthy and unhealthy, small and large, fetid dens and homes of luxury. Freely communicating with each other, these volunteers would soon have their statistics complete. False statistics can be manufactured in boardrooms and offices, but true and exact statistics must begin with the individual, and mount up from the simple to the complex. Then, without waiting for anyone's leave, those citizens will probably go and find their comrades who were living in miserable garrets and hovels and will say to them simply, "It is a real revolution this time, comrades, and no mistake about it. Come to such a place this evening, all the neighborhood will be there, we are going to redistribute the dwelling houses. If you are tired of your slum garret, come and choose one of the flats of 5 rooms that are to be disposed of, and when you have once moved in you shall stay, never fear." The people are up in arms, and he who would venture to evict you will have to answer to them. We do not deny that there are plenty of egoistic instincts in isolated individuals in our societies. We are quite aware of it. But we contend that the very way to revive and nourish these instincts would be to confine such questions as the housing of the people to any board or committee, in fact to the tender mercies of officialism in any shape or form. Then indeed all the evil passions spring up, and it becomes a case of who is the most influential person on the board. The least inequality causes wranglings and recriminations. If the smallest advantage is given to anyone, a tremendous hue and cry is raised, and not without reason. But if the people themselves, organized by streets, districts, and parishes, undertake to move the inhabitants of the slums into the half-empty dwellings of the middle classes, the trifling inconveniences, the little inequalities will be easily tided over. Rarely has appeal been made to the good instincts of the masses only as a last resort, to save the sinking ship in times of revolution, but never has such an appeal been made in vain. The heroism, the self-devotion, of the toiler has never failed to respond to it. And thus it will be in the coming revolution. But when all is said and done, some inequalities, some inevitable injustices will remain. There are individuals in our societies whom no great crisis can lift out of the deep ruts of egoism in which they are sunk. The question, however, is not whether there will be injustices or no, but rather how to limit the number of them. Now all history, all the experience of the human race, and all social psychology, unite in showing that the best and fairest way is to trust the decision to those whom it concerns most nearly. It is they alone who can consider and allow for the 101 details which must necessarily be overlooked in any merely official redistribution. When the masons and carpenters and all who are concerned in house building, know that their daily bread is secured to them, they will ask nothing better than to work at their old trades a few hours a day. They will adapt the fine houses which absorb the time of a whole staff of servants, and in a few months homes will have sprung up, infinitely healthier and more conveniently arranged than those of today. And to those who are not yet comfortably housed, the anarchist commune will be able to say, "Patience, comrades. Palaces fairer and finer than any the capitalists build for themselves will spring from the ground of our enfranchised city. They will belong to those who have most need of them." The anarchist commune does not build with an eye to revenues. These monuments erected to its citizens, products of the collective spirit, will serve as models to all humanity. They will be yours. If the people of the revolution expropriate the houses and proclaim free lodgings, the communal leasing of houses and the right of each family to a decent dwelling, then the revolution will have assumed a communistic character from the first, and started on a course from which it will be by no means easy to turn it. It will have struck a fatal blow at individual property. For the expropriation of dwellings contains in germ the whole social revolution. On the manner of its accomplishment depends the character of all that follows. Either we shall start on a good road leading straight to anarchist communism, or we shall remain sticking in the mud of despotic individualism. The so-called practical objections are not very formidable either. We are bidden to consider the hard case of some poor fellow who by dint of privation has contrived to buy a house just large enough to hold his family. And we are going to deprive him of his hard-earned happiness to turn him into the street? Certainly not. If his house is only just large enough for his family, by all means let him stay there. Let him work in his little garden too, our boys will not hinder him, nay, they will lend him a helping hand if need be. But suppose he lets lodgings, suppose he has empty rooms in his house, the people will make the lodger understand that he is not to pay his former landlord any more rent. Stay where you are, but rent free. No more rent demanders and collectors, socialism has abolished all that. Or again, suppose that the landlord has a score of rooms all to himself and some poor woman lives nearby with 5 children in one room. In that case the people would see whether, with some alterations, these empty rooms could not be converted into a suitable home for the poor woman and her 5 children. Would not that be more just and fair than to leave the mother and her 5 little ones languishing in a garret, while Sir Gorgeous Midas sat at his ease in an empty mansion? Besides, good Sir Gorgeous would probably hasten to do it of his own accord. His wife will be delighted to be freed from half her big unwieldy house when there is no longer a staff of servants to keep it in order. So you are going to turn everything upside down, it seems, and set everybody by the ears. There will be no end to the evictions and flittings. Would it not be better to start fresh by turning everybody out of doors and redistributing the houses by lot? Thus our critics, but we answer we are firmly persuaded that if only there is no sort of government interference in the matter, if all the changes are entrusted to those free groups which have sprung up to undertake the work, the evictions and removals will be less numerous than those which take place in 1 year under the present system, owing to the rapacity of landlords. Moreover, we must not miss the fact that every revolution means a certain disturbance to everyday life, and those who expect this tremendous lift out of the old grooves to be accomplished without so much as jarring the dishes on their dinner tables will find themselves mistaken. It is true that governments can change without disturbing worthy citizens at dinner, but the crimes of society towards those who have nourished and supported it are not to be redressed by any such political sleight of hand by parties. Undoubtedly there will be a disturbance, but it must not be of pure destruction, it must be minimized. And again it is impossible to lay too much stress on this maxim. It will be by addressing ourselves to the interested parties, and not to boards and committees, that we shall best succeed in reducing the sum of inconveniences for everybody. The people commit blunder on blunder when they have to choose by ballot some harebrained candidate who solicits the honor of representing them, and takes upon himself to know all, to do all, and to organize all. But when they take upon themselves to organize what they know, what touches them directly, they do it better than all the talking shops put together. Is not the Paris Commune an instance in point, and the last London strike, and have we not constant evidence of this fact in every village commune? Societies, like individuals, have their hours of cowardice, but also their heroic moments, and though the society of today cuts a very poor figure, sunk in the pursuit of narrow personal interests and second-rate ideas, it wears a different air when great crises come. It has its moments of greatness and enthusiasm. Men of generous nature will gain the power which today is in the hand of swindlers. Self-devotion will spring up, and noble deeds beget their like. Even the egoists will be ashamed to hang back, and will be drawn in spite of themselves to admire, if not to imitate, the generous and brave. The great revolution of 1793 abounds in examples of this kind, and it is ever during such times of spiritual revival as natural to societies as to individuals that the springtide of enthusiasm sweeps humanity onwards. We do not wish to exaggerate the part played by such noble passions, nor is it upon them that we would found our ideal of society. But we are not asking too much if we expect their aid in tiding over the first and most difficult moments. We cannot hope that our daily life will be continuously inspired by such exalted enthusiasms, but we may expect their aid at the first, and that is all we need. It is just to wash the earth clean, to sweep away the shards and refuse accumulated by centuries of slavery and oppression, that the new anarchist society will have need of this wave of brotherly love. Later on, it can exist without appealing to the spirit of self-sacrifice, because it will have eliminated oppression and thus created a new world instinct with all the feelings of solidarity. Besides, should the character of the revolution be such as we have sketched here, the free initiative of individuals would find an extensive field of action in thwarting the efforts of the egoists. Groups would spring up in every street and quarter to undertake the charge of the clothing. They would make inventories of all that the city possessed, and would find out approximately what were the resources at their disposal. It is more than likely that in the matter of clothing the citizens would adopt the same principle as in the matter of provisions, that is to say, they would offer freely from the common store everything which was to be found in abundance, and dole out whatever was limited in quantity. 270 assignats were notes issued as paper currency in France, 1789 to 1796, by the revolutionary government and secured by confiscated lands. They were usually blamed for the hyperinflation during the revolutionary period, as there was little control over how many were printed. Labor notes were advocated by many socialists, starting with Robert Owen, as an alternative to specie-backed money, and would reflect the time taken to produce goods, with workers receiving notes equal to the time they spent in work. Kropotkin critiqued this idea in his famous essay The Wage Systems. Editor. What revolution means. This article appeared in Freedom, November 1886, and summarizes Kropotkin's vision of what a social revolution would involve. It argues that any social revolution needs mass participation to be successful, so necessitating libertarian means local self-activity, decentralization, and federalism for a libertarian end. We said, in our preceding article 271, that a great revolution is growing up in Europe. We approach a time when the slow evolution which has been going on during the second part of our century, but is still prevented from finding its way into life, will break through the obstacles lying in its path and will try to remodel society according to the new needs and tendencies. Such has been, until now, the law of development in societies, and the present unwillingness of the privileged classes to recognize the justice of the claims of the unprivileged, sufficiently shows that the lessons of the past have not profited them. Evolution will assume its feverish shape, revolution. But what is a revolution? If we ask our historians, we shall learn from them that it means much noise in the streets, wild speakers perorating in clubs, mobs breaking windows and wrecking houses, pillage, street warfare and murders, exasperated struggle between parties, violent overthrow of existing governments, and nomination of new ones as unable to solve the great impendent problems as the former ones, and then, the general discontent, the growth of misery, reaction stepping in under the blood-stained flag of the White Terror 272, and finally, the reinstallation of a government worse than the former. Such is the picture drawn by most historians. But this is not a revolution. There are in the picture some of the accidental features of revolutions, but their essence is wanting. Window breaking and street warfare may be as well distinctive of a riot, and a violent change of government may be the result of a simple insurrection. So it was, for instance, all over Europe in 1848. A revolution has a much deeper meaning. There may be street warfare, or there may not, there may be house wrecking, or there may not. But in a revolution, there must be a rapid modification of outgrown economical and political institutions, an overthrow of the injustices accumulated by centuries past, a displacement of wealth and political power. When we see, for instance, that during the years 1789 to 1793 the last remnants of feudal institutions were abolished in France, that the peasant who formerly was economically, if no longer legally a serf of the landlord, became a free man, that the commons resumed possession of the soil enclosed by the landowners, that the absolute power of the king, or rather of his courtiers, was broken forever in the course of a few years, and that the political power was transferred from the hands of a few courtiers into those of the middle classes, then we say, it was a revolution. And we know that neither Restoration nor White Terror could reconstitute the feudal rights of the noblesse, nor those of the landed aristocracy, nor the absolute power of the king. It was so much a revolution that, although seemingly defeated, it has compelled Europe at length to follow out its program, that is, to abolish serfdom and to introduce representative government. And to find its like we must not look to the smaller outbreaks of our times, we must revert to the 17th century, to the revolution which took place in this country, with nearly the same program, the same tendencies and consequences. 273. As to street warfare and executions, which so much preoccupy historians, they are incidental to the great struggle. They do not constitute its essence, and probably they would not have occurred at all if the ruling classes had understood at once the new force that had grown up among them, and instead of plotting against it, had frankly set to work to help the new order of things to make its way into life. A revolution is not a mere change of government, because a government, however powerful, cannot overthrow institutions by mere decrees. Its decrees would remain dead letters if in each part of the territory a demolition of decaying institutions, economical and political, were not going on spontaneously. Again, it is not the work of one day. It means a whole period, mostly lasting for several years, during which the country is in a state of effervescence, when thousands of formerly indifferent spectators take a lively part in public affairs, when the public mind, throwing off the bonds that restrained it, freely discusses, criticizes and repudiates the institutions which are a hindrance to free development, when it boldly enters upon problems which formerly seemed insoluble. The chief problem which our century imposes upon us is an economic problem, and economic problems imply so deep a change in all branches of public life that they cannot be solved by laws. The laws made even by revolutionary bodies have mostly sanctioned accomplished facts. The working classes all over Europe loudly affirm that the riches produced by the combined efforts of generations past and present must not be appropriated by a few. They look on it as unjust that the millions ready to work must depend for getting work on the goodwill, or rather on the greediness, of a few. They ask for a complete reorganization of production. They deny the capitalist the right of pocketing the benefits of production because the state recognizes him as proprietor of the soil, the field, the house, the colliery, or the machinery, without the use of which the millions can do no useful work at all. They loudly require a more equitable organization of distribution. But this immense problem, the reorganization of production, redistribution of wealth and exchange, according to the new principles, cannot be solved by parliamentary commissions nor by any kind of government. It must be a natural growth resulting from the combined efforts of all interested in it, freed from the bonds of the present institutions. It must grow naturally, proceeding from the simplest up to complex federations, and it cannot be something schemed by a few men and ordered from above. In this last shape it surely would have no chance of living at all. But this economical reorganization means also the recasting of all those institutions which we are now accustomed to call the political organization of a country. A new economical organization necessarily calls for a new political organization. Feudal rights accommodated themselves perfectly to absolute monarchy. Free exploitation by the middle classes has prospered under representative government. But new forms of economical life will require also new forms of political life, and these new forms cannot be a reinforcement of the power of the state by giving up in its hands the production and distribution of wealth, and its exchange. Human progress is advancing in an opposite direction. It aims at the limitation of the power of the state over the individual. And the revolution cannot but follow the same line. If the times are ripe for some substantial remodeling of life, such remodeling will be the result of the numberless spontaneous actions of millions of individuals. It will go in an anarchist direction, not in a governmental one, and it will result in a society giving free play to the individual and the free grouping of individuals, instead of reinforcing submission to the state. If the coming revolution is not doomed to die out before anything has been realized by it, it will be anarchist, not authoritarian. 271 The Coming Revolution, Freedom, October 1886, reprinted in Act for Yourselves. Editor. 272 This refers to the counter-revolutionary violence during the French Revolution, so named because it was done under the white flag of the Royalists. Editor. 273 A reference to the English Revolution and Civil War, 1642–1648, which produced a republic, followed by the dictatorship of Oliver Cromwell from 1653 to 1658. The Stuarts were restored to the throne in 1660 after Cromwell's death. Editor. Act for Yourselves. This article from Freedom, January 1887, discusses the importance of mass self-activity and participation in a revolution. It stresses that working-class people need to liberate themselves and build a new society from below by their own efforts. A question which we are often asked is, how will you organize the future society on anarchist principles? If the question were put to Herr Bismarck, or to somebody who fancies that a group of men is able to organize society as they like, it would seem very natural. But in the ears of an anarchist it sounds very strangely, and the only answer we can give to it is, we cannot organize you. It will depend upon you what sort of organization you will choose. If the masses continue to cherish the idea that a government can do everything, and reorganize economical relations the growth of centuries by a few laws, then we may well wait whole centuries until the rule of capital is abolished. But if there is among the working classes a strong minority of men who understand that no government, however dictatorial its powers, is able to expropriate the owners of capital, and this minority acquires sufficient influence to induce the workmen to avail themselves of the first opportunity of taking possession of land and mines, of railways and factories without paying much heed to the talking at Westminster, then we may expect that some new kind of organization will arise for the benefit of the Commonwealth. That is precisely the task we impose upon ourselves. To bring workmen and workmen's friends to the conviction that they must rely on themselves to get rid of the oppression of capital, without expecting that the same thing can be done for them by anybody else. The emancipation of the workmen must be the act of the workmen themselves. The very words anarchist communism show in what direction society, in our opinion, is already going, and on what lines it can get rid of the oppressive powers of capital and government, and it would be an easy task for us to draw a sketch of society in accordance with these principles. 274 But what would be the use of such a scheme, if those who listen to it have never doubted the possibility of reorganizing everything by homeopathic prescriptions from Westminster, if they have never imagined that they themselves are more powerful than their representatives, and if they are persuaded that everything can and must be settled by a government, most men having only to obey and never to act for themselves? One of the first delusions to get rid of, therefore, is the delusion that a few laws can modify the present economical system as by enchantment. The first conviction to acquire is that nothing short of expropriation on a vast scale, carried out by the workmen themselves, can be the first step towards a reorganization of our production on socialist principles. In fact, if we analyze the immense complexity of economical relations existing in a civilized nation, if we take into account the relatively small amount of real workmen in this country and the enormous number of parasites who live on their shoulders and are interested in the maintenance of parasitic conditions, we cannot but recognize that no government will be able ever to undertake the reorganization of industry, unless the people begin themselves to do it by taking possession of the mines and factories, of the land and the houses, in short, of all those riches which are the produce of their own labor. It is only when the masses of the people are ready to begin expropriating that we may expect that any government will move in the same direction. Surely, it will not be the present Parliament which will ever take the initiative in dispossessing the owners of land and capital. Even if the workmen assume a really menacing attitude, our present middle-class rulers will not become socialists. They will try, first, to crush the movement, to disorganize it, and if they are unable to do so, they will do what all governments have done on like occasions. They will try to gain time, until the masses, reduced to still more dreadful misery by the increased depression of industry, will be ready to accept any concessions, however delusive, rather than starve in the streets. To expect that socialist workmen will have a majority in Parliament is, again, to cherish a naive and vain delusion. We shall have long to wait before a socialist majority is created in this country. But the thousands reduced to starvation by the enormities of the present social system cannot wait, and even if they could, events will be precipitated by partial conflicts. Last winter we saw the whole of one of the mining basins in Belgium in open rebellion against capital. 275 A few months ago we were very near to a general outbreak of workmen in some parts of the United States. 276 And although the treachery of a Powderly, the chief of the Knights of Labor, may have paralysed the outbreak, everybody in the United States, even the most stubborn politician, well understands that another time a Powderly may be powerless, especially in presence of the provocative attitude of the middle classes, who never fail on such occasions to increase the ranks of the discontented and to intensify the discontent. The social question will be put to Europe, in all its immensity, long before the socialists have conquered a few seats in Parliament, and thus the solution of the question will be actually in the hands of the workmen themselves. They will have no choice, either they must resolve it themselves, or be reduced to a worse slavery than before. Under the influence of government worship, they may try to nominate a new government, instead of the old one which will be sent away, and they may entrust it with the solution of all difficulties. It is so simple, so easy, to throw a vote into the ballot box, and to return home. So gratifying to know that there is somebody who will arrange your own affairs for the best, while you are quietly smoking your pipe and waiting for orders which you will have only to execute, not to reason about. An admirable way, indeed, to have your affairs left as they were before, even if you are not cheated by your trustees. History is full of such examples. The revolted people of Paris in 1871 also nominated a government, and hoped that this government, which consisted, in fact, of the most devoted revolutionists belonging to all sections of the revolutionary world, all men ready to die for the emancipation of the people, would settle everything for the best. They did the same thing at Paris in 1848, when they chose a provisional government by acclamation, and expected that this government, which also consisted of honest men, would resolve the social question. But we know how dreadful was the awakening of the Paris proletarians, and we know by what hecatombs of slaughtered men, women, and children they paid for their confidence. There was, however, another epoch, when these same Frenchmen acted in another way. The peasants were serfs before 1789, in fact, if not by law. The land of their communes had been enclosed by landlords, and they had to pay these lords every possible kind of tax, survivals of, or redemption for, feudal servitude. These peasants also voted in 1789, and nominated a government. But as they saw that this government did not respond to their expectations, they revolted. In fact, they did so even before they saw their government at work. They went to the landlords and compelled them to abdicate their rights. They burned the charters where these rights were written down, they burned some of the castles of the most hated nobles. And, on the night of the 4th of August, the nobility of France, moved by high patriotic feelings, so the historians say, which feelings were excited by the spectacle of burning castles, abdicated their rights forever. True that, 4 days later, they re-established the very same rights by imposing a redemption fee. But the peasants revolted again. They even took no notice at all of what the chamber had voted. They took possession of the enclosed lands and began to till them. They paid no redemption taxes. And when the authorities intervened in the name of the sacred law, they revolted against the authorities. They revolted Taine says 6 times in the course of 4 years, and their revolts were so successful that by the end of the 4th year the convention, the Great Convention, the ideal of all modern Jacobins, moved again by highest patriotic feelings, the middle classes, historians say so, finally abolished all feudal rights, in 1793, and ordered all papers relating to the feudal epoch to be burnt. But what the historians forget to say is that the rights were already abolished by the peasants, and that most papers dealing with feudal rights were already burned. The terrible revolutionary body thus sanctioned only the accomplished fact. Feudalism was actually no longer in existence. The convention did nothing but pronounce its funeral oration. The workmen of the 19th century probably will not burn the factories, but we fancy that their modes of action will bear a great likeness to those of the French peasants. They will not wait for orders from above before taking possession of land and capital. They will take them first, and then, already in possession of land and capital, they will organize their work. They will not consider these things as private property. It would be impossible in the present complicated, interwoven, and interdependent state of our production. They will nationalize them. Local action. This article from Freedom, May 1887, stresses that for a revolution to be successful it must be based on activity at the bottom of society, with every community and workplace taking responsibility for transforming itself before federating with others. In this way, social change will reflect the real needs of people and ensure the spread of revolution by means of leading by example. Before going further, let us sum up the conclusions at which we have arrived in our preceding articles. They are 2, and each of them is of importance in enabling us to see what we have to do. We have established, and if space permitted we might do so with a much greater display of arguments, that we must rely, for the accomplishment of the social revolution which we feel approaching all over the civilized world, neither on the present parliaments, nor on any representative bodies which might be summoned during a more disturbed period than the present. A mere change of government would not necessarily be a revolution, even though the overthrow of the government might be accompanied by acts of violence. European society is in need of a deep, thorough economical transformation, and this cannot be accomplished by mere decrees. To have any chance of life, any change accomplished in the economical conditions must come from the very depths of the popular life itself. It must result from the popular initiative. To accomplish an economical revolution is not the function of a body of representatives. All that can be hoped from such a body is that it will not oppose strong resistance to the action of the people but, under due popular pressure, give its final sanction to accomplished facts. Never will such a body be capable of taking the initiative, for it is itself a compromise with the past and cannot even claim to be an outpost of the future. The French Convention of 1793, the ideal of so many Jacobinists, did not do more than give its sanction to what the peasants already had accomplished, since they had retaken possession of the communal lands enclosed by the landlords, had ceased to pay the redemption for the feudal taxes, and had burned the charters by which they had formerly been bound. All these things being already done, the convention, under due pressure of the Paris workmen and clubs, gave its sanction in the form of laws, consecrating the results of the peasants' revolt. It could not do more than that, because a body of representatives is a dead weight attached to the revolution, not the leader of it. Another conclusion which we arrived at was that the free action of the people towards the abolition of the existing monopolies on land, dwellings, railways, and capital will, in every way, be favored by the movements which will necessarily break out all over Europe before the century has come to an end. The immediate cause of these movements cannot be foreseen, and there is no need to know it beforehand. All we can and must know is, that thousands of causes contribute towards creating a revolutionary situation in Europe, and that there being such a situation, any cause may be the signal of widely spread revolts. The mass outbreaks which we have witnessed during the last few years are unmistakable tokens of the approach of the disturbed period. These 2 conclusions being kept in mind, we may proceed further, and add now a 3rd conclusion to the above. Although no revolutionary movement can break out in Europe, be it in France, Germany, Austria, or Russia, without being closely followed by like outbreaks in other countries of Europe, we must be prepared to see these outbreaks taking very different characters in different countries. Germany most probably will try to overthrow the monarchy and to introduce a republican form of government, and it is most probable that attempts at substituting the present private ownership of land and great industrial concerns by state ownership will be made in the same country. But state ownership and state help to associations of workmen would not find much echo in this country, and still less in France, or in Spain. In France, the revolution will almost undoubtedly proceed by proclaiming independent communes, which will endeavor to accomplish the economical transformation within their walls, or rather within their respective surroundings. And in Spain, the whole history of the country is an unceasing struggle for the independence of provinces and municipalities, a struggle which has its causes deeply rooted both in the former history and in the present wide differences of economical conditions in different parts of that country. State ownership and states rule find no support even from the present political parties of Spain, still less will they find it in the new economical conditions. Add to these another example: while in this country we see the middle classes seeking the support of working men in order to break down the power of the landed aristocracy, no such coalition is possible any longer in France. There, the upper middle classes stand in open and direct conflict with the socialist working men, a circumstance which obviously will impart, as it already has in 1848 and 1871, new and quite different features to the movement. To dream that the next revolution may follow one single program all over Europe, is thus a fallacy. But again, to imagine that in each separate state, all the nation will rise at a given moment as one man, with one uniform practical program, would be also to cherish an elusive and dangerous dream. Of course, all that is possible will be done by socialists to awaken everywhere, in their respective countries, the consciousness of the masses, to enlighten them as to the bad effects of the present monopolization of land and capital. When general interest in public affairs will be more awakened by great events, these ideas will spread still speedier than they spread now. But, nevertheless, there still will be wide differences in the views held in different parts of each country as to how far, and at what a speed, the abolition of monopolies must go, and to what measures most urgently need to be taken in hand at once. A nation is a complex being, and to expect uniformity where multiformity reigns would be to take an utterly erroneous view of public affairs. One of the deputies of the Scotch miners to the last Miners' Congress loudly proclaimed the other day that whatever the palliative measures they might discuss at their congresses, the Scotch miners consider that justice will be only done to their claims when they come to be in possession of the mines they are now working in. 277. Suppose that after a serious discussion of the whole question in their small clubs and in the local congresses, the Scotch miners come to the conclusion that the time has arrived to take possession of the Scotch mines, and elaborate some scheme as to the working out of these mines, sharing the produce of their labor with none of the land grabbers, nor profit grabbers. And suppose that the Northumbrian or the Welsh miners, the Sheffield cutlers, and the Manchester weavers, cannot yet be brought to the same views. Must the Scotch miners wait until the whole of the British nation be converted to their ideas? Must they wait until a representative body, composed of heterogeneous elements mostly looking towards the past, happens to elaborate some scheme for the transfer of the mines into the miners' hands? Is it not preferable that they should act for themselves, make a new start, lay down the basis of a new organization, and preach by example? And is it not most probable that they really will do so? All human progress has been realized in this way. A practical application of new principles is the only possible means of convincing most people of their applicability, showing at once their advantages and their possible defects. Or, suppose again, the inhabitants of Paris, discussing the dwelling question with all the eagerness it deserves, come to this conclusion that the houses of Paris cannot continue to belong to their present owners, not having been built by them, and deriving their immense value, not from the improvements the present owners have made in these houses but from the labor which has been expended on Paris by generations past and present, as well as from the very presence of 2 million of people at Paris. Suppose they arrive at the conclusion that these houses must become, like the streets, the common property of all the inhabitants, and the probabilities are that they soon will. Must they wait until 35 millions of Frenchmen arrive at the same conclusion? Or, having proclaimed their independent commune, will they not act much more wisely if they organize themselves in order to take possession of these houses and for making use of them in the most equitable way for the greatest benefit of all the community? People may write as much as they like about discipline, they may dream as much as they like about uniformity. Practical life takes another course. The inhabitants of Paris will take possession of the Paris houses, whatever be the course taken by the inhabitants of Bordeaux, and they will organize themselves for the best use of the houses, and if the above-mentioned ideas grow with the Scotch miners, it is most probable that they will act in that direction. Separate cities, mining basins, and industrial regions will make independent starts, and then but only then they will enter into agreements with their neighbors, for deriving from their local action, the best possible advantages for the whole of the Commonwealth. We might multiply the examples, we might go further on into the study, but what has already been said will probably convince most of our readers that during the next great movements separate cities and separate regions will make attempts at abolishing within their own spheres the monopolies of land and capital which are now so many obstacles in the way towards freedom and equality. The abolition of these monopolies will not be done by acts of national parliaments, it will be done, first, by the people of each locality, and the agreement between different localities will be the result of the accomplished facts. As to the aims and the character which these movements may assume and ought to assume, they will form the subject of our next article. Preface to Words of a Rebel, 1904. Translation by Nicholas Walter. In 1904, Kropotkin wrote a preface for the Italian edition of his first collection of revolutionary essays, Words of a Rebel. In this preface he explains why, despite his belief when that book was published that a social revolution was close, none had occurred. The first chapters of this book, Words of a Rebel, written in 1879, speak of the social revolution as an imminent fact. The awakening of the proletariat which was then taking place in France after the period of mourning for the Paris Commune, the expansion which the labor movement was achieving in the Latin countries, the spirit of the Russian youth, the rapid spread of socialist ideas which was then being carried out in Germany, though the Germans had remained resistant for a very long time to French socialism, and finally the economic conditions of Europe, all this seemed to presage the approaching arrival of a great social European revolution. Revolutionaries and moderates agreed then in predicting that the bourgeois regime, shaken by the revolution of 1848 and the Commune of Paris, could not long resist the attack of the European proletariat. Before the end of the century the collapse would come. Even those who opposed our revolutionary tactic and put parliamentarianism in its place did not wish to get left behind, and calculated with the voting figures in their hands that well before the end of the century they would have won a majority in the German parliament, decreed the expropriation of capital, and accomplished the social revolution, by ballot, well before the Latin peoples. And yet, we are now told by some with regret, and by others in triumph, here we are already in the 20th century, and the promised revolution still delays its arrival. One might even believe it has been said, at least in the camp of the rich, that the triumph of the bourgeoisie is more assured today than ever before. The workers seem to have lost hope in a revolution. They content themselves with sending some deputies to Parliament, and they hope in this way to obtain all kinds of favors from the state. Even their demands are reduced to quite small concessions on the part of the exploiters. At the very most, the worker who is converted to social democracy dares hope that one day he will become an employee of the state, a sort of very minor official who, after 25 or 30 years of submission, will receive a small pension. As for wider aims, as for the revolution which used to promise to stir up all ideas and to begin a new era of civilization, as for this future of happiness, of dignity, of emancipation, of equality which the worker had once foreseen for his children, all this, we are told today, is fantasy. A whole school of socialists has even been established who claim to possess a science of their own, according to which it can be proved that revolution is a misconception. Discipline, submission to leaders, and everything that can be done for the workers will be done in Parliament. Forget the gun, forget 1793, 1848 and 1871, help the bourgeoisie to seize colonies in Africa and Asia, exploit the Negro and the Chinese with them, and everything will be done for you that can be done without upsetting the bourgeoisie too much. Just one condition: forget this word, this illusion of revolution. Well, aren't all these gentlemen triumphing too soon? To begin with, we have scarcely entered the 20th century, and if 10 or 20 years count for a lot in the life of the individual, they count for only very little or nothing in historical events. Doesn't an event of such immense importance as the social revolution deserve to be granted the latitude of a few years? No, we were not deceived when, 25 years ago, we saw the social revolution coming. Today it is just as inevitable as it was a quarter of a century ago. Only we must recognize that we had not then plumbed the full depths of the reaction which would bring the defeat of France in 1870 and 1871, and the triumph of the German military empire. We had not measured the length of the delay which was going to be produced in the European revolutionary movement following that defeat and that victory. If the war of 1870 to 1871 had simply displaced military power from France to Germany, that would have had no consequence for the development of the revolutionary socialist movement. But the war had gone infinitely farther. For 30 years it was to paralyze France. With Metz 2 or 3 days from Paris not just a simple fortress, but a fortified camp from which 500,000 men, fully equipped to the last gunsling, could be thrown against the capital 24 hours after, or rather, before, the declaration of war, with the triple, and later the quadruple, alliance ready to tear France to pieces 278, and that danger has not stopped weighing on France until the very last few years, with the flower of French youth decimated, whether on the battlefield or in the streets of Paris. In these conditions, how could France not pass through a quarter century of militarism, not submit to Rome for fear of a civil war, not be infatuated by the Russian alliance? It was inevitable, it was fatal. And when today we look back, we who have fought from day to day against clericalism and militarism, Caesarism and Boulangism, we may confess that we are astonished at one thing: it is that France was able to pass through this dark period without surrendering to a new Caesar. If the Boulangist adventure, supported by all the power of the Anglo-American bankers, the clericals and royalists of all Europe, came despite everything to such a pitiful end, if France did not become clerical, when England is Catholicizing itself so well and when Germany seems to be moving in the same direction, if we are at last seeing France at the end of these dark years finding itself again, taking a new lease of life and producing this fine new generation which is going to take the place which is its due in the movement for the renewal of the civilized world, it is because the strength of the revolutionary current was in fact much more powerful than it seemed to those who saw only the surface of events. Let them deliver anathemas as long as they wish against the brave revolutionaries, above all against the anarchists who were able to raise high the red flag, to keep France on its guard, and sometimes to remove from the political arena those who were keeping a place warm for other reactionaries even more open in their reaction. Let them curse them as much as they like. History will record that it is to their energy, to the agitation which they fed with their blood, that we owe the fact that European reaction is being kept within bounds. The truth is that the Revolutionary Party, weak as it was in numbers, had to display an immense, fierce energy to put a curb on reaction both internal and external. We certainly had not exaggerated this strength, for without it what would have become of us now? And the same thought may be applied word for word to Spain and Italy. Which of us would have risked predicting that in Spain they would have tried to reintroduce the tortures of the Inquisition against the rebellious workers? 279. Who would have risked predicting the machine gunnings in Milan? 280. Well, they dared do it. Dared only, for the reply of the workers was soon able to bring these extremists to reason. Only today can we appreciate the extent of the check which was produced in Europe following the Franco-Prussian War. The worst of the defeats of 1870 and 1871 was that they led to the intellectual obliteration of France. the necessity in which the French nation was placed, of dreaming before everything of preserving its existence, its popular genius, its civilizing influence, its existence as a nation, parleyist revolutionary thought. The idea of an insurrection evoked that of a civil war, which would be brought to an end by foreign guns coming to the rescue of bourgeois order. And on the other hand, everything in France that had been most energetic, most enthusiastic, most devoted a whole generation had perished in the great struggle which began after the siege of Paris. A whole generation of revolutionaries, drawn to Paris under the Empire, had perished at the time of the massacres which followed the fall of the Commune. The whole intellectual life of France felt the effect. It was lowered, diminished, and fell into the hands of the impotent, the sick, the fearful. This collapse of France meant the collapse not only of a nation which had stood in the forefront of civilization, but of the whole period Europe had lived through from 1848. Europe returned to 1849 to 1830. Victorious Germany was able to take the intellectual lead which until then had belonged to France and in great measure to Italy. But if Germany had indeed given to the world a certain number of thinkers, of poets, and of scholars, it had no revolutionary past. And in its political and social development it was in the position that France had been in under Louis Philippe. Representative government, introduced in Germany in 1871, had the attraction of novelty, and if it had had, in Weitling and his successors, a few enthusiastic communists, mostly refugees, the socialist movement in Germany itself had just been recently imported, and for this reason it had to go through the same stages which it had passed through in France, the state socialism of Louis Blanc, and the state collectivism which Pecker and Vidal had formulated for the 1848 Republic. In this way the spirit of Europe fell to the level which it had previously occupied under Louis Philippe. Socialism itself, being turned back again, returned to the capitalist state of Louis Blanc, while losing the clearness and simplicity which the Latin spirit had given it. Further, it took a centralising character, hostile to the Latin spirit, which was imposed on it by the German spirit, for which the union of the small German states into a single empire had been a dream for 30 years. 281. Several other causes could also be mentioned to explain the strength of the reaction. One of them is colonial expansion. Today the European bourgeoisie is enriching itself not only from the labor of the workers of its own countries. Profiting from the facility of international transport, it has slaves and serfs everywhere in Asia Minor, in Africa, in the Indies, in China. The tributaries are all backward states. The bourgeoisies of England, France, Holland, and Belgium are becoming more and more the money lenders of the world, living on their dividends. Whole states are mortgaged by the bankers of London, Paris, New York, and Amsterdam. Examples are Greece, Egypt, Turkey, and China, and Japan is already being prepared for this role, a dear ally being lent to at 6 or rather 7% and all its customs revenues being mortgaged. In this way a few concessions can be gladly made to the European worker, the state can gladly maintain his children at school, it can even give him a few francs pension at the age of 60 provided he helps the bourgeoisie conquer serfs and make vassal states of the stock exchange in Asia and Africa. And finally, it would also be necessary to mention the counter-revolutionary effort which was made by all the Christian churches, but which came above all from Rome, in order to stem by all methods the revolution whose tide could be seen to be rising. The assault which was made against materialism, the campaign which was waged with so much skill against science in general, the putting on the index 282 of works and men, which was practiced so assiduously by so many secular, political, and religious organizations, all that would have to be mentioned to give an idea of the immense counter-revolutionary activity which was put in hand to combat the revolution. But all this is only secondary in the context of the dominant fact which we have just indicated, the collapse of France, its temporary exhaustion, and the intellectual domination of Germany which, despite all the admirable qualities of its genius and its people, was, by the very virtue of its geographical position and of its whole past, 30 to 40 years behind France. In this way, the revolution was delayed. But is this a reason for saying that it is postponed indefinitely? Nothing would be more contrary to the truth, nothing would be more absurd than such an assertion. A striking phenomenon has appeared in the development of the socialist movement. As was once said of inflammatory diseases, it has been driven in. So many external remedies have been applied to kill it that it has been driven into the organism, it exists there in a latent form. The worker votes, he follows the banners in political processions, but his thoughts are elsewhere. All that isn't it, he says to himself. That's the outside, only the show. As for the inside, the substance he is considering, he is waiting before giving his opinion. And in the meantime he is setting up his trade unions international, crossing frontiers. Don't trust these unions, said a member of a commission named by one of the Canadian provinces the other day. Don't trust them. What the workers are dreaming about in these federated unions is seizing an American state, a territory, one day, and proclaiming the revolution there and expropriating without any compensation all they find necessary to live and work. Yes, no doubt they vote, they obey you, the German bourgeoisie says to the leaders of the Social Democratic Party. But don't rely on them too far. They will disown you yourselves on the day of the revolution if you don't become much more revolutionary than you are today. Let the smallest revolution come, and it is always the most advanced party which takes the lead and will force you to move. You are their leaders, you must follow them. And from all sides the same signs of the times force themselves on our attention. The worker votes, demonstrates, for lack of anything better, but all over the world another movement, much more serious, is being prepared and is maturing silently. Blanqui once said that in Paris there were 50,000 men, workers who never went to a single meeting, who belonged to no organization, but when the day came they would come out into the streets, would fight, and would carry out the revolution. The same thing seems to be happening today among the workers of the whole world. They have their idea, an idea of their own, and to make this idea become real one day they are working with enthusiasm. They don't even speak about it, they understand one another. They know that in one way or another they will one day have to shoulder their rifles and give battle to the bourgeoisie. How? When? Following what event? Who knows? But that day will come. It is not far away. A few more years of effort, and the idea of the general strike will have gone round the world. It will have penetrated everywhere, found supporters everywhere, enthusiasts, and then, helped by some event or other, we shall see. And CAIRA. 283 it will come, and they will dance to bring in a new world. Our enemies believe that they have buried all these dreams so well. Even our friends wonder whether in fact the burial has not been successful. Yet see how the idea, still the same, the one which made our hearts beat 30 years ago, is reappearing, as alive, as young, as fine as ever, expropriation as an end, and the general strike as a means of paralysing the bourgeois world in all countries at once. But then is this the social revolution, coming now from the very inspiration of the people, from the lower depths, where all the great ideas have always germinated when a new idea became necessary to regenerate the world? Yes, this is the social revolution. Get ready to make it succeed, to bear all its fruit, to sow all these great ideas which make your heart beat and which make the world go round. May 1904. Insurrections and Revolution. Translation by Paul Sharkey. In this article, which appeared in Le Temps Nouveau, August 6, 1910, Kropotkin stresses the need for local revolts as part of a revolution. He is clear that revolutions are not overnight events but rather a revolutionary process which can take years to blossom from their initial stirrings. If the revolution is ever to be feasible, local insurrections are called for. Indeed, huge numbers of them. Towns and agricultural regions must also have a tradition of insurrections. Even when a revolution is underway, as was the case in Russia in 1905, the series of insurrections in the towns and above all peasant uprisings must continue the latter across great swathes of territory so that the revolution has time to grow and the reaction is prevented from marshalling its forces. The whole of history is there for proof. And if the careerist leaders of the proletarian movement today, be they intellectuals or workers, preach the opposite, it is because they want no truck with revolution at all. They fear it. The people taken to the streets frightens them and they despise it, every bit as much as the bourgeois back in 1789 despised the pikemen, the sans-culottes. Well, in the absence of such insurrections, of a whole chain of insurrections, revolution might never be within the bounds of possibility. Which is understandable. For revolution to come to pass, discontent and the yearning to have done with oppression have to grow and spread to large segments of the masses, the only ones from whom revolutionary action emanates. And once that discontent and that yearning are in place, local disturbances become inevitable. Nothing can stop them. And let us not listen to talk of their being futile. That is a lie. Have there ever been futile insurrections? Isn't the recent uprising in Barcelona yet further proof to be added to the 1,000 others already provided by history? 284. Didn't it take the transformation of the people's hatred of priestly rule into acts of violence, the burning of monasteries, and the entire intelligentsia of Europe bristling with outrage at Francisco Ferrer's cowardly murderers before the first few and very timid steps were made in Spain towards liberation from Rome's yoke? When bourgeois and labor politicians denounce popular insurrections under another pretext, that they are mindless inconscient, let us be clear about this once and for all, it is because they find nothing so repugnant as the people armed and in the streets. Monarchies and their comical coronation rites, the ignorance perpetuated by the clergy and the exploitation upheld by the capitalist, the famine in the countryside, the shootings, the mass hangings, the rampages of the White Terror, the politicians have no problem stomaching any of that. We need cast our minds no further back than the White Terror in France during the Bourbon Restoration, the Blue Terror in the wake of 1848 and 1871, and the Black Terror in Russia since 1907. They were able to stomach all of that wonderfully well, because there is something they hate much more than all the furies of the reaction, namely, the woolen cap and pike of 1789, the proletarian's red flag, the sickle strapped by the peasant to the end of a stick as a makeshift pike, or, worse still, the expropriations carried out in orderly and systematic fashion, almost like some religious act, by the Russian peasants' communes in 1904. It is with the intention of imparting their hatred of popular unrest to revolutionaries emerging from the workers' ranks that they are now whispering these Jesuitical, these treacherous words into their ears, give a wide berth to mindless disturbances, movements inconscient. They are now trying to emasculate the revolutionary proletarians of the Latin countries by using that watchword, which has done such a fine job of bringing the German workers to heel. And who has done more to spread among the workers a clear, thought out, concrete conscience of the communist anarchist goal that needs to be posed ahead of the coming revolution than we anarchists have? Who, ever since Bakunin, has worked harder than the anarchist faction of the International to awaken in the working class not just an intelligent conscience intelligent of the goal to be achieved, but also a knowledge of the historical, economic, moral, and other factors making that goal desirable and attainable? And who has been more insistent than us that the bourgeoisie is always going to have the upper hand until such time as the workers are sure of what they want to obtain from the coming revolution? But precisely because we are well aware of our purpose and know that it cannot be achieved in a single day, we speak out against Jesuitical misuse of the word mindless inconscient as applied to insurrections. Precisely because we know that an uprising may well topple and change a government in one day, whereas a revolution, if it is to achieve a tangible outcome, a serious, lasting change in the distribution of economic forces, takes 3 or 4 years of revolutionary upheaval. For that very reason, we say to the workers, the first uprisings of a revolution cannot be mounted with the notion of carrying out the wide-ranging and far-reaching changes that only a revolution can effect, once it has had time to ripen. The initial disturbances can have no purpose other than to weaken the machinery of government, to stop it, to damage it, and render it powerless, thereby creating an opening for subsequent developments in the upheaval. Take the Paris Commune of 1871. Eugene Varlin was perfectly right to charge for the Hôtel de Ville town hall together with his battalion comrades at the first whisper of the March 18 insurrection. Was he supposed to have waited, as ordered by Engels and Marx from London, for the rising to proclaim its communist principles? The revolutionaries of Paris were perfectly right to throw themselves into that rising, even though many of those with rifles slung over their shoulders certainly had no idea of the communistic turn that the communalist republican rising might subsequently take, a rising upon which they had embarked in order to ensure the independence of Paris, but which might well have run deeper, had it lasted. They understood that, in accordance with the revolutionary propaganda that they had been mounting against the established regime, they had a duty to throw themselves into an insurrectionary movement against that system. The people had taken to the streets, having risen up against the very same Thiers, Ferry, and the whole gang of opportunistic bourgeois whom they had so often attacked before. Was it not their duty to stand with the people and to embark with them upon the task of demolition? Where they went wrong was that they too were not communist enough to push forward the economic reconstruction of society. And then they let themselves be hoisted into the commune's government. It was not, as has so often been claimed in our ranks, in allowing the setting up of a commune government. It was beyond their capability to prevent that, given the authoritarian bent in the minds of the day. Their offense was that they let themselves be hoisted into power, let themselves be locked into a government alongside the likes of Félix Piat 285 and all the bourgeois who were hostile toward a people's economic revolution. Their duty was to remain on the streets, in their own districts, with the people as propagandists and organizers of the de facto equality that they all craved, joining in with the people as they looked to their food and their livelihoods and the city's defenses, living alongside the poor, getting impassioned about their everyday issues, their interests, and rebuilding, in the sections, the life of society with them, against the commune's government, obviously, which represented the Jacobin, Robespierrist, anti-communist bourgeoisie. There is every chance, every likelihood, indeed, that 1/3 of France being overrun by the Germans, the Commune's rebellion, launched in the immediate aftermath of a disastrous war, might have been defeated all the same. That was the danger, the inescapable fate, one might say, of every revolutionary upheaval that erupts after a luckless war, a danger that would not have arisen had revolutionaries made it their business, from 1869 onwards, to push forward a movement against the empire, which was already falling apart. However, despite being defeated, the Commune might at least have bequeathed to posterity the notion of a communist revolution in addition to a communalist or cantonalist revolution. In any case, were we to wait for the revolution to display an openly communist or indeed collectivist character right from its initial insurrections, that would be tantamount to throwing the idea of revolution overboard once and for all. For that to be a possibility, it would require that a large majority be already in agreement upon effecting a communist change, which is generally not the case, since it is primarily the turns taken by a revolution that can draw the masses over to communism, just as they did in 1793. 286. This is what our bourgeois and worker careerists are afraid of. They understand that a popular revolution, were it to last, would bring the people over to communism. They know that the initial popular insurrections would rattle the government. But then that would bring the people, undisciplined proletarians, onto the streets, and these would soon be demanding de facto equality. And, were that period of anarchy to last, communist ideas would, of necessity, become more sharply defined and would embed themselves during the upheaval as lessons taught by actual experience. And that is precisely what they do not want. Minor adjustments to the present exploitation, a few concessions granted here and there by the exploiters, that is all they require. Later, we shall see, they say. They have time to wait and see. Oh no. Even should it fall to revolutionaries to perish in the initial popular uprisings, they have a duty not to stand aloof from them. If they cherish the purpose that their intellect and expertise have devised, they will be among the people, with the peasant insurgents in the countryside and with the proletarians in the towns. Only after having shaken the government and the state to their deepest foundations will anarchist communist ideas make their way into the masses and crystallize there. So once the first obstacles erected by organized force have been swept aside, only then will life come along and raise the major issues of economic equality and suggest how these might be resolved. Only then will minds emboldened by events be able to commit themselves bravely to the destruction of old forms and to the construction of new forms of social life. Only then will the revolution that will embody our aspirations and live up to our wishes be able to blossom. So let us miss no opportunity to volunteer our services to the people in its uprisings, so as to pave the way for that revolution. Let us help them to take their first few steps. And away with the hypnotizers. Leyendermers 287. Preface to How We Shall Bring About the Revolution. This is the preface to the 1913 English translation of the book Comment nous ferons la Révolution, 1909, a utopia written by two French revolutionary syndicalists, Émile Pataudit and Émile Poget. Kropotkin sketches his ideas on social revolution, including the need for mass participation and defense of the revolution, and indicates his differences with pure syndicalism. It is often said that plans ought not to be drawn up for a future society. All such plans, we are told, are of the nature of romances, and they have the disadvantage that someday they may hamper the creative force of a people in revolution. There may be some truth in this. Doubtless a certain number of reasoning theorists were influenced in this way by Etienne Cabet's Voyage en Icarie. 288. But all sociological works that have made any deep impression have done this. On the other hand, it is necessary to have a clear idea of the actual concrete results that our communist, collectivist, or other aspirations might have on society. For this purpose we must picture to ourselves these various institutions at work. Where do we want to get to by means of the revolution? We need to know this. There must therefore be books which will enable the mass of the people to form for themselves a more or less exact idea of what it is that they desire to see realized in a near future. It has always happened that a concrete idea precedes its realization. For instance, would the modern progress in aviation have been made if during the last 50 years a certain number of French physicists and engineers had not placed before themselves in a concrete fashion this romance, if you will, the conquest of the air by a machine heavier than air? It is only necessary to accustom oneself never to attach more importance to a book, to a treatise of any kind, than such a book or treatise, however good it may be, has in reality. A book is not a gospel to be taken in its entirety or to be left alone. It is a suggestion, a proposal, nothing more. It is for us to reflect, to see what it contains that is good, and to reject whatever we find erroneous in it. With this reservation then, we need side by side with statements that tell us what past revolutions have gained, sketches that will show in their main lines what the coming revolution proposes to realize. And when people who plume themselves on being practical, because they are nothing of the kind, since they work to put a drag on progress, say to us, all these sorts of things are romances, utopias, we have only to ask them whether they too have not their utopias. In truth, all of them, whoever they may be, have their own, a utopia opposed to progress. Napoleon I had his, that of a political and military world empire. The general of the Jesuits has his utopia, of an empire based on superstition and religious submission. The good bourgeois sighs for a strong government, protecting, as the song says, ceux qui mettent d'accuse auxiliary zeros the cheaters. 289. Bryant has his utopia, Milrand has his, Lapini himself has one, that of knocking people on the head for the benefit of the bourgeois. 290. This means that it is impossible, in fact, for a man to influence in any way the development of his epoch without having a more or less definite idea of what he wishes to see developing in society. Only, it is necessary, when reading a social utopia, never to forget that the author does not offer us anything unchangeable, anything decreed in advance, like those plans of campaign drawn up by the German general staffs during the wars of 1793 to 1809, which were always upset by the spirit of the peoples, who were sympathetic to the sans-culottes. The general idea of the revolution, as Proudhon said, that is what is needed, and not revolutionary recipes. Now it is this general idea that Pataudit and Poget seek to develop in their book. It is evident, when a book of this kind is written, that the author is obliged to give some precise details of events. But these details the reader will readily perceive are only given in order to materialize the ideas, to avoid floating about in vague abstractions. Whether the encounter between the rebels of a near future and the defenders of a past which is dying takes place in front of the statue by Dalu, or elsewhere, whether the first encounter decides the victory or not matters little. 291. That which does matter is, that we should try to gain a clear idea of the general tendency to be impressed on the revolution. Will it be bourgeois individualism and the exploitation of man by man, only mitigated by a few laws? Will it be state socialism that we shall seek to establish? Will it be bureaucratic centralization, in the state, in the commune, in the Confederation du Travail and in the trade unions, that we shall establish by our votes, or will it be independence and the free federation of groups of producers and consumers, formed through affinities of trade or of needs? Will it be centralization, the hierarchical scale of governments, or will it be the definite abolition of the government of man by man that we shall exert ourselves to realize? These are the questions that the book of Pataudet and Poget places before us, and which it invites us to discuss no longer in an abstract way, but in a concrete way, by starting from facts themselves, from the actual needs of society. Without doubt, life is infinitely more complicated than anything that can be foreseen. It contains more of the unexpected than any romance. We have just seen this during the last attempt at revolution in Russia, but the general aspect of the coming society is already taking shape. What is germinating can already be seen, it is only necessary to observe it. The whole force of the desire for equality, for justice, for independence, for free association, which is manifesting itself in society, can already be felt. And these social data enable us to foresee with sufficient accuracy where we are going, provided we study what is really happening, instead of discussing about what this or that one would like to believe is happening. It was guided by these ideas that I endeavored, some 30 years ago, to sketch a communal utopia in the conquest of bread. Pataudet and Poget write today a syndicalist utopia. They show us how the trade unions, groups formed for combat against capital, could transform themselves, in a time of revolution, into groups for production, how they could work, each within its own proper sphere, at the reorganization of production and the social distribution of its products, without waiting for orders coming from above. They tell, in a very attractive way, how the groups, industrial, communal, and cooperative, could undertake the functions which up to the present have been appropriated by the state. 292 How the trade unions could draw up the necessary statistics and communicate them to one another, without waiting for the intervention of the officialism of statistical committees, how they could make expropriation a reality, and so on. True, it is not anarchism that they picture for us. But the organization of which they tell has already the advantage of being no longer based on a hierarchy of officials, as has been advocated up to the present by state socialists. In this book of Pataudets and Pogets can be felt, on the contrary, the life-giving breath of anarchism in their conceptions of the future, especially in the pages devoted to production and exchange. And what they say on this subject should be seriously considered by every worker who loves freedom, justice, and equality, as well as by everyone anxious to avoid the sanguinary struggles of a coming revolution. It is probable that Pataudet and Poget still pay too heavy a tribute to the past. That is inevitable in works of this kind. Their trade union congress, which discusses if the children, the sick, and the aged are to be made a charge on the community, concerns itself, in our opinion, with questions that will be settled on the spot, and when they decide that no union, no social service, shall be able to separate itself from the community, they decide a question that the local life, alone, is in a position to solve. As to the Confederal Committee, it borrows a great deal too much from the government that it has just overthrown. Well, these great questions are precisely matters for discussion. The authors have stated them for us, they have called our attention to a tendency, it is for us to reflect about it before the revolution calls upon us to act, and whoever is inspired by the spirit of this book of Patodids and Pogits, will already be in a position to decide about these questions with a certain independence of judgment. Very probably, they will decide that centralization is useless, ere it will at once be able to suggest means for avoiding it. In this book, what also commends itself to the attention of the reader is the spirit, which runs through the whole book, of tolerance for diverse tendencies, different from those of the authors, a spirit of tolerance and of good nature, quite characteristic of the mental state of the French working class population, which contrasts so strongly with the love of regulation, of general laws, which still remains so ingrained in those nations which have not had the revolutionary experience of the French nation. The tendency to conciliation is also seen in a new idea of the authors, who propose to combine communism for all objects of first necessity, with a book of labor notes, delivered to each member of society, for articles of luxury. This idea, which recalls Bellamy's idea in Looking Backwards, is well worth discussion. Finally, the same toleration is also found in their other proposal for expropriation and exploitation of the large landed estates by unions of agricultural workers on one side, and on the other side, the maintenance of the small and medium-sized farms, which would continue to be worked by their actual occupiers. Faithful to this principle of toleration, the authors attach also, and with much reason, a fundamental importance to the propaganda by example instead of placing their hope in the vote, the law and the guillotine for the obstinate. One would have liked, however, to have seen them apply this principle more widely to the prison population. One stroke of boldness, like Pinel's, after having served as an example somewhere, will one day remove all doubts from this subject. The sole reproach that I shall allow myself to address to the authors, an observation rather than a reproach, is that they have considerably attenuated the resistance that the social revolution will probably meet with on its way. The check of the attempt at revolution in Russia in 1905 has shown us all the danger that may follow from an illusion of this kind. Certainly, there will be no need to dread this resistance, if between now and then the revolutionary spirit, the courage to demolish institutions, spreads in the country districts, at the same time as the spirit of revolt. Then the success of the revolution will be assured. Unfortunately, one cannot be sure that it will be so. How many excellent rebels do we not know ourselves, endowed with a personal courage that could be relied upon in all cases, and yet lacking the courage of the revolutionary spirit? It is to be feared this is the case with whole regions. And it is there above all that it is necessary to direct the efforts of all those who, like the authors of this book, conceive the revolution, not as a reign of terror and a cutting off of human heads, but as a cutting down of the state and capitalist forest. For a parliamentary party, which expects success from artificial electoral majorities, and for Jacobins who still count on the terror inspired by punitive expeditions, backward regions may be a negligible quantity. These forget, or rather they have never known, what bleeding wounds the Midi and the Vendée were in 1793. 293. But for us who know that either the people will make the revolution, or the revolution will never be made, the intellectual conquest of future Vendées presents itself as an imperious duty. And if we give ourselves to this work, we shall soon find in what direction socialist ideas, as they have been preached up to now, remain incomplete. We shall easily discover what represents the still unconscious ideal for these districts, and we shall know then what must be done to gain the whole of agricultural France for the revolution. This book of Patodids and Pogits makes us think about all these things, and that is why it should be spread abroad everywhere, read everywhere, discussed everywhere. The better we understand what we want, and the fewer the obstacles the revolution meets with on its way, the fewer struggles it will have to sustain, and the fewer victims it will cost. February 27, 1911. Peter Kropotkin. Anarchist Action in the Revolution. Translation by Paul Sharkey. This pamphlet was published in May 1914 and contained the final articles of a series which originally appeared in Le Revolt in 1891. These appeared in the British newspaper The Commonwealth in 1892 before being published as a pamphlet. Kropotkin prefaced the 1914 pamphlet with this hope: "We are living in the approach to great events. Which is why the workers and all who have the success of the coming revolution at heart would do well to ponder the ideas set out in these pages and, should they endorse them, seek to implement them in life. Slaughtering the bourgeois so as to ensure that the revolution succeeds is a nonsensical dream. Their very numbers counsel against it, for besides the millions of bourgeois who would have to go, according to the hypothesis of the modern Fouquier Tinville's 294, there would still be millions of semi-bourgeois workers left who would have to follow them. Actually, the latter ask nothing better than to have their turn at becoming bourgeois, and they would make haste to do just that if the existence of the bourgeoisie is struck only in its results and not in its causes. As for organized and legalized terror, in actual fact, it serves only to forge chains for the people. It murders the individual initiative, which is the very soul of revolutions. It perpetuates the notion of a strong, commanding government. It lays the groundwork for the dictatorship of whoever will grab control of the revolutionary tribunal and craftily and judiciously manipulate it in the interests of his party. Being the weapon of those who govern, the terror is of service primarily to the leaders of the governing classes. It prepares the ground so that the least scrupulous among them comes to power. The terror of Robespierre led on perforce to that of Talleyrand 295, and the latter to Bonaparte's dictatorship. Robespierre hatched Bonaparte. To defeat the bourgeoisie it will require something quite different from the source of its present power, elements other than those that it has learned so well how to handle. Which is why we must first look to the source of its strength and counter that strength with a different, superior force. In fact, what is it that has allowed the bourgeois to sideline every revolution since the 15th century and to harness it to the purposes of enslavement and increase their domination on foundations rather more solid than respect for religious superstition or the birthright of the aristocracy? It is the state. The ongoing growth and expansion of the functions of the state, rooted in foundations a lot sturdier than religion or rights of inheritance, the law. And as long as the state endures, as long as the law remains a sacred thing in the eyes of people, as long as the revolutions yet to come strive to maintain and expand the functions of the state and of the law, the bourgeois can rest assured that they will cling to power and lord it over the masses. Legists establishing the all-powerful state, there lie the origins of the bourgeoisie, and it is still the all-powerful state that constitutes the strength of the bourgeoisie today. Through the law and the state have the bourgeois seized capital and established their authority. By means of law and the state do they uphold it? And it is by means of law and state that they promise still to remedy the woes eating away at society. In fact, as long as all the affairs of the country are entrusted to a few, and as long as those affairs display the inextricable complexity they do today, the bourgeois can sleep easy. They are the ones who, picking up on the Roman tradition of the all-knowing state, have devised, elaborated and established that mechanism. They are the ones who were its stalwarts down through modern history. They study it in their universities, they uphold it in their courts, they teach it in the schools, they propagate and inculcate it through their press. Their minds are so fashioned in the state tradition that they never stray from it, even in their dreams of the future. Their utopias bear its imprint. They cannot come up with a single idea about the structures of society that strays outside the principles of the Roman state. If they stumble upon institutions devised outside of those notions, whether it be in the lives of French peasants or elsewhere, they tear them down rather than recognize their rationale. In this way the Jacobins carried on with the task of destroying popular institutions in France, a task begun by Turgot. 296 They did away with the primary assemblies in the village. 297 The mayor that was still extant, finding it too unruly and insufficiently orderly. The Jacobins carried on with their work. They did away with family communities that had dodged the axe of Roman law. They delivered the coup de grâce to communal ownership of the land. They passed draconian laws against the Vendeans by the thousands rather than take the trouble to understand their popular institutions. And, stumbling upon the Commune and the tribal federation among the Kabyles. 298 The modern-day Jacobins preferred to massacre these institutions by means of their courts rather than amend their own Roman notions of property and hierarchy. The English bourgeois did likewise in the Indies. So, since the day when the great French Revolution of the last century in its turn embraced the Roman doctrines of the all-powerful state, as sentimentaliste by Rousseau and tagged by him with the label of Roman Catholic equality and fraternity, since the day when it made property and elective government the basis of social organization it has fallen to the grandsons of the 17th century legists, to the bourgeois, to organize and govern France in accordance with those principles. The people now had nothing further to do with it, as their creative powers ran in a quite different direction. 2. If, by some mischance, come the next revolution, the people yet again fails to understand that its historical mission is to smash the state conjured up by the Justinian Code and papal edicts, if it should let itself be dazzled yet again by the Roman legal notions of the state and property, towards which the authoritarian socialists are duly beavering away, then it will be forced yet again to surrender the business of establishing such an organization to those who are its real historical representatives, the bourgeois. If it fails to grasp that the real raison d'etre of a popular revolution is the demolition of the state, which is necessarily hierarchical, looking instead to free agreement between individuals and groups, to free, temporary federation, with a specific purpose in mind each time, if it fails to understand that it must abolish property and the right to acquire property and do away with government by elected officials who are a substitute for the free consent of all, if the people abjures the traditions of freedom of the individual, voluntary association and consent freely given becoming the basic rules of conduct, traditions that have made up the very essence of all preceding popular upheavals and all of the institutions of popular creativity, if it walks away from these traditions and reverts to those of Roman Catholic Rome, then it will have nothing to do in the revolution, it will have to leave everything up to the bourgeoisie and content itself with suing for a few concessions. The statist conception is utterly alien to the people. Fortunately, they have no grasp of it and have no use for it. They are still the people, still imbued with notions of what is known as common law, notions founded upon the ideas of mutual fairness between individuals, whilst the law of states is founded upon metaphysical conceptions, fictions, or interpretations of words devised in Rome and Byzantium, during a time of decomposition, as justification for the exploitation of the people and the suppression of their rights. Time and again the people has tried to get back into the state, to seize and harness it. It has never succeeded. And it has always ended up abandoning this machinery of hierarchy and laws to someone else, to the sovereign, after the 16th century revolutions, to the bourgeois, after the 17th century revolution in England and the 18th century revolution in France. The bourgeoisie, on the other hand, has identified itself entirely with the law of states. Therein lies its strength. The place from which it draws that single-mindedness that always strikes us. Indeed, a fairy may well despise a Clemenceau, a Floquet, a Freycinet, a fairy may ponder the strokes they mean to pull in order to wrest the presidency from a Grevy or a Carnot 299. The Pope and his clergy may hate all three and cut the ground from under them. The Boulangist may well have some hatred to spare for the clergy and the Pope, for Fairy and for Clemenceau. All of this can be and is done. But there is something higher than such enmities that binds them all together, from the flirt on the boulevards to the unctuous Carnot, from the minister down to the lowliest teacher in a secular or religious school. The cult of authority. They are unable to conceive of society without a strong, commanding government. Without centralization, without a hierarchy radiating from Paris or from Berlin and reaching to lowliest gamekeeper and making the lowliest hamlet dance to the tune of the capital, they see naught but atomization. Without a code, the shared creation of the conventions Montagnard's 300 and the empire's princes, they see naught but murder, arson and cutthroats on the streets. Without property underpinned by the code, they see naught but deserted fields and towns in ruins. Without an army brutish to the extent of blindly obeying its leaders, they see the country left wide open to the invader, and without judges swathed in as much respect as the Corpus Dei was in the Middle Ages, they foresee naught but a war of each against all. The minister and the gamekeeper, the Pope and the teacher are absolutely of one mind on this. And that is where their shared strength comes from. Not that they are unaware that thievery is rampant in the ministries, civilian and military. But they say no matter, this is nothing but a question of staffing. As long as the ministries are in place, the stock exchange and the homeland are in no danger. They know that elections are bought with money, tankards of ale and displays of munificence, and that in the chamber votes are bought in return for posts, concessions, and graft. No matter, the law passed by the people's elected representatives will be deemed sacred by them. It can be evaded and breached if irksome, but make way for inflammatory speeches about its divine character. The Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition may trade insults inside the chamber, but once the verbal jesting is done, they wrap each other in respect. They are both leaders, two necessary functions of the state. And should the prosecutor and the defense counsel trade insults over the head of the accused and berate each other, in flowery language, as liars and rogues, well, once the speechifying is over, they shake hands and congratulate each other on their pulsating rhetoric. This is not hypocrisy, not social grace. From the bottom of his heart the advocate admires the prosecutor and the prosecutor the advocate. Each of them sees in the other something loftier in their personalities, two functions, two representatives of the courts, the government, the state. Their entire education has schooled them in an outlook that allows human feelings to be smothered beneath the formulations of law. The people will never achieve that measure of perfection and would be well advised never even to try. A common adoration, a shared cult unites all bourgeois, all exploiters. The leader of the government and the leader of the lawful opposition, the Pope and the bourgeois atheist, are equally worshippers of the same God, and that God of authority lives even in the deepest recesses of their brains. Which is why they stay united, for all their divisions. The head of state would only part company from the leader of the opposition and the prosecutor from the advocate the day the latter might query the very institution of Parliament, or should the advocate treat the court itself in the manner of a real nihilist, which is to say, denying its right to exist. Then, but only then, they might part company. Meanwhile, they are as one in directing their hate at those undermining the supremacy of the state and destroying respect for authority. No mercy will be shown to those. And if the bourgeois of the whole of Europe vented such hatred upon the toilers of the Paris Commune, it was because they reckoned they were looking at real revolutionaries, ready to toss state, property, and representative government overboard. One can appreciate the strength this shared cult of hierarchical authority bestows upon the bourgeoisie. No matter how rotten 3/4 of its representatives may be, it still has within its ranks a good fourth who cling firmly to the state banner. Warming to their task, committed to their task as much by their legalistic religion as by their craving for power, they strive untiringly to affirm and spread this cult. A whole vast literature, all schools without exception, and the whole of the press are in their service, and in their youth especially, they strive relentlessly to combat all attempts to sully the legalistic, statist outlook. And when the moment of battle arrives, they all, the dodderers as well as the strapping, close ranks around those colors. They know that as long as those colors remain unfurled, their reign will carry on. We can appreciate too how nonsensical it is to want to have the revolution form up under those colors and to try to induce the people, contrary to all its traditions, to embrace that same principle, the principle of domination and exploitation. Authority is their flag, and until such time as the people looks to another one that speaks to its communist, anti-legalitarian and anti-statist, in short, anti-Roman, leanings, it must perforce allow itself to be led and dominated by others. Here above all the revolutionary must show audacity of mind. He must have the audacity to break entirely with the Roman Catholic tradition. He must have the courage to tell himself that the people has to look to its own devices in building social organization upon foundations of real justice, as popular common right conceives of it. 3. There you have it. Abolition of the state is, we say, the task facing the revolutionary, or at any rate the man who has the mental audacity without which revolutions cannot be made. He has all of the traditions of the bourgeoisie ranged against him in this. But on his side he has the entire evolution of humanity, requiring us at this point in history to shrug off a form of association which may, perhaps, have been a necessity on account of the ignorance of a bygone age, but which has now become inimical to all further progress. However, the abolition of the state would be an empty phrase if the forces presently tending to produce poverty were to continue to act. Like the wealth of the mighty, like capital and exploitation, the state grew out of the impoverishment of one segment of society. It has always taken some to sink into poverty in the wake of migration, invasion, pestilence, or famine, for others to grow wealthy and acquire an authority that could thereafter grow by rendering the wherewithal of life increasingly uncertain for the masses. Political domination cannot, therefore, be abolished without abolishing the very causes of impoverishment and of the wretchedness of the masses. And as we have stated lots of times, we can see only one means of achieving this. First, guarantee everyone's survival and, indeed, ease and organizing in such a way as to produce, as a society, everything that may be needed to guarantee that ease. This is more than feasible using current means of production, it is easy. It means embracing the implication of every modern economic advance, that is, thinking about the whole of society as a single whole that produces wealth, albeit that there is no way of determining the individual contribution to production. It means organizing as a communist society not out of consideration for absolute fairness, but because it has become impossible to discern the individual's portion in what is no longer an individual undertaking. As can be seen, the problem confronting the revolutionary in our century is immense. It is no longer simply a matter of abolition, say, of serfdom or of the renunciation of papal supremacy. It is a question of a constructive undertaking, opening up a fresh page in the history of the world, devising a completely new order of things based, no longer on solidarity within the tribe or village community, but upon the solidarity and equality of all. Ventures in limited solidarity, based on bonds of kinship, territorial boundaries, guild or class links, having failed, it falls to us to try to come up with a society founded upon a more all-embracing conception than that which underpinned the societies of the Middle Ages or antiquity. The problem in need of resolution is certainly not as straightforward as it has often been depicted as being. Changing the men in power and everyone returning to his workshop to resume his former line of work, putting labor bonds into circulation and trading them for goods, such simplistic solutions will not do, that would not last, for current output is as wrong-headed in the goals it pursues as in the means it employs. Designed to maintain poverty, it would be ill-equipped to guarantee abundance, and it is for abundance that the masses have been clamoring ever since they woke up to their productive strength, magnified by the advances of modern science and technology. Devised with an eye to keeping the masses in a condition bordering on poverty, with the specter of hunger ever ready to force man to hawk his strength to those who hold the land, the capital, and the power, how could the current mode of organization of production deliver well-being? Devised with an eye to upholding a hierarchy of toilers, designed to exploit the peasant for the benefit of the industrial worker, the miner for the benefit of mechanic, the artisan for the benefit of the artist, and so on. For as long as civilized countries carry on exploiting countries more backward in terms of civilization, how could agriculture and industry, such as they are today, guarantee equality? The entire character of farming, industry, and work needs to undergo a complete change, once society comes around again to the idea that the land, the machine, and the factory should be the dominion of labor, with a view to ensuring well-being to all. Before heading back to the workshop after the revolution, like the creators of the authoritarian socialist utopias tell us, we will still have to find out if such and such a workshop, such and such a factory churning out the polished instruments of enlightenment or brutalization serves any purpose, whether the field should be parceled out or not, whether cultivation should proceed as it did among the barbarians 1500 years back, or be conducted in such a way as to turn out the largest possible number of items of necessity to man? There is a whole period of transformations to be got through. Revolution needs to be brought to factory and field, to cottage and to city housing, to work tools as much as to the mighty machinery of the larger works, the Farmers' Association, the associations of manufacturing workers, as well as to the economic relations between all who labor, to exchange and trade, which are also in need of socialization, and to consumption and production. Besides, everybody has to live through this period of transformation, and everyone must feel themselves better off than in the past. When the denizens of the 12th century commune set about laying the foundations of a new society in breakaway cities freed from seigneurial rule, they began by concluding a solidarity pact between all the inhabitants. The mutinous communes pledged to support one another, they entered into what was termed intercommunal pledges. The social revolution is going to have to start from just such a pact. An agreement to live together, not a suicide pact, a pledge of unity and not of mutual extermination. A pact of solidarity whereby the entire inheritance from the past is to be regarded as a shared asset, a pact to share in accordance with the principle of equity anything that might be a help through the crisis, food and munitions, accommodation and pent-up strength, tools and machinery, knowledge and ability, a solidarity pact governing the consumption of goods as well as the use of the means of production. Fortified by their pledges, the 12th century bourgeois, as the fight against the Lord began, to survive during this struggle and to finish it, set about organizing their guilds and trade societies, thereby successfully affording the citizenry a measure of well-being. Likewise, fortified by a solidarity pact that will bind the whole of society so that it can survive moments of joy or difficulty and share gain and defeat alike, the revolution will then be able to embark with full confidence upon the immense task it will be facing, of reorganizing production. But it will have to conclude just such a pact, if it wishes to live. And in its new work, which is going to have to be constructive work, the popular masses are going to have to rely primarily upon their own forces, their own initiative and organizing genius, their ability to blaze new trails, because all the education of the bourgeoisie has been in the exact opposite direction. The problem is immense. But the people is not about to unearth the strength needed to resolve it by trying to minimize it in advance. It is, rather, by considering it in all its grandeur and drawing inspiration from the very difficulty of the situation that it will come up with the necessary inspiration to win. Is it not necessary therefore that the revolutionary be fully aware of the task facing him, and not shut his eyes to the difficulties, and know how to look them right in the face? It was with their pledge against all masters a pledge to ensure that everybody enjoyed freedom and that all would be afforded a degree of well-being that the rebel citizenry of the 12th century began. And the social revolution is also going to have to start from the pledge to ensure that everybody gets bread and freedom. Let everyone know, without exception, that although revolution may be upon him, its first thought is always going to be for the provision of bread, lodgings, and clothing for the inhabitants of the city or territory, and the revolution will draw the strength that earlier revolutions lacked from the simple phenomenon of general solidarity. But for that to happen, it will have to forswear the aberrations of the old bourgeois political economy. It must dispense once and for all with waged labor under any possible guise and look upon society as one whole, organized for the purpose of producing the greatest possible well-being at the least cost in terms of human effort. It must get used to thinking of personal remuneration for services rendered as an impossibility, as a failed past experiment and as an encumbrance upon the future, if it were to survive. And not just in principle but in even the least application, it must dispense with the authority principle, with the concentration of functions that is the very essence to society today. Such being the problem, it would be very sad if revolutionary toilers were to delude themselves as to its simplicity, or for them not to be on the lookout even now for the means by which they intend to resolve it. 4. The bourgeoisie is a force to be reckoned with, not just because it possesses wealth, but primarily because it has availed of the leisure afforded to it by wealth in order to train in the arts of government and devise a science that provides a justification for domination. It knows what it wants, it knows that is required if its ideal society is to survive, and until such time as the worker also wakes up to what is required and how to go about things, he is fated to remain enslaved to the possessor of that knowledge. It would certainly be a nonsense to try to dream up in one's imagination the sort of society that must emerge at the far side of the revolution. It would be really Byzantine practice to squabble beforehand about the means of providing for such and such a requirement of the society of the future, or about how such and such a detail of public life is to be organized. Novels that we write set in the future are designed merely to refine our aspirations and demonstrate the feasibility of a masterless society, which is to say, the practicability of the ideal, without foundering on insurmountable problems. A novel is just a novel. But there are still certain broad outlines upon which we need to have agreement if we are build anything at all. The bourgeois of 1789 were perfectly well aware that it would be pointless debating the minutiae of the parliamentary government of their dreams, but they saw eye to eye on two essential points: they wanted a strong government, and that government needed to be representative. More than that, it had to be centralist, its agencies in the provinces being a hierarchy of functionaries as well as a whole series of mini-governments in elected town councils. But it also had to be made up of two separate branches, the legislature and the executive. What they called justice had to be independent of the executive power and, to some extent, of the legislature. On these two core points of the economic question they were of one mind. In their ideal society, private property was not to be open to discussion, and so-called contractual freedom was to be proclaimed as the underlying organizational principle. What is more, the best of them believed, in fact, that that principle actually was going to regenerate society and become a source of wealth for everybody. Being as flexible about the details as they were unshakable on these essential matters, they were able, within a year or two, to completely reorganize France in accordance with their ideal and endow her with a civil code, which was later usurped by Napoleon, a code later copied by the bourgeoisies of Europe as soon as they ascended to power. They worked at this with a wondrous unanimity. And whilst ferocious contests erupted later in the convention, that was because the people, seeing its hopes deceived, came along with fresh demands that its leaders could not even fathom, or which a few among them strove in vain to reconcile with the bourgeois revolution. The bourgeois knew what they wanted, they had given it a lot of thought. Over many long years they had cherished an ideal of government, and when the people rose up, they harnessed it to the attainment of their ideal, granting it a few minor concessions on certain matters, such as the abolition of feudal rights or equality before the law. 301. Without getting bogged down in the minutiae, the bourgeois had, well in advance of the revolution, mapped out the broad lines of the future. Can we say as much of the workers? Regrettably not. Throughout modern socialism, and above all in its moderate faction, we detect a pronounced tendency not to delve too deeply into the principles of the society they would like to see triumph by means of the revolution. This is understandable. For moderates, the very mention of revolution would tarnish their reputation, and they have an inkling that if they were to outline a mere schedule of reforms to the workers, they would lose their most fervent backers. So they choose instead to sneer at those who talk of the society of the future or try to be specific about the handiwork of revolution. We can sort that out later, we'll just pick the best people, and they will arrange everything for the best. This is their response. As for the anarchists, the fear of appearing to be split over matters relating to the society of the future and of hampering the revolutionary spirit serves the same function. When among workers, they prefer to postpone these discussions, which are, incorrectly, of course, labeled theoretical, forgetting that within perhaps a few years they will be called upon to offer an opinion on all matters relating to the organization of society, from the operation of bread ovens to that of schools or territorial defense, and that we will not even have the models of the English Revolution from which the Girondins of the last, i.e., the 18th century could draw. In revolutionary circles there is too much of a tendency to look upon the revolution as one great festival in the course of which everything will sort itself out for the best. But in actual fact, on the day that the old institutions come tumbling down, on the day when that immense machine which more or less caters for the everyday needs of the greater number grinds to a stop, the people itself is going to have to take charge of reorganizing the derailed machine. The likes of Lamartine and Ledru-Rollin spent 24 hours scribbling away, just drafting decrees modelled on old Republican clichés long since committed to memory. 302. But what did those decrees say? They merely rehearsed the resounding phrases that had been trotted out at Republican meetings and clubs for years past, and those decrees had not the slightest impact on the essential day-to-day existence of the country. Since the 1848 provisional government did not lay a finger on property, wages, or exploitation, it was able to restrict itself to more or less bombastic pronouncements, issuing orders and, in short, to getting on with the day-to-day business of the offices of the state. Nothing was to change except the verbiage. Yet that task alone absorbed all the energies of the newcomers. We revolutionaries, who recognize that the people has to eat and to feed its children above all else, will be faced with a rather more difficult task: is there enough flour? Will the bakers stand by their ovens? And how are we to ensure that deliveries of beef and vegetables do not peter out? Is there housing enough to go round? Is there a clothing shortage? And so on. That will be our preoccupation. But all of that is going to require tremendous, ferocious, yes, that's the word, effort on the part of those who have the revolution's success at heart. Some suffer from a fever that lasts 8 days or 6 weeks, one former member of the convention notes in his diary, but we have had it for 4 uninterrupted years. And it is while suffering from that fever, surrounded by all sorts of hostility and all manner of setbacks, for such there will be, that the revolutionary will have to work. He will have to act. But how is he to act if he does not have a long familiarity with some guiding idea and the broad outlines of the organization that he claims provide an answer to the needs of the people, to its vague yearnings and its undetermined wishes? And yet still they dare argue that there will be no need for all that, that everything is going to sort itself out. The bourgeois, being more intelligent than that, are even now exploring ways of countering the revolution, throwing it off track and steering it down a path where its failure will be inevitable. They investigate not merely ways of crushing the risen people by force of arms in the countryside, using small armored trains and machine guns, and in the cities, here the general staff have studied the details to perfection. They are also looking into ways of countering the revolution by offering it imaginary concessions in order to lure it down paths where it is sure to become mired in the filth of self-seeking and petty-minded personal bickering. Yes, the revolution will be a festival, if it strives for the liberation of all. For that liberation to take place, however, the revolutionary is going to have to deploy a mental audacity, an active energy, a sure-footed judgment and a commitment to effort that the people have rarely displayed in previous revolutions, but inklings of which were already showing through during the dying days of the Paris Commune and in the early days of certain strikes over the past 20 years. V. But where is such mental audacity and such vigor invested in the task of organization to come from when the people possesses none of it? We will be asked, do you not yourselves accept that whilst the people might not be found wanting in terms of powers of attack, it has all too often been short of mental audacity and commitment to reconstruction? We readily admit that. But let us not overlook either the part that falls to men of initiative in popular upheavals. And, to round off our essay, we shall now say something about such initiative. Initiative, the unfettered initiative of the individual and the universal opportunity to bring this force to bear during popular upheavals, is what has always accounted for revolution's irresistible might. Historians have little or nothing to say about it. But it is upon this force that we are relying for the undertaking and accomplishment of the immense task facing the social revolution. If the revolutions of the past achieved something, it was solely thanks to men and women with initiative, to the unknowns who emerged from the crowd and who did not shrink from taking on the responsibility before their brothers and before posterity, for actions that the faint hearts deemed insanely daring. The broad masses have difficulty deciding to embark on anything in the absence of past precedent. The proof of that surrounds us daily. If routine holds us in its clutches at every step, it is because of a dearth of men of initiative ready to break with past tradition and take a leap in the dark. But if an idea takes root in the minds of people, an idea as yet vague and confused and incapable of translating itself into actions, and then some men of initiative arrive on the scene and set to work, they immediately have a following as long as their endeavors resonate with vague aspirations. And then even when they step back, broken down by fatigue, the work begun will be carried on by thousands of torch-bearers whose very existence defied imagining. There lies the history of the whole of humanity, a story there for anyone to confirm with his own eyes and his own experience. Only those who have sought to swim against the wishes and needs of humanity have found themselves damned and deserted by their contemporaries. Unfortunately, men of initiative are rare in everyday life. But they spring up in times of revolution and, strictly speaking, it is they that are responsible for the more enduring handiwork of revolutions. They represent our hope and confidence in the upcoming revolution. Only let them have the true and, thus, generous conception of the future, let them have audacity of thought, not a stubborn fixation on reviving a past that is fated to perish, let them be inspired by a sublime ideal and they will be followed. Never, at any point in its existence, has humanity more sorely felt the need for a great inspiration than these times in which we are living, having come through a century of bourgeois rottenness. But if they are to emerge, the groundwork has to be laid. New ideas are needed, ideas that will signal a fresh departure in the history of civilization need to be sketched out prior to the revolution, they need to be widely spread among the masses so that there they may be subjected to the critique of practical minds and, to some extent, to trial and error. The ideas that germinate in advance of the revolution need to be sufficiently widespread for a given number of minds to feel accustomed to them. These terms, anarchy, abolition of the state, agreements freely entered into between workers' groups and communes, the communist commune need to become common parlance familiar enough for intelligent minorities to try to explore them. So the Chaliers, the Jacqueroux, the D'Oliviers of the coming revolution will be understood by the masses who, once over their initial surprise, will see these words as articulating their own aspirations. 303. But what of the envy among the oppressed themselves? Has it not often been remarked, and rightly so, that envy is the reef on which democracies run aground? Whilst the laborer may be unduly patient in putting up with the arrogance of his waistcoated master, he turns an envious eye even on the personal influence of his colleague in the workshop. Let us not deny the fact of the matter, let us not even hide behind the argument, however true it may be, that envy always arises from the realization that once our comrade has gained influence, he will betray his former comrades, and that with envy, as with treachery, the only means of neutralizing it would be to deprive our comrade, like the bourgeois, of the opportunity to increase his authority, to become a master. All of this is true, but there is more. With our authoritarian schooling, all of us, when we see influence on the rise, can think of no better way to neutralize it than to annihilate it, and we forget that there is another and infinitely more effective way to neutralize such influences, whether they are already harmful or becoming so. It is to do better oneself. In a slavish society, this method is not feasible, and as the children of a slavish society, we do not even think of it. What means have we of getting rid of a king who has become unbearable, other than killing him? There may be a minister who irks us, but what can we do other than find some candidate to step into his shoes? And when we are revolted by some people's choice, we look around for another one to run against him. That is how it goes. But is that actually rational? Indeed, what could the men of the convention have done when faced with a king competing with them for power, other than send him to the guillotine? And what choice did the representatives of the mountain have in the face of other representatives possessed of the very same powers, namely, the Girondins, other than consign them in turn to the executioner? 304. Well, now, those past circumstances are with us to this very day, whereas the only truly effective means of stopping a harmful initiative in its tracks is for us to act ourselves by taking the initiative to act in a better direction. So whenever we hear revolutionaries swoon with delight at the idea of knifing or shooting whichever rulers might gain the upper hand during the revolution, we fear that the energies of genuine revolutionaries might be squandered on struggles that are, at bottom, merely contests on behalf of or against individuals seeking promotions. Waging war on them is tantamount to recognizing the need to promote other men. Back in 1871, Paris saw a vague anticipation of a better manner of acting. The revolutionaries among the people seemed to understand that the Council of the Commune had to be regarded as a mere backdrop, as a nod to past traditions, that the people should not only not disarm but should retain, together with the Council, its own organization, its federated groups, and that the requisite measures to ensure the success of the revolution ought to come from these groups rather than from the City Hall. Unfortunately, a certain modesty among the popular revolutionaries, underpinned also by authoritarian prejudices whose roots still ran deep at that time, prevented these federated groups from completely ignoring the council as if it were non-existent, and acting so as to usher in a new age of social construction. Come the next revolution, we are not going to be able to avert the return of such attempts at revolutionary government. But we should at least know that the most effective way of nullifying its authority is not going to be the plotting of coups d'états that would merely bring back authority in some other guise, resulting in dictatorship. The only effective means will be to conjure up from within the people itself a force that is mighty in its actions and in the constructive revolutionary tasks that it is to carry out, ignoring the authorities, no matter what name they may go under, and growing exponentially by virtue of its revolutionary enterprise, its revolutionary vigor and its achievements in terms of tearing down and reorganizing. During the Great French Revolution of 1789 to 1794, it was the sections in Paris and the other big cities and revolutionary municipalities in the smaller towns, overtaking the convention and the provincial organs of revolutionary government, that launched attempts to rebuild the economy and to make society a compact freely entered into. The documentary records thus far released regarding the activities of these, alas, little-known organs of revolution demonstrate this. A people that will itself have organized the consumption of wealth and the reproduction of such assets in the interest of society as whole will no longer be governable. A people that will itself be the armed strength of the country and which will have afforded armed citizens the requisite cohesion and concerted action, will no longer be susceptible to being ordered around. A people that will itself have organized its railways, its navy, its schools is not going to be susceptible to being administered anymore. And finally, a people that will have shown itself capable of organizing arbitration to settle minor disputes will be one where every single individual will deem it his duty to stop the bully misusing the weakling, without waiting for providential intervention by the town sergeant, and will have no use for warders, judges, or jailers. In past revolutions, the people shouldered the task of demolition, as for the business of reorganizing, that they left to the bourgeois. Come, lords, you being better versed than us in the arts of government, organize us, order us to work so that we shall not starve to death, stop us from tearing one another apart, punish and pardon in accordance with the laws that you will have made for us, the poor in spirit. And we know just what they made of that invitation. Well, the task facing the people, come the next revolution, will actually be to take over this function which it has hitherto left to the bourgeois. It will be to create, to organize at the same time as it destroys. To achieve this task, the people's revolution is going to need every bit of the powers of initiative of all men of heart, all the audacity of their thought freed from the nightmares of the past, and all of their energies. It will also have to take care not to paralyze the initiative of the most determined, it will simply have to redouble its initiative should the initiative coming from others be found wanting, should it peter out, or should it take a wrong turn. Audacity of thought, a conception as clear and as comprehensive as might be wished for, the constructive force emanating from the people as the negation of authority proceeds on its way, and, lastly, the initiative of every single person in the work of reconstruction, that is what will invest the revolution with the power it needs if it is to win through. It is these very forces that the active propagation of anarchy, as well as the very philosophy of anarchy, strive to develop. Discipline, the last resort of the authoritarians, they counter with the comprehensive, grand concept of revolution which is the sole source of the inspiration required. And to those who would like to see the people restrict themselves to the role of a mob dispatched against the government of the day, but always restrained in time by the whip, we say, the role of the people in the revolution must be positive as well as destructive. For it alone has the capacity to reorganize society on the foundations of equality and freedom for all. Entrusting that role to others would be a betrayal of the very cause of revolution. Postscript to Words of a Rebel, 1919. Translation by Nicholas Walter. Kropotkin's first book, Words of a Rebel, was originally published in 1885. In December 1919, he wrote this postscript, in which he expands on the themes of that book, focusing on the importance of social reconstruction by the people themselves, through their own popular self-managed bodies, to ensure the success of a social revolution. Revolution was only lightly touched on in general terms in the last chapter of this book, Words of a Rebel. This chapter, entitled Expropriation, must serve, so to speak, as an introduction to the second part of the work in hand, the constructive part, which I was only able to occupy myself with 3 years later, when I came out of prison. But since this chapter contains within itself traces of a long discussion on the question of the extent of expropriation which had taken place within the jurisdiction, Italian, and Spanish federations of the International, it is worth saying a little about it here. We were in complete agreement that private ownership of land was finished and that the future belonged to communist possession of land. But we considered it unjust and unprofitable to drive from their plots the peasants who worked their land themselves without the help of hired workers, to demolish their houses and their fences, to cut down their gardens, and to rework their land with a steam plow, as the centralist and statist revolutionaries imagined. Such an idea was preached in France, after the fall of Robespierre and the Jacobins, by the communist Babeuf, who made it the basis of his conspiracy of equals, and this same idea was also developed later by Cabet in his Voyage to Icaria, and among his followers. It is necessary to note during the period from 1830 to 1840 the members of the French secret societies founded by Barbes 305 and Blanqui, as well as the League of the Just, a German society founded by Weitling, from which it passed into the Communist Manifesto of Marx and Engels. In this manifesto, the end of social revolution was, as in the previous programs of the Blanquists and Babeuf, the total abolition of private property and its transfer into the hands of the state. As for production, it would be necessary to introduce, as in Babeuf, labor which was obligatory, universal, and equal for all, and, to this end, the organization of industrial armies, especially as regards agriculture. The state socialists of France preached in favor of these same industrial armies in the 1880s. 306. We naturally could not accept such a program of expropriation. Knowing the various forms of agriculture, on both large and small scales, forms which it necessarily takes in places of varying kinds, this is marked above all in France, we could not consider the destruction of small agricultural economies as progress. The formula of Babeuf is not only unjust with regard to small rural economies, but it would lead inevitably to the revolt of the villages against the towns, and would reduce the whole country to famine. For the rest, to destroy private initiative in agriculture now would be senseless, if only because it is precisely to private initiative and individual attachment to the land that we owe the successes in agriculture so far and the development of the intensive cultivation of the land in certain parts of Europe and America. It is for this reason that, without wishing to prejudge the forms which agriculture would take in the future, we decided that at that moment the efforts of the revolution should be directed not towards the abolition of the small rural economy but towards the union of the small economies in everything which requires the union of their efforts. Such an attitude with regard to the small rural economy brought us attacks from the state socialists. But they themselves, as they made contact with the real life of the countryside, soon saw in France above all that it was precisely this small rural economy and this possession of the land in plots which gave France its relative prosperity without having to plunder its neighbors. The German socialists came to the same conclusion when they saw what the small rural economy yielded in Alsace and in various parts of West Germany. After I came out of prison, at the beginning of 1886, I began in our paper a more detailed development of the question of the reconstruction of life by the social revolution. Knowing, moreover, how powerful the aspiration towards the establishment of independent communes was in the Latin countries, I had in view above all a large urban commune getting rid of the capitalist yoke, especially Paris, with its working population full of intelligence and independence and possessing, thanks to the lessons of the past, great organizing capability. These articles appeared later, in 1892, in a volume for which Elisée Reclus suggested the title, The Conquest of Bread. This name was well chosen, for it expressed the basic idea of the whole work, notably that the principal object in a period of social revolution would be not the political organization of the social order but the question of bread for all, the question of satisfying the most urgent needs of the population: feeding, housing, clothing, etc. I tried at the same time to prove that the workers of a large town would be able to organize themselves for a free life within the free commune, without waiting for this life to be organized for them by officials, however well endowed with all virtues. Unfortunately, it is necessary to say that socialists and workers in general, having lost hope in the imminent possibility of revolution, were no longer interested in the question, what character would it be desirable to give the revolution? It was only many years later, when the syndicalist movement began to take root in France, that another work appeared on the same subject. Our comrade Poget described in his book, How We Shall Bring About the Revolution, how a revolution could be carried out in France under the control of the workers' unions, how, not waiting at all for those who would not hesitate to take power, the workers' unions and congresses would be able to expropriate the capitalists and to organize production on a new basis without allowing the least interruption in production. It is clear that only the workers, through their organizations, will ever be able to reach this goal, and though I differ with Poget over certain details, I recommend this book with confidence to all those who understand the inevitability and imminence of the social reconstruction which humanity will have to envisage. A short time after I came out of prison, I was obliged to leave France. I settled in England, where I had the opportunity of studying the economic life of a great industrial country in practice, and not only from the books in which economists have repeated the same errors as their predecessors for more than 100 years. Each time that I gave speeches in the various towns of England and Scotland, I took the opportunity to talk for a long time with the workers and to visit all kinds of factories and mills, large and small, of coal mines and big naval docks, without overlooking the small workshops as well in important centers of small-scale production, such as Sheffield and Birmingham. I also visited the great cooperative distribution centers, such as the Wholesale Cooperative Society in Manchester, as well as the attempts at cooperative production which were already beginning to spread everywhere. Getting information in this way about what real life was like, I always kept in mind the following question: what form could a social revolution take so that one could pass without too many shocks from production by individuals or by limited companies with the goal of profit to production and exchange of goods organized by the producers and consumers themselves in such a manner as to satisfy all the needs of production in the best way? The examination of these questions led to two conclusions. The first of these was that the production of foodstuffs and of all goods, and then the exchange of these goods, represents such a complicated undertaking that the plans of the state socialists, which lead inevitably to the dictatorship of a party, will prove to be completely defective as soon as they begin to apply them to life. No government, we assert, can be in a position to organize production if the workers themselves are not associated with it through the mediation of their unions, in every branch of industry, in every trade, for throughout production there arise and will arise every day thousands of problems which no government can resolve or foresee. It is of course impossible to foresee everything. It is necessary that life itself, and the efforts of thousands of minds on the spot, should be able to cooperate in the development of the new social system and to find the best conditions capable of satisfying the thousand manifestations of local needs. Theoretical plans for construction are not of course useless in the preparatory period. They keep thinking on the alert and force serious reflection on the complex organizations represented by civilized societies. But, on the other hand, these plans simplify rather too much the problems which mankind is called to resolve, and if it is thought necessary to begin by putting these programs into practice, one will never get round to planning life. Such a collapse would follow that it could lead to the most ferocious reaction. Many English workers, perhaps because they have been occupied for such a long time, that is to say, since the period of the Chartist movement of 1836 to 1848, with social reorganization, considered the problem in this way: first of all, they said, it is necessary to organize strong and powerful trade unions in all branches of work, including the unskilled labor in the docks and the peasants. 307 Afterwards, it is necessary to form links between them through national and international unions, and then, when they have become an effective force, to take all production under their complete control, to get rid of the domination of the capitalists, and to maintain order throughout production and consumption in the interests of the whole population of the country. In other words, the English workers made their own the ideas which had already emerged in 1830 in Robert Owen when he tried to form the Labourers' Union. Afterwards, the English trade unions together with the representatives of the French workers tried to put these ideas into practice when, after meeting in London in 1862, they formed the First International. This organization represented, as is known, an international association of workers' unions which was entirely non-political and which pursued a double end, a daily struggle against capital, and the elaboration of the basis of a new socialist system. But, since mixed sections were also admitted, it followed that some people joined who belonged to no trade unions but who simply aspired for the emancipation of labor from the yoke of capital. This international existed until the end of the 1870s, when it was destroyed by incessant government persecution and by the intrigues of the political parties. The Second International was no longer an association of workers' unions, it became an association of the social democratic political parties of the various countries. With the disappearance of the First International, there disappeared in England the force which, in the thought of its founders, would have maintained among the trade unions the idea of the imminence of the social revolution and the necessity of its preparation among the workers themselves. The daily struggle of the local unions against the exploiters took the place of more distant ends. It is necessary to say that the majority of the active members of the workers' unions, occupied day after day with the organization of these unions and their strikes, lost sight of the final end of the workers' organization social revolution. It is only during the last 5 or 6 years before the First World War that one felt again a renewal of interest in favor of this basic problem under the influence of a similar reawakening throughout the whole world. Those influenced in this way were above all the syndicalist movement in France and Italy, and the awakening observed in the United States where, under the name of the Industrial Workers of the World, a movement developed which devotes itself directly to the end of the struggle against capital with a view to the transfer of all industry from the hands of the capitalists into the hands of the producers, organized in strong unions. Also influenced in this way were the First Revolution in Russia, in 1905, and the general situation and upheaval of social life in Europe during the last years before the war. The horrors which the war has just made us pass through, and its consequences of poverty for the whole world, as well as the Russian Revolution, will place without any doubt and in the forefront before the whole world the question of the necessity of a social revolution. But it would be necessary to say much more of this movement than I can say here. I return therefore to the conclusions I had come to in finding out about economic life in England. The second conclusion I came to is the following: present economic life in the civilized countries is constructed on a false basis. The theory which economic scholars put forward depends on the assumption that the peoples of the earth are divided into 2 categories. Some, thanks to their superior education, are called to occupy themselves above all with the production of all kinds of goods, textiles, machines of every type, motors, etc. The others, because of their limited ability, are condemned to produce the food for the peoples of the first category and the raw materials for their factories. 308 Every course of political economy states this theory. It is in this way that the English bourgeoisie enriches itself, it is in this way that other countries will enrich themselves by developing their industry at the expense of backward peoples. But a more thorough study of the economic life and of the industrial crises of England and the other countries of Europe leads to a different conclusion. It is no longer possible to enrich oneself as England has done until now. No civilized country wants to remain or will remain in the position of the provider of raw materials. All the other countries aspire to develop their own manufacturing industry, and all are gradually reaching this goal. Technical education can never become the privilege of a single country, except by the armed subjugation of the neighboring countries which aspire to develop their own education and industry. As for the tendency towards subjugation with this end, a tendency which has emerged during the last 40 years, especially in Germany, it has led the whole world into a terrible war which has cost Europe and the United States more than 6 million dead and more than 10 million dead, injured and mutilated, without mentioning the ravaging of Belgium and northern France, or the unbelievable destruction of provisions, coal, and metal which are lacked by all the peoples of the civilized world today. In the meantime, a people has risen during the last 50 years, and has taken its place in the family of civilized peoples, the United States of North America. This people has shown that 80 million inhabitants can reach a state of enormous wealth and power without exploiting other peoples, but solely by developing industry and agriculture at home on parallel lines, with the help of machines, railways, free unions, and the spread of education. 309. France has also developed to some extent in the same direction, and this striking lesson given to the world has transformed current theories of political economy from top to bottom. The way towards the development of the prosperity of the peoples is to be found in the union of agriculture and industry and not in the subdivision of peoples into industrial and agricultural categories. Such a division would inevitably lead mankind into incessant wars for the seizure of markets and slaves for industry. I had studied this vital and enormous question in a series of articles published between 1890 and 1893 and later in a book, Fields, Factories, and Workshops. It was necessary to study many connected questions to do this work, and to learn many things. But the most important conclusion was this: we are very far from being as rich as we used to think. When, passing through the streets of our large towns, we saw the luxurious houses of the rich and their gleaming carriages, the crazy luxury of the big shop windows, and the expensively dressed crowds of passers-by. England is the richest country in the world. But if one added up all that it gets from its fields, its coal mines, and its numerous factories and mills, and if one divided this total among all the inhabitants in equal shares, one would get only 3 shillings a head a day, and in no circumstances more than 4 shillings. As for Russia, one would scarcely reach 50 kopecks, 1 shilling, a head a day. It therefore follows that the social revolution, wherever it breaks out, will have to consider as its first priority and from the earliest days a considerable increase in production. The first months of emancipation will inevitably increase the consumption of provisions and of all goods and, at the same time, production will decrease. On the other hand, every country in social revolution will be surrounded by a circle of unfriendly or even hostile neighbors. How shall we be able to live then, if 2/3 of the bread England needs is imported from abroad? English comrades asked me more than once. How will our factories be able to work to buy bread, when we do not have our own raw materials? And they were right. When I drew up an account of the reserves which existed in England of what could be called the reserve capital of a country in case of revolution, the conclusion I came to was rather disconcerting. Immediately after the harvest, there was a reserve of grain sufficient for 3 months, but from January, this reserve fell to 6 weeks. Of cotton there was never enough for more than 3 months, often enough for only 6 weeks. This was even more the case with all secondary products, like, for example, manganese for steel. In a word, industrial England, with its insignificant reserves, lived almost from day to day. But England is not the only country to live like this. All peoples, in the present conditions of the capitalist economy, live in the same way. Not long ago Russia suffered a series of cruel famines during which tens of millions of the inhabitants were hit. And now still more than 1/3 of the population of Russia and Siberia is always in poverty and even lacks bread for 3 or 4 months a year, without mentioning the insufficiency of all other goods, the primitive rustic equipment, the half-starved livestock, the absence of fertilizer, and the lack of knowledge. In a word, given that until now a good third of the population of all the countries of Europe has lived in poverty and has suffered from the lack of clothing and so on, revolution will lead inevitably to increased consumption. The demand for all goods will rise while production will fall, and in the end there will be famine in everything, as is the case today 1919 in Russia. There is only one way of avoiding such a famine. We must all understand that as soon as a revolutionary movement begins in a country, the outcome will be successful only if the workers in the factories and mills, the peasants, and all the citizens themselves at the start of the movement, take the whole economy of the nation into their own hands, if they organize themselves and direct their efforts towards a rapid increase in all production. But they will not be convinced of this necessity unless all general problems concerning the national economy, today reserved by long tradition to a whole multitude of ministries and committees, are put in a simple form before each village and each town, before each factory and mill, as being its own business when they are at last allowed to manage themselves. It is in this way that the study of the real life of the peoples leads inevitably to the conclusion that all the peoples must endeavor in their own countries to produce a powerful expansion, to bring about an improvement in agriculture by means of the intensified cultivation of the soil and at the same time in manufacturing industry. It is in this way that a guarantee of progress and of success in the emancipation of labor from the yoke of capital will be found. There is no place for some peoples destined to serve others. It is in this, and also in the understanding of the fact that it is impossible to bring about a social revolution by dictatorship, that we may find the cornerstone of the whole structure. To build without it is to build on sand. The reformers gave too little attention to this side of life 30 or 40 years ago. Today, however, after the cruel lesson of the last war, it should be clear to every serious person and above all to every worker that such wars, and even crueler ones still, are inevitable so long as certain countries consider themselves destined to enrich themselves by the production of finished goods and divide the backward countries up among themselves, so that these countries provide the raw materials while they accumulate wealth themselves on the basis of the labor of others. More than that, we have the right to assert that the reconstruction of society on a socialist basis will be impossible so long as manufacturing industry and, in consequence, the prosperity of the workers in the factories, depend as they do today on the exploitation of the peasants of their own or of other countries. We should not forget that at the moment it is not only the capitalists who exploit the labor of others and who are imperialists. They are not the only ones who aspire to conquer cheap manpower to obtain raw materials in Europe, Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. As the workers are beginning to take part in political power, the contagion of colonial imperialism is infecting them too. In the last war the German workers, as much as their masters, aspired to conquer cheaper manpower for themselves even in Europe, that is in Russia and in the Balkan Peninsula, as well as in Asia Minor and Egypt, and they, too, considered it necessary to crush England and France, which prevented them from making these conquests, and on their side, the French and English workers showed themselves to be full of indulgence for similar conquests on the part of their governments in Africa and Asia. It is clear that in these conditions one may still predict a series of wars for the civilized countries, wars even more bloody and even more savage if these countries do not bring about among themselves a social revolution, and do not reconstruct their lives on a new and more social basis. All Europe and the United States, with the exception of the exploiting minority, feels this necessity. But it is impossible to achieve such a revolution by means of dictatorship and state power. Without a widespread reconstruction coming from below put into practice by the workers and peasants themselves, the social revolution is condemned to bankruptcy. The Russian Revolution has confirmed this again, and we must hope that this lesson will be understood, that everywhere in Europe and America serious efforts will be made to create within the working class peasants, workers, and intellectuals the personnel of a future revolution which will not obey orders from above but will be capable of elaborating for itself the free forms of the whole new economic life. Anarchy. Communist organization cannot be left to be constructed by legislative bodies called parliaments, municipal or communal council. It must be the work of all, a natural growth, a product of the constructive genius of the great mass. Communism cannot be imposed from above, it could not live even for a few months if the constant and daily cooperation of all did not uphold it. It must be free. It cannot exist without creating a continual contact between all for the thousands and thousands of common transactions, it cannot exist without creating local life, independent in the smallest unities, the block of houses, the street, the district, the commune. It would not answer its purpose if it did not cover society with a network of thousands of associations to satisfy its thousand needs, the necessaries of life, articles of luxury, of study, enjoyment, amusements. And such associations cannot remain narrow and local, they must necessarily tend to become international. And these remarks contain our answer to those who affirm that communism and anarchy cannot go together. They are, you see, a necessary complement to one another. The most powerful development of individuality, or individual originality, as one of our comrades has so well said, can only be produced when the first needs of food and shelter are satisfied, when the struggle for existence against the forces of nature has been simplified, when man's time is no longer taken up entirely by the meaner side of daily subsistence, then only his intelligence, his artistic taste, his inventive spirit, his genius, can develop freely and ever strive to greater achievements. Communism is the best basis for individual development and freedom, not that individualism which drives man to the war of each against all. This is the only one known up till now, but that which represents the full expansion of man's faculties, the superior development of what is original in him, the greatest fruitfulness of intelligence, feeling, and will. Anarchism, its philosophy and its ideal. The Commune. Translation by Paul Sharkey 310. This important discussion of the anarchist commune and its differences from the medieval one comes from words of a rebel. It shows clearly both Kropotkin's basic vision of a free society and that he had no desire to recreate the commune of the Middle Ages. When we say that the social revolution ought to proceed through liberation of the communes, and that it will be the communes, utterly independent and released from the oversight of the state, which will, alone, be able to provide the requisite context for revolution and the wherewithal for its accomplishment, we are taken to task for trying to resuscitate a form of society long since overtaken and which has had its day. But the commune, we are told, is a relic from another age. By trying to tear down the state and replace it with free communes, you have turned your gaze upon the past and would transport us back to the High Middle Ages, reigniting the ancient quarrels between them and destroying the national unity so dearly won over the course of history. Well, now, let us examine this criticism. First, let us note that any comparison with the past has only a relative value. If, indeed, the commune we seek was really only a reversion to the medieval commune, would we not have to concede that today's commune could scarcely assume the same shape it took 7 centuries ago? Now, is it not obvious that, being established in our day, in our age of railways, telegraphs, cosmopolitan science and the quest for pure truth, the commune would be organized along lines so very different from those which characterized it in the 12th century that we should be confronted with a quite novel phenomenon, situated in new conditions and necessarily entailing absolutely differing consequences? Furthermore, our adversaries, the champions of the state, in its various guises, ought to keep it in mind that we might make the very same objection to them. We too could say to them, and with considerably more reason, that it is they who have their gazes fixed upon the past, since the state is a formation every bit as old as the commune. With this single difference, while the state in history stands for the negation of all liberty, for absolutism and arbitrariness, for the ruination of its subjects, for the scaffold and for torture, it is precisely in the liberation of the communes and in the revolts of peoples and communes against states that we discover the finest pages that history has to offer. To be sure, if we were to be transported into the past, it would not be back to a Louis XI or a Louis XV, or to a Catherine II, that we should look, it would, rather, be to the communes or republics of Amalfi and Florence, to those of Toulouse and Laon, Liege and Courtrai, Augsburg and Nuremberg, Pskov and Novgorod. So it is not a matter of bandying words and sophisms. What counts is that we should study, closely analyze, and not imitate those who are content to tell us, but the commune, that is the Middle Ages. And damned as a result. The state represents a past record of misdeeds, we would reply, so it is all the more damnable. Between the medieval commune and any that might be established today, and probably will be established soon, there will be lots of essential differences, a whole abyss opened up by 6 or 7 centuries of human development and hard experience. Let us take a look at the main ones. What was the essential object of this conspiracy or confederacy into which the bourgeois of a given city entered in the 12th century? The object was to break free of the seigneur, the feudal lord. The inhabitants, merchants, and artisans, came together and pledged not to allow anyone at all to do wrong to one of them and treat him thereafter as a serf. It was against its former masters that the commune rose up in arms. Commune, says one 12th century writer quoted by Augustin Thierry 311, is a new and despicable word, and this is what is meant by the term: persons liable to tallage now deliver only once a year to their seigneur the rent which they owe him. If they commit any crime, they can be quit of it through payment of a legally prescribed fine, and, as for the levies in money customarily inflicted upon serfs, they are wholly exempt from those. So it was very much against the seigneur that the medieval commune revolted. It is from the state that today's commune will seek liberation. This is a crucial difference, since, remember, it was the state, represented by the king, which, later, noticing how the communes sought to register their independence from their lord, sent in his armies to chastise, as the chronicle has it, the presumption of these idlers who, by reason of the commune, made a show of rebellion and defiance of the crown. Tomorrow's commune will appreciate that it cannot any longer acknowledge any superior, that, above it, there cannot be anything, save the interests of the federation, freely embraced by itself in concert with other communes. It knows that there can be no halfway house. Either the commune is to be absolutely free to endow itself with whatever institutions it wishes and introduce all reforms and revolutions it may deem necessary, or else it will remain what it has been to date, a mere subsidiary of the state, chained in its every movement, forever on the brink of conflict with the state and certain of succumbing in any ensuing struggle. It knows that it must smash the state and replace it with the federation, and it will act accordingly. More than that, it will have the wherewithal so to do. Today, it is no longer just small towns which are hoisting the flag of communal insurrection. It is Paris, Lyon, Marseilles, Cartagena, and soon every great city will unfurl the same flag. And that, if ever there was one, is an essential difference. In liberating itself from its seigneur, was the medieval commune also breaking free of the wealthy bourgeois who, through sale of merchandise and capital, had amassed personal fortunes inside the city? Not at all. Once it had torn down the towers of its seigneur, the town dweller soon watched the rise within the commune itself of the citadels of rich merchants determined to bring him to heel, and the domestic history of the medieval communes is the history of a bitter struggle between rich and poor, a struggle which, inevitably, ended with intervention by the king. With aristocracy expanding more and more within the very bosom of the commune, the populace, now fallen, with regard to the wealthy seigneur from the upper city, into a servitude which had previously been his status with regard to the lord outside, realized that the commune was no longer worth defending. It deserted the ramparts which he had erected in order to win his freedom and which, as a result of individualist rule, had become the boulevards of a new serfdom. With nothing to lose, it left the rich merchants to look to their own defenses, and the latter were defeated, unsexed by luxury and vice, enjoying no support from the people. They were soon compelled to yield to the injunctions of the king's heralds and handed over the keys to their cities. In other communes, it was the rich themselves who opened the gates of their towns to the imperial, royal or ducal armies, in order to forestall the popular vengeance hanging over their heads. But will the primary concern of the 19th century commune not be to put paid to such social inequalities? To seize all the social capital amassed within its borders and make it available to those who wish to deploy it for production and to add to the general well-being? Will its first thought not be to smash the power of capital and banish forever any chance that aristocracy, which brought about the downfall of the medieval communes, might raise its head? Will it mistake bishop and monk for allies? Finally, is it going to imitate ancestors who looked to the commune for nothing more than the creation of a state within the state? Who, abolishing the power of the seigneur or king, could think of nothing better to do than reconstitute the very same power, down to the finest detail, forgetting that that power, though confined within the town walls, nevertheless retained all of the vices of its paragon? Are the proletarians of our century about to imitate those Florentines who, while abolishing titles of nobility or forcing them to be worn as a badge of disgrace, simultaneously allowed a new aristocracy, an aristocracy of the fat purse, to be created? Finally, will they do as those artisans did who, upon arriving at the town hall, piously imitated their predecessors and re-established that whole hierarchy of powers which they had so recently overthrown? Will they change only the personnel, and leave the institutions untouched? Certainly not. The 19th century commune, learning from experience, will do better. It will be a commune in more than just name. It will be, not just communalist, but communist, revolutionary in its policy. It will be revolutionary in matters of production and exchange too. It will not do away with the state only to restore it, and lots of communes will know how to teach by example, abolishing government by proxy, and fighting shy of commending their sovereignty to the happenstance of the polling booth. 2. Once it had shaken off the yoke of its seigneur, did the medieval commune seek to hit him in the source of his power? Did it try to rally to the assistance of the agricultural population which surrounded it and, equipped with weaponry which rural serfs did not have, place these weapons in the service of the wretches upon whom it looked proudly down from atop its walls? Far from it. Guided by a purely selfish sentiment, the medieval commune retreated within its walls. On how many occasions did it not jealously close its gates and raise its drawbridges against the slaves who flocked in search of refuge, and let them be butchered by the seigneur, as it looked on, within harquebus range. Proud of its liberties, it did not think to extend them to those groaning outside. It was at this price, at the price of preserving its neighbors' serfdom, that many a commune earned its independence. Then again, was it not also in the interests of the great bourgeois of the commune to see the serfs from the plains stay bound to the land, ignorant of industry and commerce, and still obliged to look to the town for their supplies of iron, metals, and industrial products? And whenever the artisan thought to stretch his hand beyond the walls separating him from the serfs, what could he avail against the wishes of the bourgeois who had the upper hand, a monopoly upon the arts of war and hardened mercenaries in his hire? Now, what a difference would the victorious Paris Commune have made do with endowing itself with more or less free municipal institutions? The Parisian proletariat smashing its chains would have signaled social revolution, first in Paris and then in the rural communes. The Paris Commune, even as it was fighting desperately for its survival, nevertheless told the peasant, seize the land, all of it. It would not have confined itself to words, and, if need be, its valiant sons would have carried their weapons to far-flung villages to assist the peasant with his revolution, to drive out the land thieves, and seize it in order to place it at the disposal of all who wish and have the expertise to harvest its bounty. The medieval commune sought to retreat inside its walls, the 19th century one seeks to range far and wide, to become universal. It has replaced communal privilege with human solidarity. The medieval commune could ensconce itself within its walls and, to some extent, cut itself off from its neighbors. Whenever it entered into dealings with other communes, those dealings were most often confined to a treaty in defense of city rights against the seigneur, or a solidarity agreement for the mutual protection of commune citizens on long journeys. And when authentic leagues were formed between towns, as in Lombardy, Spain, and Belgium, these leagues being far from homogeneous, and too fragile because of the diversity of privileges, promptly fragmented into isolated groups or succumbed under the onslaught of neighboring states. What a difference with the groups that would be formed today. A tiny commune could not survive a week without being compelled by circumstance to establish consistent relations with industrial, commercial, and artistic centers, etc., and these centers in turn, would be sensible of the need to throw their gates wide open to inhabitants of neighboring villages, adjacent communes, and distant cities. Were a given large town to proclaim the commune tomorrow, abolish individual ownership within its borders and introduce fully fledged communism, which is to say, collective enjoyment of social capital, the instruments of labor and the products of the labor performed, and, provided that the town was not surrounded by enemy armies, within days convoys of carts would be pouring into the marketplace and suppliers dispatching cargoes of raw materials from far-off ports, The products of the cities. Industry, once the needs of the urban population had been met, would go off to the four corners of the globe in search of buyers, outsiders would flood in, and everyone, peasants, citizens of neighboring towns, foreigners would carry home tales of the marvelous life of the free city where everyone was working, where there were neither poor nor oppressed anymore, where everybody enjoyed the fruits of their labor, without anyone claiming the lion's share. Isolation need not be feared. If communists in the United States have a grievance in their community, it does not relate to isolation, but rather to the intrusion of the surrounding bourgeois world into their communal affairs. The fact that today commerce and trade, overruling the limitations of borders, have also torn down the walls of the ancient cities. They have already established the cohesiveness which was missing in the Middle Ages. All the inhabited areas of Western Europe are so intimately bound up one with another that isolation has become an impossibility for any of them. There is no village perched so high upon a mountain crest that it does not have its industrial and commercial center, towards which it gravitates, and with which it can no longer sever its connections. The development of the big industrial hubs has done more. Even in our own day, the parochial mentality could arouse a lot of frictions between two adjacent communes, prevent their allying with one another and even ignite fratricidal strife. But whereas such frictions may indeed preclude direct federation of these two communes, that federation will proceed through the good offices of the larger centers. Today, two tiny adjoining municipalities often have nothing to bring them really close. What few dealings they have would be more likely to generate friction than established ties of solidarity. But both already have a shared hub with which they are frequently in contact and without which they cannot survive, and whatever their parish rivalries, they will be compelled to unite through the good offices of the larger town whence they obtain their provisions or whither they bring their produce. Each of them will be part of the same federation, in order to sustain their dealings with that higher instance and in order to cluster about it. And yet this hub could not itself acquire an irksome ascendancy over the surrounding communes. Thanks to the infinite variety of the needs of industry and commerce, all population centers already have several centers to which they are bound, and as their needs develop, they will form attachments to other centers capable of meeting these new needs. So various are our needs and so rapidly do they sprout that soon one federation will no longer suffice to meet them all. So the commune will sense a need to contract other alliances and enter into another federation. Member of one group for the purposes of securing its food requirements, the commune will have to belong to a second one in order to obtain other items it needs, say, metals, and then a third and fourth group for its cloth and craft goods. Pick up an economic atlas of any country at all, and you will see that economic frontiers do not exist. The areas where various products are produced and exchanged mutually overlap, interlinking and crisscrossing. Similarly, the federations of communes, if they continue to expand freely, would soon interweave, crisscross and overlap, thereby forming a compact one and indivisible network quite different from these statist combinations which are merely juxtaposed, just as the rods of the fasces are grouped around the lictor's axe. Thus, let us repeat, those who come along and tell us that the communes, once rid of state oversight, are going to clash and destroy one another in internecine warfare, overlook one thing: the intimate bonds already existing between various localities, thanks to the industrial and commercial hubs, thanks to the numbers of such hubs, thanks to unbroken dealings. They fail to appreciate what the Middle Ages were, with their closed cities and caravans lumbering slowly along difficult roads overlooked by robber barons. 312 They overlooked the flows of men, goods, mail, telegrams, ideas, and affections hurtling between our cities like the waters of rivers which never run dry. They have no clear picture of the difference between the two eras they seek to compare one with the other. Also, do we not have the example of history to prove to us that the instinct to feed rate has already grown into one of mankind's most urgent needs? The state need only fall into disarray some day, for some reason or another, and the machinery of oppression falter in its operations, and free alliances will sprout all unprompted. Let us remember the spontaneous federations of the armed bourgeoisie during the Great Revolution. Remember the federations that sprang up spontaneously in Spain and salvaged that country's independence when the state was rattled to its very foundations by Napoleon's conquering armies. As soon as the state is no longer in a position to impose enforced union, union sprouts by itself, in accordance with natural needs. Overthrow the state and the federated society will sprout from its ruins, truly one, truly indivisible, but free and expanding in solidarity by virtue of that very freedom. But there is something else. For the medieval bourgeois, the commune was an isolated state plainly separated from the rest by its borders. For us, the commune is no longer a territorial agglomeration, but is instead a generic term, synonymous with a combination of equals acknowledging neither borders nor walls. The social commune will very quickly cease to be a clearly defined whole. Each group from the commune will of necessity be drawn towards other similar groups from other communes. They will band together and federate with them through ties at least as solid as those binding them to their fellow townsmen, and will constitute a commune of interests whose members will be scattered across 1,000 towns and villages. Such an individual will only find his needs met when he bands together with other individuals of similar tastes and resident in 100 other communes. Even today, free societies are starting to cover the whole vast expanse of human activity. No longer is it just to satisfy his scientific, literary, or artistic interests that the man of leisure sets up societies. And it is not just to prosecute the class struggle that one combines. One would be hard put to discover a single one of the many and varied manifestations of human activity not already represented by freely constituted societies, and their numbers are forever expanding as they daily intrude into new spheres of activity, even those hitherto regarded as the state's special preserve. Literature, the arts, the sciences, education, commerce, industry, trade, entertainments, health, museums, long-distance undertakings, polar expeditions, even territorial defenses, help for the wounded, defense against aggression, and the courts themselves. On every side we see private initiative at work in the shape of free societies. This is the characteristic tendency and feature of the latter half of the 19th century. Left unhindered and to itself, and with vast new scope for development, this tendency will serve as the basis for the society of the future. It is through free combinations that the social commune will be organized, and these very same combinations will tear down walls and frontiers. There will be millions of communes, no longer territorial, but reaching out a hand across rivers, mountain ranges, and oceans, to unite individuals scattered around the four corners of the globe and the people into one single family of equals. From In Russian and French Prisons. This extract comes from the last chapter, Are Prisons Necessary?, of his 1887 book In Russian and French Prisons. As well as recounting his time as a political prisoner, Kropotkin discusses the counterproductive nature of prison. Here he discusses the way antisocial acts would be handled in a free society. If we take into consideration all the influences briefly indicated in the above rapid sketch, we are bound to recognize that all of them, separately and combined together, act in the direction of rendering men who have been detained for several years in prisons less and less adapted for life in society, and that none of them, not a single one, acts in the direction of raising the intellectual and moral faculties, of lifting man to a higher conception of life and its duties, of rendering him a better, a more human creature than he was. Prisons do not moralize their inmates, they do not deter them from crime. And the question arises, what shall we do with those who break, not only the written law, that sad growth of a sad past, but also those very principles of morality which every man feels in his own heart? That is the question which now preoccupies the best minds of our century. There was a time when medicine consisted in administering some empirically discovered drugs. The patients who fell into the hands of the doctor might be killed by his drugs, or they might rise up notwithstanding them. The doctor had the excuse of doing what all his fellows did, he could not outgrow his contemporaries. But our century, which has boldly taken up so many questions, but faintly forecast by its predecessors, has taken up this question too, and approached it from the other end. Instead of merely curing diseases, medicine tries now to prevent them, and we all know the immense progress achieved, thanks to the modern view of disease. Hygiene is the best of medicines. The same has to be done with the great social phenomenon which has been called crime until now, but will be called social disease by our children. Prevention of the disease is the best of cures. There was a custom of old by which each commune, clan, mark, gemeinde, was considered responsible as a whole for any antisocial act committed by any of its members. This old custom has disappeared like so many good remnants of the communal organization of old. But we are returning to it, and again, after having passed through a period of the most unbridled individualism, the feeling is growing amongst us that society is responsible for the antisocial deeds committed in its midst. If we have our share of glory in the achievements of the geniuses of our century, we have our part of shame in the deeds of our assassins. From year to year thousands of children grow up in the filth material and moral of our great cities, completely abandoned amidst a population demoralized by a life from hand to mouth, the incertitude of tomorrow, and a misery of which no former epoch has had even an apprehension. Left to themselves and to the worst influences of the street, receiving but little care from their parents, ground down by a terrible struggle for existence, they hardly know what a happy home is, but they learn from earliest childhood what the vices of our great cities are. They enter life without even knowing a handicraft which might help them to earn their living. The son of a savage learns hunting from his father, his sister learns how to manage the simple household. The children whose father and mother leave the den they inhabit, early in the morning, in search of any job which may help them to get through the next week, enter life not even with that knowledge. They know no handicraft, their home has been the muddy street, and the teachings they received in the street were of the kind known by those who have visited the whereabouts of the gin palaces of the poor, and of the places of amusement of the richer classes. It is all very well to thunder denunciations about the drunken habits of this class of the population, but if those who denounce them had grown up in the same conditions as the children of the laborer who every morning conquers by means of his own fists the right of being admitted at the gate of a London dockyard, how many of them would not have become the continual guests of the gin palaces, the only palaces with which the rich have endowed the real producers of all riches? When we see this population growing up in all our big manufacturing centers, we cannot wonder that our big cities chiefly supply prisons with inmates. I never cease to wonder, on the contrary, that relatively so small a proportion of these children become thieves or highway robbers. I never cease to wonder at the deep-rootedness of social feelings in the humanity of the 19th century, at the goodness of heart which still prevails in the dirty streets, which are the causes that relatively so few of those who grow up in absolute neglect declare open war against our social institutions. These good feelings, this aversion to violence, this resignation which makes them accept their fate without hatred growing in their hearts, are the only real barrier which prevents them from openly breaking all social bonds, not the deterring influence of prisons. Stone would not remain upon stone in our modern palaces, were it not for these feelings. And at the other end of the social scale, money, that is, representative signs of human work, is squandered in unheard of luxury, very often with no other purpose than to satisfy a stupid vanity. While old and young have no bread, and are really starving at the very doors of our luxurious shops, these know no limits to their lavish expenditure. When everything round about us, the shops and the people we see in the streets, the literature we read, the money worship we meet with every day tends to develop an insatiable thirst for unlimited wealth, a love for sparkish luxury, a tendency towards spending money foolishly for every avowable and unavowable purpose, when there are whole quarters in our cities each house of which reminds us that man has too often remained a beast, whatever the decorum under which he conceals his bestiality. When the watchword of our civilized world is, enrich yourselves. 313 Crush down everything you meet in your way, by all means short of those which might bring you before a court. When apart from a few exceptions, all from the landlord down to the artisan are taught every day in 1,000 ways that the beau ideal of life is to manage affairs so as to make others work for you, when manual work is so despised that those who perish from want of bodily exercise prefer to resort to gymnastics, imitating the movements of sawing and digging, instead of sawing wood and hoeing the soil, when hard and blackened hands are considered as a sign of inferiority, and a silk dress and the knowledge of how to keep servants under strict discipline is a token of superiority, when literature expends its art in maintaining the worship of richness and treats the impractical idealist with contempt, what need is there to talk about inherited criminality when so many factors of our life work in one direction, that of manufacturing beings unsuited for an honest existence, permeated with antisocial feelings? Let us organize our society so as to assure to everybody the possibility of regular work for the benefit of the Commonwealth, and that means of course a thorough transformation of the present relations between work and capital. Let us assure to every child a sound education and instruction, both in manual labor and science, so as to permit him to acquire, during the first 20 years of his life, the knowledge and habits of earnest work, and we shall be in no more need of dungeons and jails, of judges and hangmen. Man is a result of those conditions in which he has grown up. Let him grow in habits of useful work, let him be brought by his earlier life to consider humanity as one great family, no member of which can be injured without the injury being felt by a wide circle of his fellows, and ultimately by the whole of society. Let him acquire a taste for the highest enjoyments of science and art much more lofty and durable than those given by the satisfaction of lower passions, and we may be sure that we shall not have many breaches of those laws of morality which are an unconscious affirmation of the best conditions for life in society. 2/3 of all breaches of law being so-called crimes against property, these cases will disappear, or be limited to a quite trifling amount, when property, which is now the privilege of the few, shall return to its real source, the community. As to crimes against persons, already their numbers are rapidly decreasing, owing to the growth of moral and social habits which necessarily develop in each society, and can only grow when common interests contribute more and more to tighten the bonds which induce men to live a common life. Of course, whatever be the economical basis of organization of society, there will always be in its midst a certain number of beings with passions more strongly developed and less easily controlled than the rest, and there always will be men whose passions may occasionally lead them to commit acts of an antisocial character. But these passions can receive another direction, and most of them can be rendered almost or quite harmless by the combined efforts of those who surround us. We live now in too much isolation. Everybody cares only for himself, or his nearest relatives. Egotistic, that is, unintelligent individualism in material life has necessarily brought about an individualism as egotistic and as harmful in entire mutual relations of human beings. But we have known in history, and we see still, communities where men are more closely connected together than in our Western European cities. China is an instance in point. The great compound family is there still the basis of the social organization. The members of the compound family know one another perfectly, they support one another, they help one another, not merely in material life, but also in moral troubles, and the number of crimes both against property and persons stands at an astonishingly low level, in the central provinces, of course, not on the seashore. The Slavonian and Swiss agrarian communes are another instance. Men know one another in these smaller aggregations, they mutually support one another, while in our cities all bonds between the inhabitants have disappeared. The old family, based on a common origin, is disintegrating. But men cannot live in this isolation, and the elements of new social groups, those ties arising between the inhabitants of the same spot having many interests in common, and those of people united by the prosecution of common aims, is growing. Their growth can only be accelerated by such changes as would bring about a closer mutual dependency and a greater equality between the members of our communities. And yet, notwithstanding all this, there surely will remain a limited number of persons whose antisocial passions, the result of bodily diseases, may still be a danger for the community. Shall humanity send these to the gallows, or lock them up in prisons? Surely it will not resort to this wicked solution of the difficulty. There was a time when lunatics, considered as possessed by the devil, were treated in the most abominable manner. Chained in stalls like animals, they were dreaded even by their keepers. To break their chains, to set them free, would have been considered then as a folly. But a man came, Pinel, who dared to take off their chains, and to offer them brotherly words, brotherly treatment. And those who were looked upon as ready to devour the human being who dared to approach them, gathered round their liberator, and proved that he was right in his belief in the best features of human nature, even in those whose intelligence was darkened by disease. From that time the cause of humanity was won. The lunatic was no longer treated like a wild beast. Men recognized in him a brother. The chains disappeared, but asylums, another name for prisons, remained, and within their walls a system as bad as that of the chains grew up by and by. But then the peasants of a Belgian village, moved by their simple good sense and kindness of heart, showed the way towards a new departure which learned students of mental disease did not perceive. They set the lunatics quite free. They took them into their families, offered them a bed in their poor houses, a chair at their plain tables, a place in their ranks to cultivate the soil, a place in their dancing parties. And the fame spread wide of miraculous cures effected by the saint to whose name the church of Geel was consecrated. The remedy applied by the peasants was so plain, so old it was liberty that the learned people preferred to trace the result to divine influences instead of taking things as they were. But there was no lack of honest and good-hearted men who understood the force of the treatment invented by the Geel peasants, advocated it, and gave all their energies to overcome the inertia of mind, the cowardice and the indifference of their surroundings. 314. Liberty and fraternal care have proved the best cure on our side of the above-mentioned wide borderland between insanity and crime. They will prove also the best cure on the other boundary of the same borderland. Progress is in that direction. All that tends that way will bring us nearer to the solution of the great question which has not ceased to preoccupy human societies since the remotest antiquity, and which cannot be solved by prisons. Are we good enough? This article from Freedom, June 1888, refutes the notion that people are simply unable to live in freedom. It shows the fallacy of assuming that people cannot be trusted to cooperate while thinking that giving the same flawed individuals power is a good idea. One of the commonest objections to communism is, that men are not good enough to live under a communist state of things. They would not submit to a compulsory communism, but they are not yet ripe for free, anarchistic communism. Centuries of individualistic education have rendered them too egotistic. Slavery, submission to the strong, and work under the whip of necessity, have rendered them unfit for a society where everybody would be free and know no compulsion except what results from a freely taken engagement towards the others, and their disapproval if he would not fulfill the engagement. Therefore, we are told, some intermediate transition state of society is necessary as a step towards communism. Old words in a new shape, words said and repeated since the first attempt at any reform, political or social, in any human society. Words which we heard before the abolition of slavery, words said 20 and 40 centuries ago by those who like too much their own quietness for liking rapid changes, whom boldness of thought frightens, and who themselves have not suffered enough from the iniquities of the present society to feel the deep necessity of new issues. Men are not good enough for communism, but are they good enough for capitalism? If all men were good-hearted, kind, and just, they would never exploit one another, although possessing the means of doing so. With such men the private ownership of capital would be no danger. The capitalist would hasten to share his profits with the workers, and the best remunerated workers with those suffering from occasional causes. If men were provident they would not produce velvet and articles of luxury while food is wanted in cottages, they would not build palaces as long as there are slums. If men had a deeply developed feeling of equity they would not oppress other men. Politicians would not cheat their electors, Parliament would not be a chattering and cheating box, and Charles Warren's policeman 315 would refuse to bludgeon the Trafalgar Square talkers and listeners. And if men were gallant, self-respecting, and less egotistic, even a bad capitalist would not be a danger, the workers would have soon reduced him to the role of a simple comrade-manager. Even a king would not be dangerous, because the people would merely consider him as a fellow unable to do better work, and therefore entrusted with signing some stupid papers sent out to other cranks calling themselves kings. But men are not those free-minded, independent, provident, loving, and compassionate fellows which we should like to see them. And precisely, therefore, they must not continue living under the present system which permits them to oppress and exploit one another. Take, for instance, those misery-stricken tailors who paraded last Sunday in the streets, and suppose that one of them has inherited £100 from an American uncle. With these £100 he surely will not start a productive association for a dozen of like misery-stricken tailors, and try to improve their condition. He will become a sweater. And, therefore, we say that in a society where men are so bad as this American heir, it is very hard for him to have misery-stricken tailors around him. As soon as he can he will sweat them, while if these same tailors had a secured living from the communist stores, none of them would sweat to enrich their ex-comrade, and the young sweater would himself not become the very bad beast he surely will become if he continues to be a sweater. We are told we are too slavish, too snobbish, to be placed under free institutions, but we say that because we are indeed so slavish we ought not to remain any longer under the present institutions, which favor the development of slavishness. We see that Britons, French, and Americans display the most disgusting slavishness towards Gladstone, Boulanger, or Gould. 316 And we conclude that in a humanity already endowed with such slavish instincts it is very bad to have the masses forcibly deprived of higher education, and compelled to live under the present inequality of wealth, education, and knowledge. Higher instruction and equality of conditions would be the only means for destroying the inherited slavish instincts, and we cannot understand how slavish instincts can be made an argument for maintaining, even for one day longer, inequality of conditions, for refusing equality of instruction to all members of the community. Our space is limited, but submit to the same analysis any of the aspects of our social life, and you will see that the present capitalist, authoritarian system is absolutely inappropriate to a society of men so improvident, so rapacious, so egotistic, and so slavish as they are now. Therefore, when we hear men saying that the anarchists imagine men much better than they really are, we merely wonder how intelligent people can repeat that nonsense. Do we not say continually that the only means of rendering men less rapacious and egotistic, less ambitious, and less slavish at the same time, is to eliminate those conditions which favor the growth of egotism and rapacity, of slavishness and ambition? The only difference between us and those who make the above objection is this: we do not, like them, exaggerate the inferior instincts of the masses, and do not complacently shut our eyes to the same bad instincts in the upper classes. We maintain that both rulers and ruled are spoiled by authority, both exploiters and exploited are spoiled by exploitation, while our opponents seem to admit that there is a kind of salt of the earth, the rulers, the employers, the leaders who, happily enough, prevent those bad men, the ruled, the exploited, the led, from becoming still worse than they are. There is the difference, and a very important one. We admit the imperfections of human nature, but we make no exception for the rulers. They make it, although sometimes unconsciously, and because we make no such exception, they say that we are dreamers, unpractical men. An old quarrel, that quarrel between the practical men and the unpractical, the so-called utopists, a quarrel renewed at each proposed change, and always terminating by the total defeat of those who name themselves practical people. Many of us must remember the quarrel when it raged in America before the abolition of slavery. When the full emancipation of the Negroes was advocated, the practical people used to say that if the Negroes were no more compelled to labor by the whips of their owners, they would not work at all, and soon would become a charge upon the community. Thick whips could be prohibited, they said, and the thickness of the whips might be progressively reduced by law to half an inch first and then to a mere trifle of a few tenths of an inch, but some kind of whip must be maintained. And when the abolitionists said, just as we say now, that the enjoyment of the produce of one's labor would be a much more powerful inducement to work than the thickest whip, nonsense, my friend, they were told just as we are told now. You don't know human nature. Years of slavery have rendered them improvident, lazy, and slavish, and human nature cannot be changed in one day. You are imbued, of course, with the best intentions, but you are quite unpractical. Well, for some time the practical men had their own way in elaborating schemes for the gradual emancipation of Negroes. But, alas, the schemes proved quite unpractical, and the Civil War, the bloodiest on record, broke out. But the war resulted in the abolition of slavery, without any transition period, and none of the terrible consequences foreseen by the practical people followed. The Negroes work, they are industrious and laborious, they are provident, nay, too provident, indeed, and the only regret that can be expressed is, that the scheme advocated by the left wing of the unpractical camp, full equality and land allotments, was not realized. It would have saved much trouble now. About the same time a like quarrel raged in Russia, and its cause was this. There were in Russia 20 million serfs. For generations past they had been under the rule, or rather the birch rod, of their owners. They were flogged for tilling their soil badly, flogged for want of cleanliness in their households, flogged for imperfect weaving of their cloth, flogged for not sooner marrying their boys and girls, flogged for everything. Slavishness, improvidence, were their reputed characteristics. Now came the utopians and asked nothing short of the following: complete liberation of the serfs, immediate abolition of any obligation of the serf towards the lord. More than that, immediate abolition of the lord's jurisdiction and his abandonment of all the affairs upon which he formerly judged, to peasants' tribunals elected by the peasants and judging, not in accordance with law which they do not know, but with their unwritten customs. Such was the unpractical scheme of the unpractical camp. It was treated as a mere folly by practical people. But happily enough there was by that time in Russia a good deal of unpracticalness in the air, and it was maintained by the unpracticalness of the peasants, who revolted with sticks against guns, and refused to submit, notwithstanding the massacres, and thus enforced the unpractical state of mind to such a degree as to permit the unpractical camp to force the Tsar to sign their scheme, still mutilated to some extent. The most practical people hastened to flee away from Russia, that they might not have their throats cut a few days after the promulgation of that unpractical scheme. But everything went on quite smoothly, notwithstanding the many blunders still committed by practical people. These slaves, who were reputed improvident, selfish brutes, and so on, displayed such good sense, such an organizing capacity as to surpass the expectations of even the most unpractical utopians, and in 3 years after the emancipation, the general physiognomy of the villages had completely changed. The slaves were becoming men. The utopians won the battle. They proved that they were the really practical people, and that those who pretended to be practical were imbeciles. And the only regret expressed now by all who know the Russian peasantry is, that too many concessions were made to those practical imbeciles and narrow-minded egotists, that the advice of the left wing of the unpractical camp was not followed in full. We cannot give more examples. But we earnestly invite those who like to reason for themselves to study the history of any of the great social changes which have occurred in humanity from the rise of the communes to the Reform 317 and to our modern times. They will see that history is nothing but a struggle between the rulers and the ruled, the oppressors and the oppressed, in which struggle the practical camp always sides with the rulers and the oppressors, while the unpractical camp sides with the oppressed, and they will see that the struggle always ends in a final defeat of the practical camp after much bloodshed and suffering, due to what they call their practical good sense. If by saying that we are unpractical our opponents mean that we foresee the march of events better than the practical short-sighted cowards, then they are right. But if they mean that they, the practical people, have a better foresight of events, then we send them to history and ask them to put themselves in accordance with its teachings before making that presumptuous assertion. The permanence of society after the Revolution. This article from Freedom, October 1890, discusses the perennial question of how a free society would defend itself from those seeking power or wealth. It effectively shows how antisocial acts would be dealt with in a free society by means of direct action. The question frequently arises in discussions, but if you got an anarchist state of society tomorrow, how would you maintain it? and even if it did continue for a certain time, would not, afterwards, when the first force of revolutionary sentiment and vigilance had spent itself, the old abuses gradually and insidiously come to re-establish themselves, as they came to be established in the first instance. The question is worth answering, especially the latter portion of it. The only way in which a state of anarchy can be obtained is for each man who is oppressed to act as if he were at liberty, in defiance of all authority to the contrary, and evading or overcoming by force all force by which he is opposed or pursued. The liberty of each is created by his taking it. We are commanded to be bound to a certain course, we are forbidden to do certain things, but we can each take the liberty of pleasing ourselves, and of helping others to please themselves in accordance with our ideas of what is proper. We shall thereupon be met by force, and our opponents will seek to deprive us of our physical liberty by which we have rebelled, but we can take the liberty of pitting our own force against theirs. The revolution is a question of ideas to be acted upon, and of force to enable us to act upon them. Given the will the ideas and given also the physical supremacy, and the revolution is an accomplished fact, whether in a single household or workshop, or all over the world. In practical fact, the revolution will enable every person within the revolutionist territory to act in perfect freedom, if he chooses, without having to constantly dread the prevention or the vengeance of an opposing power upholding the former system. Our revolution differs from any precognized by the political parties in that it is not a result officially declared after the quelling of the troops officially opposing, but a fact consisting of the aggregate of individual victories over the resistance of every individual who has stood in the way of liberty. Under these circumstances it is obvious that any visible reprisal could and would be met by a resumption of the same revolutionary action on the part of the individuals or groups affected, and the maintenance of a state of anarchy in this manner would be far easier than the gaining of a state of anarchy by the same methods and in the face of hitherto unshaken organized opposition. We are therefore only called upon to discuss in detail that part of the subject which deals with the gradual and temporarily imperceptible regeneration of the old evils. As a preliminary reply, let us say that these evils must eventually become perceptible to those affected by them, who cannot fail to become aware that in such or such a quarter they are excluded from the liberty they enjoy elsewhere, that such or such a person is drawing from society all that he can, and monopolizing from others as much as possible. They have it in their power to apply a prompt check by boycotting such a person and refusing to help him with their labor or to willingly supply him with any articles in their possession. They have it in their power to exert pressure upon him to obtain his services. They have it in their power to use force against him. They have these powers individually as well as collectively. Being either past rebels who have been inspired with the spirit of liberty, or else habituated to enjoy freedom from their infancy, they are hardly likely to rest passive in view of what they feel to be a wrong. The case would resolve itself into one similar to that already considered concerning the immediate maintaining of anarchy. And at the worst, it can hardly be supposed that the abuse would grow to be a general system like that which exists at present, without having already provoked a severe struggle. In view of the education of the people, the facilities for communication, it would be wonderful if matters went half so far. The establishment of the existing system was due to causes which would be no longer operative. The primitive communism was veiled in dense ignorance, and whilst the direct sources of supply were more numerous in proportion to the population than now, they were also not only less productive, in the absence of the means which later science has brought forth, but less easily taken advantage of than those of the present time. The natural condition was communistic, but it occurred to the minds of some, eventually, to refuse the reciprocal use of their resources to others, except in the presence of force, when hospitality was surrounded with ceremony, whilst by no means relinquishing their claim to entertainment at the hands of the rest, and even enforcing the surrender to them of all that they demanded without reference to the needs of those upon whom they claimed. As a measure of protection against this aggression, tribal property was instituted, being the natural reaction, and through that came militancy. The military system developed that of chieftainship, and from chieftainship sprang on the one hand the state, and on the other private property. From these was developed on the one hand feudalism, and on the other profit-making, then in turn were generated, on the side of feudalism landlordism, and on the side of profit-making mercantilism, followed by industrialism, and all these became merged and unified in modern downright capitalism. The state in the meanwhile modified its character, and was successively an engine for stealing wealth by commanding the military, by land-owning, feudal supremacy, by commercial speculation, by industrial exploitation, and more recently by humbugging the masses of the people. It has never been anything else but a machine for robbery, except a machine for, in addition, arbitrary suppression of free thought, speech, and action. The old instinct of communism had not been sufficiently eradicated by the tradition of property for people to conceive that they were doing any wrong by forcibly appropriating the possessions of another tribe, but it was weakened enough to prevent them from having a due and natural regard for other people in the aggregate, although individual strangers were still treated with hospitality. The occasion of this was that the few aggressive tribes, secluded from the rest, could plot and send out their predatory bands at leisure to attack the others without being expected, and, depriving the non-aggressive tribes very often of all the accumulated means of subsistence, would force them to regard with suspicion and jealousy those who were not of themselves, and those would have the best opportunity to survive who were selfish and hoarded away what they could save from the ruin, or what they acquired afterwards from their companions in misfortune, or guarded their hoards by strongholds, and of the rest, those who attached themselves to the neighborhood of the strongholds and thus drank in some of the nature and traditions of the fortifiers, for those who were the most selfish, jealous, and suspicious were naturally the first to erect these fortifications, had a better chance to survive in the aggregate than those who did not. It was easy, therefore, to persuade the people to join with the primitive robbers for the sake of booty. Today, how small a percentage could be tempted by the hope of direct violent plunder, even where there is no dread of punishment and little fear of being successfully opposed. For instance, in Africa, which is even more accessible from the other continents now than a spot a few score miles away was in the days of our progenitors. For one thing, the idea of plunder is now repugnant to the public mind. Again, the difficulties in the way, though far less than what our forefathers had to encounter in their thieving expeditions, are repellent, both because of the greater ease with which all but the most oppressed can obtain a bare sufficiency for the ordinary needs of life, and by reason of a change in the physical culture and constitution of the people generally. The conditions are, therefore, so different now that it is practically impossible to rationally conceive of a repetition of the developments which have led to the existing condition of society. If any evils do spring up, to become in time a tyrannical system, their nature must be wholly distinct from anything that we can at present conceive of. The comparatively dense population of the earth, almost worldwide communication as a matter of habitual occurrence everywhere, are in themselves apparently insuperable obstacles to the process by which property and rule came previously into existence. Furthermore, we have it for an acquired fact that the inspiration of liberty causes not only, like every other common cause, a development of fraternity and solidarity amongst its adherents, but a modification of the mental inclinations, so that every true anarchist feels it against his own nature to knowingly oppress any other person or interfere with anyone's freedom of action, and it is, generally speaking, quite as impossible for him to do so as for a young man to avoid being attracted by the opposite sex, or for a mother to delight in torturing her child. We have every reason to believe that this impulse, awakened with a greater intensity than the crudely selfish ones mentioned as having arisen in the course of evolution, will be transmitted, like them, by heredity quite as readily and to a greater extent and, being beneficial, will be more persistent than they have been. We see no reason, therefore, to suspect that either the old state of things or any other that is similarly injurious will arise when once the institutions that now oppress humanity are made a clean sweep of, but, on the contrary, we see reason to believe that the accomplishment of the revolution will mark the dawn of a new epoch in human progress. Even if it were not so, the benefit of those who succeed in gaining the victory for freedom, and of some generations after them, would be worth striving for. We cannot by ordinance regulate the condition of posterity, our descendants must see to that for themselves. But if we each determine to ourselves be free and win our own freedom, history and science hint to us that we need in no wise lack the additional incentive that we are thereby building up freedom and welfare for those who shall follow us. The wage system. This pamphlet presents Kropotkin's powerful critique of payment according to labor, or the wages system. It is still the best argument for libertarian communism against those schemes, whether anarchist, collectivism, mutualism, or authoritarian socialist, which link consumption to work done. This pamphlet was also included as a chapter of The Conquest of Bread. I. Representative Government and Wages. In their plan for the reconstruction of society, the collectivists commit, in our opinion, a double error. Whilst speaking of the abolition of the rule of capital, they wish, nevertheless, to maintain two institutions which form the very basis of that rule, namely, representative government and the wage system. As for representative government, it remains absolutely incomprehensible to us how intelligent men, and they are not wanting amongst the collectivists, can continue to be the partisans of national and municipal parliaments, after all the lessons on this subject bestowed on us by history, whether in England or in France, in Germany, Switzerland, or the United States. Whilst parliamentary rule is seen to be everywhere falling to pieces, whilst its principles in themselves and no longer merely their applications are being criticized in every direction, how can intelligent men calling themselves revolutionary socialists, seek to maintain a system already condemned to death? Representative government is a system which was elaborated by the middle class to make head against royalty and, at the same time, to maintain and augment their domination of the workers. It is the characteristic form of middle-class rule. But even its most ardent admirers have never seriously contended that a parliament or municipal body does actually represent a nation or a city. The more intelligent are aware that this is impossible. By upholding parliamentary rule, the middle class have been simply seeking to oppose a dam between themselves and royalty, or between themselves and the territorial aristocracy, without giving liberty to the people. It is moreover plain that, as the people become conscious of their interests, and as the variety of those interests increases, the system becomes unworkable. And this is why the Democrats of all countries are seeking for different palliatives or correctives and cannot find them. They are trying the referendum, and discovering that it is worthless, they prate of proportional representation, of the representation of minorities, and other parliamentary utopias. In a word, they are striving to discover the undiscoverable, that is to say, a method of delegation which shall represent the myriad varied interests of the nation, but they are being forced to recognize that they are upon a false track, and confidence in government by delegation is passing away. It is only the Social Democrats and collectivists who are not losing this confidence, who are attempting to maintain so-called national representation, and this is what we cannot understand. If our anarchist principles do not suit them, if they think them inapplicable, they ought, at least, as it seems to us, to try to discover what other system of organization could well correspond to a society without capitalists or landlords. But to take the middle-class system, a system already in its decadence, a vicious system if ever there was one, and to proclaim this system, with a few innocent corrections, such as the imperative mandate, or the referendum, the uselessness of which has been demonstrated already, good for a society that has passed through the social revolution, is what seems to us absolutely incomprehensible, unless under the name of social revolution they understand something very different from revolution, some petty botching of existing, middle-class rule. The same with regard to the wage system. After having proclaimed the abolition of private property and the possession in common of the instruments of production, how can they sanction the maintenance of the wage system under any form? And yet this is what the collectivists are doing when they praise the efficiency of labor notes. That the English socialists of the early part of this century should invent labor notes is comprehensible. They were simply trying to reconcile capital and labor. They repudiated all ideas of laying violent hands upon the property of the capitalists. They were so little of revolutionaries that they declared themselves ready to submit even to imperial rule, if that rule would favor their cooperative societies. They remained middle-class men at bottom, if charitable ones, and this is why Engels has said so in his preface to the Communist Manifesto of 1848, the socialists of that period were to be found amongst the middle class, whilst the advanced workmen were communists. If later Proudhon took up this same idea, that again is easy to understand. What was he seeking in his mutualist system, if not to render capital less offensive, despite the maintenance of private property, which he detested to the bottom of his heart, but which he believed necessary to guarantee the individual against the state? Further, if economists, belonging more or less to the middle class, also admit labor notes, it is not surprising. It matters little to them whether the worker be paid in labor notes or in coin stamped with the effigy of king or republic. They want to save, in the coming overthrow, private property in inhabited houses, the soil, the mills, or, at least, in inhabited houses and the capital necessary for the production of manufactures. And to maintain this property, labor notes will answer very well. If the labor note can be exchanged for jewels and carriages, the owner of house property will willingly accept it as rent. And as long as the inhabited house, the field, and the mill belong to individual owners, so long will it be requisite to pay them in some way before they will allow you to work in their fields or their mills, or to lodge in their houses. And it will also be requisite to pay wages to the worker, either in gold or in paper money or in labor notes exchangeable for all sorts of commodities. But how can this new form of wages, the labor note, be sanctioned by those who admit that houses, fields, mills are no longer private property, that they belong to the commune or the nation? 2. The collectivist wage system. Let us examine more closely the system for the remuneration of labor, as set forth by the English, French, German and Italian collectivists. 318. It comes very much to this: every one works, be it in fields, in factories, in schools, in hospitals, or what not. The working day is regulated by the state, to which belongs the soil, factories, means of communication and all the rest. Each worker, having done a day's work, receives a labor note, stamped, let us say, with these words, 8 hours of labor. With this note he can procure any sort of goods in the shops of the state or the various corporations. The note is divisible in such a way that 1 hour's worth of meat, 10 minutes' worth of matches, or half an hour's worth of tobacco can be purchased. Instead of saying, 2 penny worth of soap, after the collectivist revolution they will say, 5 minutes' worth of soap. Most collectivists, faithful to the distinction established by the middle-class economists, and Marx also, between qualified, skilled, and simple, unskilled, labor, tell us that qualified or professional toil should be paid a certain number of times more than simple toil. 319 Thus, 1 hour of the doctor's work should be considered as equivalent to 2 or 3 hours of the work of the nurse, or 3 hours of that of the navvy. Professional or qualified labor will be a multiple of simple labor, says the collectivist Grinlund, because this sort of labor demands a longer or shorter apprenticeship. 320. Other collectivists, the French Marxists for example, do not make this distinction. They proclaim equality of wages. The doctor, the schoolmaster, and the professor will be paid, in labor notes, at the same rate as the navvy. 8 hours spent in walking the hospitals will be worth the same as 8 hours spent in navvy's work or in the mine or the factory. Some make a further concession: they admit that disagreeable, or unhealthy labor, such as that in the sewers, should be paid at a higher rate than work which is agreeable. 1 hour of service in the sewers may count, they say, for 2 hours of the labor of the professor. Let us add that certain collectivists advocate the wholesale remuneration of trade societies. Thus, one society may say, here are 100 tons of steel. To produce them 100 workers of our society have taken 10 days, as our day consisted of 8 hours, that makes 8,000 hours of labor for 100 tons of steel, 80 hours a ton. Upon which the state will pay them 8,000 labor notes of 1 hour each, and these 8,000 notes will be distributed amongst the fellow workers in the foundry as seems best to themselves. Or again, if 100 miners have spent 20 days in hewing 8,000 tons of coal, the coal will be worth 2 hours a ton, and the 16,000 labor notes for 1 hour each received by the miners' union will be divided amongst them as they think fair. If there be disputes, if the miners protest and say that a ton of steel ought to cost 6 hours of labor instead of 8, or if the professor rate his day twice as high as the nurse, then the state must step in and regulate their differences. Such, in a few words, is the organization which the collectivists desire to see arising from the social revolution. As we have seen, their principles are: collective property in the instruments of labor and remuneration of each worker according to the time spent in productive toil, taking into account the productiveness of his work. As for their political system, it would be parliamentary rule, ameliorated by the change of men in power, the imperative mandate, and the referendum, i.e., the general vote of yes or no upon questions submitted to the popular decision. Now, we must at once say that this system seems to us absolutely incapable of realization. The collectivists begin by proclaiming a revolutionary principle, the abolition of private property, and, as soon as proclaimed, they deny it by maintaining an organization of production and consumption springing from private property. They proclaim a revolutionary principle and ignore the consequences it must necessarily bring about. They forget that the very fact of abolishing individual property in the instruments of production, land, factories, means of communication, capital, must cause society to set out in a new direction, that it must change production from top to bottom, change not only its methods but its ends, that all the everyday relations between individuals must be modified as soon as land, machinery, and the rest are considered as common possessions. They say, no private property, and immediately they hasten to maintain private property in its everyday forms. For productive purposes you are a commune, they say: the fields, the tools, the machinery, all that has been made up to this day, manufactures, railways, wharves, mines, to all of you in common. Not the slightest distinction will be made concerning the share of each one in this collective property. But from tomorrow you are minutely to discuss the part that each one of you is to take in making the new machines, digging the new mines. From tomorrow you are to endeavor to weigh exactly the portion which will accrue to each one from the new produce. You are to count your minutes of work, you are to be on the watch lest one moment of your neighbor's toil may purchase more than yours. You are to calculate your hours and your minutes of labor, and since the hour measures nothing, since in one factory a workman can watch 4 looms at once, whilst in another he only watches 2, you are to weigh the muscular force, the energy of brain, the energy of nerve expended. You are scrupulously to count up the years of apprenticeship, that you may value precisely the share of each one amongst you in the production of the future. And all this, after you have declared that you leave entirely out of your reckoning the share he has taken in the past. Well, it is evident to us that a society cannot organize itself upon 2 absolutely opposing principles, 2 principles which contradict one another at every step. And the nation or the commune which should give to itself such an organization would be forced either to return to private property or else to transform itself immediately into a communist society. 3. Unequal remuneration. We have said that most collectivist writers demand that in socialist society remuneration should be based upon a distinction between qualified or professional labor and simple labor. They assert that an hour of the engineer's, the architect's or the doctor's work should be counted as 2 or 3 hours' work from the blacksmith, the mason, or the nurse. And the same distinction, say they, ought to be established between workers whose trades require a longer or shorter apprenticeship and those who are mere day laborers. Yes, but to establish this distinction is to maintain all the inequalities of our existing society. It is to trace out beforehand a demarcation between the worker and those who claim to rule him. It is still to divide society into 2 clearly defined classes, an aristocracy of knowledge above, a horny-handed democracy below, one class devoted to the service of the other, one class toiling with its hands to nourish and clothe the other, whilst that other profits by its leisure to learn how to dominate those who toil for it. This is to take the distinctive features of middle-class society and sanction them by a social revolution. It is to erect into a principle an abuse which today is condemned in the society that is breaking up. We know very well what will be said in answer. We shall be told about scientific socialism. The middle-class economists, and Marx, too, will be cited to prove that there a good reason for a scale of wages, for the labor force of the engineer costs society more than the labor force of the navvy. And, indeed, have not the economists striven to prove that, if the engineer is paid 20 times more than the navvy, it is because the cost necessary to produce an engineer is more considerable than that necessary to produce a navvy? And has not Marx maintained that the like distinction between various sorts of manual labor is of equal logical necessity? He could come to no other conclusion, since he took up Ricardo's theory of value and insisted that products exchange in proportion to the quantity of the work socially necessary to produce them. But we know also how much of all this to believe. We know that if the engineer, the scientist, and the doctor are paid today 10 or 100 times more than the laborer, and the weaver earns 3 times as much as the toiler in the fields and 10 times as much as a match girl, it is not because what they receive is in proportion to their various costs of production. Rather it is in proportion to the extent of monopoly in education and in industry. The engineer, the scientist, and the doctor simply draw their profits from their own sort of capital, their degree, their certificates, just as the manufacturer draws a profit from a mill, or as a nobleman used to do from his birth and title. When the employer pays the engineer 20 times more than the workman, he makes this very simple calculation: if an engineer can save him £4,000 a year in cost of production, he will pay him £800 a year to do it. And if he sees a foreman is a clever sweater and can save him £400 in handicraft, he at once offers him £80 or £90 a year. He expends £100 where he counts upon gaining £1,000, that is the essence of the capitalist system. And the like holds good of the differences in various trades. Where then is the sense of talking of the cost of production of labor force, and saying that a student, who passes a merry youth at the university, has a right to 10 times higher wages than the son of a miner who has pined in a pit since he was 11? Or that a weaver has a right to wages 3 or 4 times higher than those of an agricultural laborer? The expenditure needed to produce a weaver is not 4 times as great as the necessary cost of producing a field worker. The weaver simply benefits by the advantageous position which industry enjoys in Europe as compared with parts of the world where at present there is no industrial development. No one has ever estimated the real cost of production of labor force. And if an idler costs society much more than an honest workman, it still remains to be known if, when all is told, infant mortality amongst the workers, the ravages of anemia, the premature deaths, a sturdy day laborer does not cost society more than an artisan. Are we to be told that, for example, the 1 shilling, i.e., 1/20th of a pound a day of a London workwoman, and the 3 pennies, i.e., 1/4 of 1 shilling a day of the Auvergne peasant who blinds herself over lace making represent the cost of production of these women? We are perfectly aware that they often work for even less, but we know also that they do it entirely because, thanks to our splendid social organization, they would die of hunger without these ridiculous wages. The existing scale of wages seems to us a highly complex product of taxation, government interference, monopoly, and capitalistic greed, in a word, of the state and the capitalist system. In our opinion, all the theories made by economists about the scale of wages have been invented after the event to justify existing injustices. It is needless to regard them. We are, however, certain to be informed that the collectivist wage scale will, at all events, be an improvement. You must admit, we shall be told, that it will, at least, be better to have a class of workers paid at 2 or 3 times the ordinary rate than to have Rothschilds, who put into their pockets in one day more than a workman can in a year. It will be a step towards equality. To us it seems a step away from it. To introduce into a socialist society the distinction between ordinary and professional labor would be to sanction by the revolution and erect into a principle a brutal fact, to which we merely submit today, considering it all the while as unjust. It would be acting after the manner of those gentlemen of the 4th of August, 1789, who proclaimed, in high-sounding phraseology, the abolition of feudal rights, and on the 8th of August sanctioned those very rights by imposing upon the peasants the dues by which they were to be redeemed from the nobles. Or again, like the Russian government at the time of the emancipation of the serfs when it proclaimed that the land henceforth belonged to the nobility, whereas previously it was considered an abuse that the land which belonged to the peasants should be bought and sold by private persons. Or, to take a better known example, when the Commune of 1871 decided to pay the members of the communal council 12s. a day, whilst the National Guards on the rampart had only 1s. Certain persons applauded this decision as an act of grand democratic equality. But, in reality, the Commune did nothing thereby but sanction the ancient inequality between officials and soldiers, governors and governed. For an opportunist parliament such a decision might have seemed splendid, but for the Commune it was a negation of its own principles. The Commune was false to its own revolutionary principle, and by that very fact condemned it. In the present state of society, when we see cabinet ministers paying themselves thousands a year, whilst the workman has to content himself with less than 100, when we see the foreman paid twice or three times as much as the ordinary hand, and when amongst workers themselves there are all sorts of gradations from 7s or 8s a day down to the 3d of the seamstress, we disapprove the large salary of the minister, and also the difference between the artisan's 8 shillings and the seamstress's 3 pence. And we say, let us have done with privileges of education as well as of birth. We are anarchists just because such privileges disgust us. How can we then raise these privileges into a principle? How can we proclaim that privileges of education are to be the basis of an equal society, without striking a blow at that very society? What is submitted today, will be submitted to no longer in society based on equality. The general above the soldier, the rich engineer above the workman, the doctor above the nurse, already disgust us. Can we suffer them in a society which starts by proclaiming equality? Evidently not. The popular conscience, inspired by the idea of equality, will revolt against such an injustice, it will not tolerate it. It is not worthwhile to make the attempt. That is why certain collectivists, understanding the impossibility of maintaining a scale of wages in a society inspired by the influences of the revolution, zealously advocate equality in wages. But they only stumble against fresh difficulties, and their equality of wages becomes a utopia as incapable of realization as the wage scale of the others. A society that has seized upon all social wealth, and has plainly announced that all have a right to this wealth, whatever may be the part they have taken in creating it in the past, will be obliged to give up all idea of wages, either in money or in labor notes. 4. Equal wages versus communism. To each according to his deeds, say the collectivists, or rather according to his share of service rendered to society. And this is the principle they recommend as the basis of economic organization, after the revolution shall have made all the instruments of labor and all that is necessary for production common property. Well, if the social revolution should be so unfortunate as to proclaim this principle, it would be stemming the tide of human progress, it would be leaving unsolved the huge social problem cast by past centuries upon our shoulders. It is true that in such a society as ours, where the more a man works the less he is paid, this principle may seem, at first sight, all aspiration towards justice. But at bottom, it is but the consecration of past injustice. It is with this principle that the wage system started, to end where it is today, in crying inequalities and all the abominations of the present state of things. And it has ended thus because, from the day on which society began to value services in money or any other sort of wages, from the day on which it was said that each should have only what he could succeed in getting paid for his work, the whole history of capitalism, the state aiding therein, was written beforehand, its germ was enclosed in this principle. Must we then return to our point of departure and pass once more through the same process of capitalist evolution? These theorists seem to desire it, but happily it is impossible. The revolution will be communistic, or it will be drowned in blood, and must be begun all over again. Service rendered to society, be it labor in factory or field, or moral service, cannot be valued in monetary units. There cannot be an exact measure of its value, either of what has been improperly called its value in exchange or of its value in use. If we see two individuals, both working for years, for 5 hours daily, for the community, at two different occupations equally pleasing to them, we can say that, taken all in all, their labors are roughly equivalent. But their work could not be broken up into fractions, so that the product of each day, each hour, or each minute of the labor of one should be worth the produce of each minute and each hour of that of the other. Broadly speaking, we can say that a man who during his whole life deprives himself of leisure for 10 hours daily has given much more to society than he who has deprived himself of but 5 hours a day, or has not deprived himself of any leisure at all. But we cannot take what one man has done during any 2 hours and say that this produce is worth exactly twice as much as the produce of 1 hour's work from another individual, and reward each proportionately. To do this would be to ignore all that is complex in the industry, the agriculture, the entire life of society as it is. It would be to ignore the extent to which all individual work is the outcome of the former and present labors of society as a whole. It would be to fancy oneself in the Stone Age, when we are living in the age of steel. Go into a coal mine and see that man stationed at the huge machine that hoists and lowers the cage. In his hand, he holds a lever whereby to check or reverse the action of the machinery. He lowers the handle, and in a second, the cage changes the direction of its giddy rush up or down the shaft. His eyes are attentively fixed upon an indicator in front of him, which shows exactly the point the cage has reached. No sooner does it touch the given level than, at his gentlest pressure, it stops dead short, not a foot above or below the required place. And scarcely are the full trucks discharged or the empties loaded before, at a touch to the handle, the cage is again swinging up or down the shaft. For 8 or 10 hours at a time he thus concentrates his attention. Let his brain relax but for an instant, and the cage would fly up and shatter the wheels, break the rope, crush the men, bring all the work of the mine to a standstill. Let him lose 3 seconds upon each reverse of the lever and, in a mine with all the modern improvements, the output will be reduced by from 20 to 50 tons a day. Well, is it he who renders the greatest service in the mine? Or is it, perhaps, that boy who rings from below the signal for the mounting of the cage? Or is it the miner who risks his life every moment in the depths of the mine and will end one day by being killed by fire damp? Or, again, the engineer who would lose the coal seam and set men hewing bare rock, if he merely made a mistake in the addition of his calculations? Or, finally, is it the owner, who has put all his patrimony into the concern, and who perhaps has said, in opposition to all previous anticipations, dig there, you will find excellent coal? All the workers engaged in the mine contribute to the raising of coal in proportion to their strength, their energy, their knowledge, their intelligence and their skill. And we can say that all have the right to live, to satisfy their needs, and even gratify their whims, after the more imperious needs of every one are satisfied. But how can we exactly value what they have each done? Further, is the coal that they have extracted entirely the result of their work? Is it not also the outcome of the work of the men who constructed the railway leading to the mine, and the roads branching off on all sides from the stations? And what of the work of those who have tilled and sown the fields which supply the miners with food, smelted the iron, cut the wood in the forest, made the machines which will consume the coal, and so on? No hard and fast line can be drawn between the work of one and the work of another. To measure them by results leads to absurdity. To divide them into fractions and measure them by hours of labor leads to absurdity also. One course remains, not to measure them at all, but to recognize the right of all who take part in productive labor first of all to live, and then to enjoy the comforts of life. Take any other branch of human activity, take our existence as a whole, and say which of us can claim the highest reward for his deeds. The doctor who has divined the disease or the nurse who has assured its cure by her sanitary cares? the inventor of the first steam engine, or the boy who one day, tired of pulling the cord which formerly served to open the valve admitting the steam beneath the piston, tied his cord to the lever of the machine, and went to play with his companions, without imagining that he had invented the mechanism essential to all modern machinery, the automatic valve. The inventor of the locomotive, or that Newcastle workman who suggested that wooden sleepers should take the place of the stones which were formerly put under the rails and threw trains off the line by their want of elasticity. The driver of the locomotive, or the signalman who stops the train or opens the way for it. To whom do we owe the transatlantic cable? To the engineer who persisted in declaring that the cable would transmit telegrams, whilst the learned electricians declared that it was impossible. To Morey, the scientist, who advised the disuse of thick cables and the substitution of one no bigger than a walking stick. 321. Or, after all, is it to those volunteers, from no one knows where, who spent day and night on the deck of the Great Eastern, minutely examining every yard of cable and taking out the nails that the shareholders of the maritime companies had stupidly caused to be driven through the isolating coat of the cable to render it useless? And, in a still wider field, the vast tract of human life, with its joys, its sorrows, and its varied incidents, cannot each of us mention someone who, during his life, has rendered him some service so great, so important, that if it were proposed to value it in money, he would be filled with indignation? This service may have been a word, nothing but a word in season, or it may have been months or years of devotion. Are you going to estimate these, the most important of all services, in labor notes? The deeds of each. But human societies could not live for 2 successive generations, they would disappear in 50 years, if each one did not give infinitely more than will be returned to him in money, in notes, or in civic rewards. It would be the extinction of the race if the mother did not expend her life to preserve her children, if every man did not give some things without counting the cost, if human beings did not give most where they look for no reward. If middle-class society is going to ruin, if we are today in a blind alley from which there is no escape without applying axe and torch to the institutions of the past, that is just because we have calculated too much. It is just because we have allowed ourselves to be drawn into giving that we may receive, because we have desired to make society into a commercial company based upon debit and credit. Moreover, the collectivists know it. They vaguely comprehend that a society cannot exist if it logically carries out the principle, to each according to his deeds. They suspect that the needs, we are not speaking of the whims, of the individual do not always correspond to his deeds. Accordingly, César de Pepy tells us, this eminently individualistic principle will be tempered by social intervention for the purpose of the education of children and young people, including their maintenance and nurture, and by social organizations for the assistance of the sick and infirm, asylums for aged workers, etc. Even collectivists suspect that a man of 40, the father of 3 children, has greater needs than a youth of 20. They suspect that a woman who is suckling her child and spends sleepless nights by its cot, cannot get through so much work as a man who has enjoyed tranquil slumber. They seem to understand that a man or woman worn out by having, perhaps, worked overhard for society in general may find themselves incapable of performing so many deeds as those who take their hours of labor quietly and pocket their notes in the privileged offices of state statisticians. And they hasten to temper their principle. Oh, certainly, they say, society will feed and bring up its children. Oh, certainly it will assist the old and infirm. Oh, certainly needs not deeds will be the measure of the cost which society will impose on itself to temper the principle of deeds. What, charity? Yes, our old friend, Christian charity, organized by the state. Improve the foundling hospital, organize insurance against age and sickness, and the principle of deeds will be tempered. Wound that they may heal, they can get no further. Thus, then, after having forsworn communism, after having sneered at their ease at the formula, to each according to his needs, is it not obvious that they, the great economists, also perceive that they have forgotten something, i.e., the needs of the producers? And thereupon they hasten to recognize these needs. only it is to be the state by which they are to be estimated, it is to be the state which will undertake to find out if needs are disproportionate to deeds. It is to be the state that will give alms to him who is willing to recognize his inferiority. From thence to the poor law and the workhouse is but a stone's throw. There is but a stone's throw, for even this stepmother of a society against which we are in revolt has found it necessary to temper its individualistic principle. It, too, has had to make concessions in a communistic sense, and in this same form of charity. It also distributes halfpenny dinners to prevent the pillage of its shops. It also builds hospitals, often bad enough, but sometimes splendid, to prevent the ravages of contagious disease. It also, after having paid for nothing but the hours of labor, receives the children of those whom it has itself reduced to the extremity of distress. It also takes account of needs as a charity. Poverty, the existence of the poor, was the first cause of riches. This it was which created the earliest capitalist. For, before the surplus value, about which people are so fond of talking, could begin to be accumulated, it was necessary that there should be poverty-stricken wretches who would consent to sell their labor force rather than die of hunger. It is poverty that has made the rich. And if poverty had advanced by such rapid strides by the end of the Middle Ages, it was chiefly because the invasions and wars, the creation of states and the development of their authority, the wealth gained by exploitation in the East and many other causes of a like nature, broke the bonds which once united agrarian and urban communities, and led them, in place of the solidarity which they once practiced, to adopt the principle of the wage system. Is this principle to be the outcome of the revolution? Dare we dignify by the name of a social revolution that name so dear to the hungry, the suffering and the oppressed the triumph of such a principle as this? It cannot be so. For, on the day when ancient institutions splinter into fragments before the axe of the proletariat, voices will be heard shouting, bread for all, lodging for all, right for all to the comforts of life. And these voices will be heeded. The people will say to themselves, let us begin by satisfying our thirst for the life, the joy, the liberty we have never known. And when all have tasted happiness, we will set to work, the work of demolishing the last vestiges of middle-class rule, with its account book morality, its philosophy of debit and credit, its institutions of mine and thine. While we throw down we shall be building, as Proudhon said, we shall build in the name of communism and of anarchy. 322. Communism and Anarchy. This article gives some indication of how a communist anarchist system would function. Originally a report presented to an anarchist congress held in Paris in 1900, it was published in Les Temps Nouveaux later that year, before appearing in Freedom, July and August 1901. The importance of this question need hardly be insisted upon. Many anarchists and thinkers in general, whilst recognizing the immense advantages which communism may offer to society, yet consider this form of social organization a danger to the liberty and free development of the individual. This danger is also recognized by many communists, and, taken as a whole, the question is merged in that other vast problem which our century has laid bare to its fullest extent, the relation of the individual to society. The problem became obscured in various ways. When speaking of communism, most people think of the more or less Christian and monastic and always authoritarian communism advocated in the first half of the 19th century and practiced in certain communities. These communities took the family as a model and tried to constitute the great communist family, to reform man, for which purpose, in addition to working in common, they impose the living closely together like a family, separation from present civilization, isolation, the interference of brothers and sisters with the entire private life of each member. In addition to this, the difference was not sufficiently noted as between isolated communities, founded on various occasions during the last 3 or 4 centuries, and the numerous federated communes which are likely to spring up in a society about to inaugurate the social revolution. Certain phases of the subject thus require to be considered separately. Production and consumption in common. Domestic life in common, cohabitation, is it necessary to arrange it after the model of the present family? The isolated communities of our times. The federated communes of the future. And, in conclusion, does communism necessarily lessen individuality? In other words, the individual in a communist society. An immense movement of ideas took place during this century under the name of socialism in general, beginning with Babeuf, Saint-Simon, Fourier, Robert Owen, and Proudhon, who formulated the predominating currents of socialism, and continued by their numerous successors, French, Considerant, Pierre Leroux, Louis Blanc, German, Marx, Engels, Russian, Chernyshevsky, Bakunin, etc., who worked either at popularizing the ideas of the founders of modern socialism or at establishing them on a scientific basis. These ideas, on taking precise shape, gave birth to two principal currents, authoritarian communism and anarchist communism, also to a number of intermediary schools bent on finding a way between, such as state capitalism, collectivism, cooperation. Among the working masses they created a formidable workers' movement which strives to organize the whole mass of the workers by trades for the struggle against capital, and which becomes more international with the frequent intercourse between workers of different nationalities. Three essential points were gained by this immense movement of ideas and of action, and these have already widely penetrated the public conscience. They are: the abolition of the wage system, the modern form of ancient serfdom; the abolition of individual property in the means of production; the emancipation of the individual and of society from the political machinery, the state, which helps to maintain economic slavery. On these 3 points all are agreed, and even those who advocate labor notes or who, like Paul Bruce, wish all to be functionaries, that is, employees of the state or the commune, admit that if they advocate either of these proposals it is only because they do not see an immediate possibility for communism. They accept this compromise as an expedient, but their aim always remains communism. And, as to the state, even the bitterest partisans of the state, of authority, even of dictatorship, recognize that with the disappearance of the classes of today the state will also cease to exist. Hence we may say without exaggerating the importance of our section of the socialist movement, the anarchist section, that in spite of all differences between the various sections of socialism, which differences are, before all, based upon the more or less revolutionary character of the means of action of each section, we may affirm that all sections, by the voice of their thinkers, recognize the evolution towards free communism as the aim of socialist evolution. All the rest, as they themselves confess, are only stepping stones towards this end. It would be idle to discuss these stepping stones without an examination of the tendencies of development of modern society. Of these different tendencies two, before all, merit our attention. One is the increasing difficulty of determining the share of each individual in modern production. Industry and agriculture have become so complicated, so riveted together, all industries are so dependent one upon the other that payment to the producer by results becomes impossible. The more industry is developed, the more we see payment by piece replaced by wages. Wages, on the other hand, become more equal. The division of modern bourgeois society in classes certainly remains, and there is a whole class of bourgeois who earn the more, the less work they do. The working class itself is divided into 4 great divisions: women, agricultural laborers, unskilled and skilled workers. These divisions represent 4 degrees of exploitation and are but the result of bourgeois organization. In a society of equals, where all can learn a trade and where the exploitation of woman by man, of the peasant by the manufacturer, will cease, these classes will disappear. But, even today, wages within each of these classes tend to become more equal. This led to the statement that a navvy's day's work is worth that of a jeweler, and made Robert Owen conceive his labor notes, paid to all who work so many hours in the production of necessary commodities. But if we look back on all attempts made in this direction, we find that with the exception of a few thousand farmers in the United States, labor notes have not spread since the end of the first quarter of the century when Owen tried to issue them. Elsewhere, see La Conquête du Pain, the wage system 323, the reasons for this have been discussed. On the other hand, we see a great number of attempts at partial socialization, tending in the direction of communism. Hundreds of communist communities have been founded during this century almost everywhere, and at this very moment we are aware of more than 100 of them, all being more or less communistic. It is in the same direction of communism, partial communism. We mean to say that nearly all the numerous attempts at socialization we see in bourgeois society tend to be made, either between individuals or with regard to the socialization of municipal matters. Hotels, steamers, boarding houses, are all experiments in this direction undertaken by the bourgeois. For so much per day, you have the choice between 10 or 50 dishes placed at your disposal at the hotel or on the steamer, with nobody controlling the amount you have eaten of them. This organization is even international, and before leaving Paris or London you may buy bonus coupons, for 10 francs per day, which enable you to stay at will in hundreds of hotels in France, Germany, Switzerland, etc., all belonging to an international society of hotels. The bourgeois thoroughly understood the advantages of partial communism combined with the almost unlimited freedom of the individual in respect to consumption, and in all these institutions for a fixed price per month you will be lodged and fed, with the single exception of costly extras, wine, special apartments, which are charged separately. Fire insurance, especially in villages where equality of conditions permits the charge of an equal premium for all inhabitants, insurance against accidents, against burglars, the arrangement by which great English stores will supply for 1 second per week all the fish which a small family may consume, clubs, the innumerable societies of insurance against sickness, etc., etc. All this mass of institutions, created during this century, belong to the same category as being an approach towards communism with regard to partial consumption in certain forms. Finally, there exists a vast series of municipal institutions: water, gas, electricity, workmen's dwellings, trains with uniform fares, baths, washing houses, etc., where similar attempts at socializing consumption are being made on an ever-increasing scale. All this is certainly not yet communism. Far from it. But the principle of these institutions contains a part of the principle of communism, for so much per day, in money today, in labor tomorrow, you are entitled to satisfy luxury excepted this or the other of your wants. These essays into communism differ from real communism in many ways, and essentially in the two following: 1. Payment in money instead of payment by labor; 2. The consumers have no voice in the administration of the business. If, however, the idea, the tendency of these institutions were well understood, it would not be difficult even today to start by private or public initiative a community carrying out the first principle mentioned. Let us suppose a territory of 500 hectares, 1,200 acres, on which are built 200 cottages, each surrounded by a garden or an orchard of a quarter hectare, 3 parts of an acre. The management allows each family occupying a cottage to choose out of 50 dishes per day what is desired, or it supplies bread, vegetables, meat, coffee as demanded for preparation at home. In return, they demand either so much per annum in money or a certain number of hours of work given, at the consumer's choice, to one of the departments of the establishment: agriculture, cattle raising, cooking, cleaning. This may be put in practice tomorrow if required, and we must wonder that such a farm hotel garden has not yet been founded by an enterprising hotel proprietor. It will be objected, no doubt, that it is just here, the introduction of labor in common, that communists have generally experienced failure. Yet this objection cannot stand. The causes of failure have always to be sought elsewhere. Firstly, nearly all communities were founded by an almost religious wave of enthusiasm. People were asked to become pioneers of humanity, to submit to the dictates of a punctilious morality, to become quite regenerated by communist life, to give all their time, hours of work and of leisure, to the community, to live entirely for the community. This meant acting simply like monks and to demand without any necessity of men to be what they are not. It is only in quite recent days that communities have been founded by anarchist working men without any such pretensions, for purely economic purposes to free themselves from capitalist exploitation. The second mistake lay in the desire to manage the community after the model of a family, to make it the great family. They lived all in the same house and were thus forced to continuously meet the same brethren and sisters. It is already difficult often for two real brothers to live together in the same house, and family life is not always harmonious, so it was a fundamental error to impose on all the great family instead of trying, on the contrary, to guarantee, as much as possible, to each individual, freedom and home life. Besides, a small community cannot live long, brethren and sisters forced to meet continuously, amid a scarcity of new impressions, and by detesting each other. And if two persons through becoming rivals or simply not liking each other are able by their disagreement to bring about the dissolution of a community, the prolonged life of such communities would be a strange thing, especially since all communities founded up to now have isolated themselves. It is a foregone conclusion that a close association of 10, 20, or 100 persons cannot last longer than 3 or 4 years. It would be even regrettable if it lasted longer, because this would only prove either that all were brought under the influence of a single individual or that all lost their individuality. Well, since it is certain that in 3, 4, or 5 years part of the members of a community would wish to leave, there ought to exist at least a dozen or more federated communities in order that those who, for one reason or other, wish to leave a community may enter another community, being replaced by newcomers from other places. Otherwise, the communist beehive must necessarily perish or, which nearly always happens, fall into the hands of one individual, generally the most cunning of the brethren. Finally, all communities founded up till now isolated themselves from society, but struggle, a life of struggle, is far more urgently needed by an active man than a well-supplied table. This desire to see the world, to mix with its currents, to fight its battles is the imperative call to the young generation. Hence it comes, as Tchaikovsky remarked from his experience 324, that young people, at the age of 18 or 20, necessarily leave a community which does not comprehend the whole of society. We need not add that governments of all descriptions have always been the most serious stumbling blocks for all communities. Those which have seen least of this or none at all, like young Icaria 325, succeed best. This is easily understood. Political hatred is one of the most violent in character. We can live in the same town with our political adversaries if we are not forced to see them every moment. But how is life possible in a small community where we meet each other at every turn? Political dissent enters the study, the workshop, the place of rest, and life becomes impossible. 2. On the other hand, it has been proved to conviction that work in common, communist production, succeeds marvelously. In no commercial enterprise has so much value been added to land by labor as in each of the communities founded in America and in Europe. Faults of calculation may occur everywhere as they occur in all capitalist undertakings, but since it is known that during the first 5 years after their institution 4 out of every 5 commercial undertakings become bankrupt, it must be admitted that nothing similar or even coming near to this has occurred in communist communities. So, when the bourgeois press, wanting to be ingenious, speaks of offering an island to anarchists on which to establish their community relying on our experience, we are ready to accept this proposal, provided only that this island be, for instance, the Isle de France 326, and that upon the valuation of the social wealth, we receive our share of it. Only, since we know that neither the Isle de France nor our share of social wealth will be given to us, we shall some day take one and the other ourselves by means of the social revolution. Paris and Barcelona in 1871 were not very far from doing so, and ideas have made headway since that time. Progress permits us to see above all, that an isolated town, proclaiming the commune, would have great difficulty to subsist. The experiment ought, therefore, to be made on a territory, e.g., one of the western states, Idaho or Ohio, as American socialists suggest, and they are right. on a sufficiently large territory, not within the bounds of a single town, we must someday begin to put in practice the communism of the future. We have so often demonstrated that state communism is impossible, that it is useless to dwell on this subject. A proof of this, furthermore, lies in the fact that the believers in the state, the upholders of a socialist state, do not themselves believe in state communism. A portion of them occupy themselves with the conquest of a share of the power in the state of today, the bourgeois state, and do not trouble themselves at all to explain that their idea of a socialist state is different from a system of state capitalism under which everybody would be a functionary of the state. If we tell them that it is this they aim at, they are annoyed, yet they do not explain what other system of society they wish to establish. As they do not believe in the possibility of a social revolution in the near future, their aim is to become part of the government in the bourgeois state of today, and they leave it to the future to decide where this will end. As to those who have tried to sketch the outlines of a future socialist state, they met our criticism by asserting that all they want are bureaus of statistics. But this is mere juggling with words. Besides, it is averred today that the only statistics of value are those recorded by each individual himself, giving age, sex, occupation, social position, or the lists of what he sold or bought, produced, and consumed. The questions to be put are usually of voluntary elaboration, by scientists, statistical societies, and the work of statistical bureaus consists today in distributing the questions, in arranging and mechanically summing up the replies. To reduce the state, the governments, to this function, and to say that, by government, only this will be understood, means nothing else, if said sincerely, but an honorable retreat. And we must indeed admit that the Jacobins of 30 years ago have immensely gone back from their ideals of dictatorship and socialist centralization. No one would dare to say today that the production or consumption of potatoes or rice must be regulated by the parliament of the German People's State, Volksstaat, at Berlin. These insipid things are no longer said. The communist state is an utopia given up already by its own adherents, and it is time to proceed further. A far more important question to be examined, indeed, is this: whether anarchist or free communism does not also imply a diminution of individual freedom. As a matter of fact, in all discussions on freedom our ideas are obscured by the surviving influence of past centuries of serfdom and religious oppression. Economists represented the enforced contract, under the threat of hunger, between master and working man as a state of freedom. Politicians, again, so called the present state of the citizen who has become a serf and a taxpayer of the state. The most advanced moralists, like Mill and his numerous disciples, defined liberty as the right to do everything with the exception of encroachments on the equal liberty of all others. 327. Apart from the fact that the word right is a very confused term handed over from past ages, meaning nothing at all or too much, the definition of Mill enabled the philosopher Herbert Spencer, numerous authors, and even some individualist anarchists to reconstruct tribunals and legal punishments, even to the penalty of death, that is, to reintroduce, necessarily, in the end, the state itself, which they had admirably criticized themselves. The idea of free will is also hidden behind all these reasonings. If we put aside all unconscious actions and consider only premeditated actions, being those which the law, religious and penal systems alone try to influence, we find that each action of this kind is preceded by some discussion in the human brain. For instance, I shall go out and take a walk, somebody thinks, no, I have an appointment with a friend, or I promised to finish some work, or my wife and children will be sorry to remain at home, or I shall lose my employment if I do not go to work. The last reflection implies the fear of punishment. In the first three instances, this man has to face only himself, his habit of loyalty, his sympathies. And there lies all the difference. We say that a man forced to reason that he must give up such and such an engagement from fear of punishment, is not a free man. And we affirm that humanity can and must free itself from the fear of punishment, and that it can constitute an anarchist society in which the fear of punishment and even the unwillingness to be blamed shall disappear. Towards this ideal we march. but we know that we can free ourselves neither from our habit of loyalty, keeping our word, nor from our sympathies, fear of giving pain to those whom we love and whom we do not wish to afflict or even to disappoint. In this last respect, man is never free. Robinson Crusoe, on his island, was not free. The moment he began to construct his ship, to cultivate his garden or to lay in provisions for the winter, he was already captured, absorbed by his work. If he felt lazy and would have preferred to remain lying at ease in his cave, he hesitated for a moment and nevertheless went forth to his work. The moment he had the company of a dog, of 2 or 3 goats and, above all, after he had met with Friday, he was no longer absolutely free in the sense in which these words are sometimes used in discussions. He had obligations, he had to think of the interests of others, he was no longer the perfect individualist whom we are sometimes expected to see in him. The moment he has a wife or children, educated by himself or confided to others, society, the moment he has a domestic animal, or even only an orchard which requires to be watered at certain hours, from that moment he is no longer the care-for-nothing, the egoist, the individualist who is sometimes represented as the type of a free man. Neither on Crusoe's island, far less in society of whatever kind it be, does this type exist. Man takes, and will always take into consideration the interests of other men in proportion to the establishment of relations of mutual interest between them, and the more so the more these others affirm their own sentiments and desires. Thus we find no other definition of liberty than the following one: the possibility of action without being influenced in those actions by the fear of punishment by society, bodily constraint, the threat of hunger or even censure, except when it comes from a friend. Understanding liberty in this sense, and we doubt whether a larger and at the same time a more real definition of it can be found, we may say that communism can diminish, even annihilate, all individual liberty, and in many communist communities this was attempted, but it can also enhance this liberty to its utmost limits. All depends on the fundamental ideas on which the association is based. It is not the form of an association which involves slavery, it is the ideas of individual liberty which we bring with us to an association which determine the more or less libertarian character of that association. This applies to all forms of association. Cohabitation of 2 individuals under the same roof may lead to the enslavement of one by the will of the other, as it may also lead to liberty for both. The same applies to the family or to the cooperation of 2 persons in gardening or in bringing out a paper. The same with regard to large or small associations, to each social institution. Thus, in the 10th, 11th and 12th centuries, we find communes of equals, men equally free, and 4 centuries later we see the same commune calling for the dictatorship of a priest. Judges and laws had remained, the idea of the Roman law, of the state had become dominant, whilst those of freedom, of settling disputes by arbitration and of applying federalism to its fullest extent had disappeared, hence arose slavery. Well, of all institutions or forms of social organization that have been tried until this day, communism is the one which guarantees the greatest amount of individual liberty, provided that the idea that begets the community be liberty, anarchy. Communism is capable of assuming all forms of freedom or of oppression which other institutions are unable to do. It may produce a monastery where all implicitly obey the orders of their superior, and it may produce an absolutely free organization, leaving his full freedom to the individual, existing only as long as the associates wish to remain together, imposing nothing on anybody, being anxious rather to defend, enlarge, extend in all directions the liberty of the individual. Communism may be authoritarian, in which case the community will soon decay, or it may be anarchist. The state, on the contrary, cannot be this. It is authoritarian or it ceases to be the state. Communism guarantees economic freedom better than any other form of association, because it can guarantee well-being, even luxury, in return for a few hours of work instead of a day's work. Now, to give 10 or 11 hours of leisure per day out of the 16 during which we lead a conscious life, sleeping 8 hours, means to enlarge individual liberty to a point which for thousands of years has been one of the ideals of humanity. This can be done today. In a communist society, man can dispose of at least 10 hours of leisure. This means emancipation from one of the heaviest burdens of slavery on man. It is an increase of liberty. To recognize all men as equal and to renounce government of man by man is another increase of individual liberty in a degree which no other form of association has ever admitted even as a dream. It becomes possible only after the first step has been taken, when man has his means of existence guaranteed and is not forced to sell his muscle and his brain to those who condescend to exploit him. Lastly, to recognize a variety of occupations as the basis of all progress and to organize in such a way that man may be absolutely free during his leisure time, whilst he may also vary his work, a change for which his early education and instruction will have prepared him. This can easily be put in practice in a communist society. This, again, means the emancipation of the individual, who will find doors open in every direction for his complete development. As for the rest, all depends upon the ideas on which the community is founded. We know a religious community in which members who felt unhappy, and showed signs of this on their faces, used to be addressed by a brother, "You are sad. Nevertheless, put on a happy look, otherwise you will afflict our brethren and sisters." And we know of communities of 7 members, one of whom moved the nomination of 4 committees, gardening, ways and means, housekeeping and exportation, with absolute rights for the chairman of each committee. There certainly existed communities founded or invaded by criminals of authority, a special type recommended to the attention of Mr. Lombroso 328, and quite a number of communities were founded by mad upholders of the absorption of the individual by society. But these men were not the product of communism, but of Christianity, eminently authoritarian in its essence, and of Roman law, the state. The fundamental idea of these men who hold that society cannot exist without police and judges, the idea of the state, is a permanent danger to all liberty, and not the fundamental idea of communism, which consists in consuming and producing without calculating the exact share of each individual. This idea, on the contrary, is an idea of freedom, of emancipation. Thus we have arrived at the following conclusions. Attempts at communism have hitherto failed because they were based on an impetus of a religious character instead of considering a community simply as a means of economic consumption and production. They isolated themselves from society. They were imbued with an authoritarian spirit. They were isolated instead of federated. They required of their members so much labor as to leave them no leisure time. They were modeled on the form of the patriarchal family instead of having for an aim the fullest possible emancipation of the individual. Communism, being an eminently economic institution, does not in any way prejudice the amount of liberty guaranteed to the individual, the initiator, the rebel against crystal leasing customs. It may be authoritarian, which necessarily leads to the death of the community, and it may be libertarian, which in the 12th century, even under the partial communism of the young cities of that age, led to the creation of a young civilization full of vigor, a new springtide of Europe. The only durable form of communism, however, is one under which, seeing the close contact between fellow men it brings about, every effort would be made to extend the liberty of the individual in all directions. Under such conditions, under the influence of this idea, the liberty of the individual, increased already by the amount of leisure secured to him, will be curtailed in no other way than occurs today by municipal gas, the house-to-house delivery of food by great stores, modern hotels, or by the fact that during working hours we work side by side with thousands of fellow laborers. With anarchy as an aim and as a means, communism becomes possible. Without it, it necessarily becomes slavery and cannot exist. The Reformed School. This letter to Spanish libertarian educationist Francisco Ferrer, founder of the New Review, El École Rénovée, appeared in Freedom in June 1908. It summarizes Kropotkin's views on libertarian education and reflects his ideas of how education would work in a free society. Dear comrade and friend, I am very glad to note that you are about to issue El École Rénovée, the Reformed School, regretting but one thing, that I am unable to give it all the assistance I would. Everything has to be begun over again in the schools of the present day. Above all, education in the true sense of the word, that is to say, the formation of the moral being, the active individual, full of initiative, enterprise, courage, freed from that timidity of thought which is the distinctive feature of the educated man of our period, and at the same time sociable, communistic by instinct, equal with and capable of feeling his equality with every man throughout the universe, starting emancipated from the religious, narrowly individualistic, authoritarian, etc. principles which the school inculcates. As regards all this, we must evidently, step by step, create a new exposition of all the sciences, concrete, in place of the present metaphysical expositions, social associated, if I may employ the term, in place of individualistic, and popular expositions, from the point of view of the people, instead of that of the leisured classes, which at present dominates all science, and especially our books of instruction. For history, social economy evidently, no one doubts it. But the same holds good for every science, biology, the physiology of living creatures in general, psychology, and even for the exposition of physics and mathematics. Take, for example, astronomy. What a difference when it was taught from the geocentric point of view to what it became when conceived and taught from the heliocentric standpoint, or to what it will be when taught from the point of view of the infinitely small, traveling through space and producing, through incessant collision, celestial harmonies. Or take mathematics when taught as simple logical deductions of signs which have lost their original meanings, and remaining signs only, are treated as entities, to when they will be taught as simplified expressions of facts which are life, infinite and infinitely varied even in nature. I shall never forget the way in which our great mathematician, Chebyshev, taught us the integral calculus in the St. Petersburg University. When he would say, writing the given signs of his integrals, if, gentlemen, within certain limits, we take the total of all the infinitesimal variations that can occur in the three dimensions of such a physical body, under the influence of such forces, when he spoke thus his integrals became the living emblems of living things in nature, whereas with other professors, these identical signs were but dead matter, metaphysics without any real meaning. Now, the teaching of all the sciences, from the most abstract to those of sociology, the economic, and the physiological psychology of the individual and the crowds, requires reconstruction in order to reach the level of the science of the day. Science has progressed immensely during the past half-century, but the teaching of science has not followed a similar development. It must be brought up to date. First, in order that instruction, as already mentioned, should no longer be an obstacle in the development of the individual, and next, because the cycle of instruction now necessary has become so much enlarged that the effort of all must be to elaborate methods which will combine an economy of energy and time whereby to reach the desired end. Formerly, it was he who was destined for the career of priest, scholar, or administrator, who studied. He thought little of devoting 10 or 15 years to study. Today the whole world wishes to study, to know, and the producer of wealth, the worker, is the first to demand it for himself. There should not be a single human being to whom knowledge, not superficial semi-knowledge, but true knowledge, should be refused on account of time. Today, thanks to the extraordinary progress of the 19th century, we can produce everything that is necessary to assure well-being to all. And we can at the same time give to all the joy of true knowledge. But in order to do it we must reform the methods of instruction. In our present schools, formed to make an aristocracy of knowledge, and up to now directed by this aristocracy under the supervision of priests, the waste of time is colossal, absurd. In English secondary schools, 2 years of the time reserved for the instruction of mathematics are given up to exercises on the transformation of yards, perches, poles, miles, bushels, and other English measures. Everywhere history in schools is time absolutely wasted on the memorizing of names, of laws incomprehensible to children, wars, admitted falsehoods, etc. And in each branch the waste of time reaches outrageous proportions. Well, it is easy to foresee that we shall be compelled to adopt integral instruction, i.e., teaching which, by the practice of the hand on wood, stone, metal, will speak to the brain and help to develop it. We shall arrive at teaching everyone the basis of every trade as well as of every machine, by laboring, according to certain already elaborated systems, at the workbench, with the vice, in shaping raw material, in oneself making the fundamental parts of everything, as well of simple machines as of apparatus for the transmission of power, to which all machines are reduced. We must come to the merging of manual with mental labor, as preached by Fourier and the International, and which is already to be found in a few schools, notably in the United States, and we shall then see the immense economy of time that will be realized by the young brain developed at once by the work of hand and mind. Then, as soon as the matter is seriously studied, we shall find means to economize time in every branch of teaching. The field for cultivation as regards instruction is so immense, so vast, that the union of every spirit freed from the mists of the past and turned towards the future is necessary. All will find therein an immense work to accomplish. My best wishes for the success of l'École Rénovée. With fraternal greetings. P. Kropotkin. From fields, factories, and workshops. Or, industry combined with agriculture and brain work with manual work. Fields, factories, and workshops shows Kropotkin applying his scientific training to economics. Basing his argument on a wealth of evidence, he showed how advances in technology were producing a decentralization in industry and agriculture under capitalism. These extracts also refute the notion that he stood for small-scale production. As becomes clear, Kropotkin argues for appropriate levels of production and technology. Preface to the second edition, 1913. 14 years have passed since the first edition of this book was published, and in revising it for this new edition, I found at my disposal an immense mass of new materials, statistical and descriptive, and a great number of new works dealing with the different subjects that are treated in this book. I have thus had an excellent opportunity to verify how far the previsions that I had formulated when I first wrote this book have been confirmed by the subsequent economical evolution of the different nations. This verification permits me to affirm that the economical tendencies that I had ventured to foreshadow then have only become more and more definite since. Everywhere, we see the same decentralization of industries going on, new nations continually entering the ranks of those which manufacture for the world market. Each of these newcomers endeavors to develop, and succeeds in developing, in its own territory the principal industries, and thus frees itself from being exploited by other nations, more advanced in their technical evolution. All nations have made a remarkable progress in this direction, as will be seen from the new data that are given in this book. On the other hand, one sees, with all the great industrial nations, the growing tendency and need of developing at home a more intensive agricultural productivity, either by improving the now existing methods of extensive agriculture, by means of small holdings, intercolonization, agricultural education, and cooperative work, or by introducing different new branches of intensive agriculture. It is especially in revising the chapters dealing with the small industries that I had to incorporate the results of a great number of new researches. In so doing, I was enabled to show that the growth of an infinite variety of small enterprises by the side of the very great centralist concerns is not showing any signs of abatement. On the contrary, the distribution of electrical motive power has given them a new impulse. In those places where water power was utilized for distributing electric power in the villages, and in those cities where the machinery used for producing electric light during the night hours was utilized for supplying motive power during the day, the small industries are taking a new development. As to the need, generally felt at this moment, of an education which would combine a wide scientific instruction with a sound knowledge of manual work, a question which I treat in the last chapter, it can be said that this cause has already been won in this country during the last 20 years. The principle is generally recognized by this time, although most nations, impoverished as they are by their armaments, are much too slow in applying the principle in life. P. Kropotkin. Brighton, October 1912. Preface to the first edition, 1898. Under the name of profits, rent, interest upon capital, surplus value, and the like, economists have eagerly discussed the benefits which the owners of land or capital, or some privileged nations, can derive, either from the underpaid work of the wage laborer, or from the inferior position of one class of the community towards another class, or from the inferior economical development of one nation towards another nation. These profits being shared in a very unequal proportion between the different individuals, classes, and nations engaged in production, considerable pains were taken to study the present apportionment of the benefits, and its economical and moral consequences, as well as the changes in the present economical organization of society which might bring about a more equitable distribution of a rapidly accumulating wealth. It is upon questions relating to the right to that increment of wealth that the hottest battles are now fought between economists of different schools. In the meantime, the great question what have we to produce, and how, necessarily remained in the background. Political economy, as it gradually emerges from its semi-scientific stage, tends more and more to become a science devoted to the study of the needs of men and of the means of satisfying them with the least possible waste of energy, that is, a sort of physiology of society. But few economists, as yet, have recognized that this is the proper domain of economics, and have attempted to treat their science from this point of view. The main subject of social economy, that is, the economy of energy required for the satisfaction of human needs, is consequently the last subject which one expects to find treated in a concrete form in economical treatises. The following pages are a contribution to a portion of this vast subject. They contain a discussion of the advantages which civilized societies could derive from a combination of industrial pursuits with intensive agriculture, and of brain work with manual work. The importance of such a combination has not escaped the attention of a number of students of social science. It was eagerly discussed some 50 years ago under the names of harmonized labor, integral education, and so on. It was pointed out at that time that the greatest sum total of well-being can be obtained when a variety of agricultural, industrial, and intellectual pursuits are combined in each community, and that man shows his best when he is in a position to apply his usually varied capacities to several pursuits in the farm, the workshop, the factory, the study, or the studio, instead of being riveted for life to one of these pursuits only. Half a century ago, a harmonious union between agricultural and industrial pursuits, as also between brain work and manual work, could only be a remote desideratum. The conditions under which the factory system asserted itself, as well as the obsolete forms of agriculture which prevailed at that time, prevented such a union from being feasible. Synthetic production was impossible. However, the wonderful simplification of the technical processes in both industry and agriculture, partly due to an ever-increasing division of labor in analogy with what we see in biology, has rendered the synthesis possible, and a distinct tendency towards a synthesis of human activities now becomes apparent in modern economical evolution. This tendency is analyzed in the subsequent chapters, a special weight being laid upon the present possibilities of agriculture, which are illustrated by a number of examples borrowed from different countries, and upon the small industries, to which a new impetus is being given by the new methods of transmission of motive power. P. Kropotkin. Bromley, Kent, 1898. The Decentralization of Industries. Who does not remember the remarkable chapter by which Adam Smith opens his inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations? Even those of our contemporary economists who seldom revert to the works of the father of political economy, and often forget the ideas which inspired them, know that chapter almost by heart, so often has it been copied and recopied since. It has become an article of faith, and the economical history of the century which has elapsed since Adam Smith wrote has been, so to speak, an actual commentary upon it. Division of labor was its watchword. And the division and subdivision, the permanent subdivision of functions, has been pushed so far as to divide humanity into castes which are almost as firmly established as those of old India. We have, first, the broad division into producers and consumers, little consuming producers on the one hand, little producing consumers on the other hand. Then, amidst the former, a series of further subdivisions, the manual worker and the intellectual worker, sharply separated from one another to the detriment of both, the agricultural laborers and the workers in the manufacture, and, amidst the mass of the latter, numberless subdivisions again so minute, indeed, that the modern ideal of a workman seems to be a man or a woman, or even a girl or a boy, without the knowledge of any handicraft, without any conception whatever of the industry he or she is employed in, who is only capable of making all day long and for a whole life the same infinitesimal part of something, who from the age of 13 to that of 60 pushes the coal cart at a given spot of the mine or makes the spring of a penknife, or the 18th part of a pin. Mere servants to some machine of a given description, mere flesh and bone parts of some immense machinery, having no idea how and why the machinery performs its rhythmical movements. Skilled artisanship is being swept away as a survival of a past condemned to disappear. The artist who formerly found aesthetic enjoyment in the work of his hands is substituted by the human slave of an iron slave. Nay, even the agricultural laborer, who formerly used to find a relief from the hardships of his life in the home of his ancestors, the future home of his children, in his love of the field and in a keen intercourse with nature, even he has been doomed to disappear for the sake of division of labor. He is an anachronism, we are told. He must be substituted, in a bonanza farm, by an occasional servant hired for the summer, and discharged as the autumn comes, a tramp who will never again see the field he has harvested once in his life. An affair of a few years, the economists say, to reform agriculture in accordance with the true principles of division of labor and modern industrial organization. Dazzled with the results obtained by a century of marvelous inventions, especially in England, our economists and political men went still farther in their dreams of division of labor. They proclaimed the necessity of dividing the whole of humanity into national workshops having each of them its own speciality. We were taught, for instance, that Hungary and Russia are predestined by nature to grow corn in order to feed the manufacturing countries, that Britain had to provide the world market with cottons, iron goods, and coal, Belgium with woolen cloth, and so on. Nay, within each nation, each region had to have its own speciality. So it has been for some time since, so it ought to remain. Fortunes have been made in this way, and will continue to be made in the same way. It being proclaimed that the wealth of nations is measured by the amount of profits made by the few, and that the largest profits are made by means of a specialization of labor, the question was not conceived to exist as to whether human beings would always submit to such a specialization, whether nations could be specialized like isolated workmen. The theory was good for today, why should we care for tomorrow? Tomorrow might bring its own theory. And so it did. The narrow conception of life which consisted in thinking that profits are the only leading motive of human society, and the stubborn view which supposes that what has existed yesterday would last forever, proved in discordance with the tendencies of human life, and life took another direction. Nobody will deny the high pitch of production which may be attained by specialization. But, precisely in proportion as the work required from the individual in modern production becomes simpler and easier to be learned, and, therefore, also more monotonous and wearisome, the requirements of the individual for varying his work, for exercising all his capacities, become more and more prominent. Humanity perceives that there is no advantage for the community in riveting a human being for all his life to a given spot, in a workshop or a mine, no gain in depriving him of such work as would bring him into free intercourse with nature, make of him a conscious part of the grand whole, a partner in the highest enjoyments of science and art, of free work and creation. Nations, too, refuse to be specialized. Each nation is a compound aggregate of tastes and inclinations, of wants and resources, of capacities and inventive powers. The territory occupied by each nation is in its turn a most varied texture of soils and climates, of hills and valleys, of slopes leading to a still greater variety of territories and races. Variety is the distinctive feature, both of the territory and its inhabitants, and that variety implies a variety of occupations. Agriculture calls manufactures into existence, and manufactures support agriculture. Both are inseparable, and the combination, the integration of both brings about the grandest results. In proportion as technical knowledge becomes everybody's virtual domain, in proportion as it becomes international, and can be concealed no longer, each nation acquires the possibility of applying the whole variety of her energies to the whole variety of industrial and agricultural pursuits. Knowledge ignores artificial political boundaries. So also do the industries, and the present tendency of humanity is to have the greatest possible variety of industries gathered in each country, in each separate region, side by side with agriculture. The needs of human agglomerations correspond thus to the needs of the individual, and while a temporary division of functions remains the surest guarantee of success in each separate undertaking, the permanent division is doomed to disappear, and to be substituted by a variety of pursuits, intellectual, industrial, and agricultural, corresponding to the different capacities of the individual, as well as to the variety of capacities within every human aggregate. When we thus revert from the scholastics of our textbooks, and examine human life as a whole, we soon discover that, while all the benefits of a temporary division of labor must be maintained, it is high time to claim those of the integration of labor. Political economy has hitherto insisted chiefly upon division. We proclaim integration, and we maintain that the ideal of society, that is, the state towards which society is already marching, is a society of integrated, combined labor. A society where each individual is a producer of both manual and intellectual work, where each able-bodied human being is a worker, and where each worker works both in the field and the industrial workshop, where every aggregation of individuals, large enough to dispose of a certain variety of natural resources, it may be a nation, or rather a region, produces and itself consumes most of its own agricultural and manufactured produce. Of course, as long as society remains organized so as to permit the owners of the land and capital to appropriate for themselves, under the protection of the state and historical rights, the yearly surplus of human production, no such change can be thoroughly accomplished. But the present industrial system, based upon a permanent specialization of functions, already bears in itself the germs of its proper ruin. The industrial crises, which grow more acute and protracted, and are rendered still worse and still more acute by the armaments and wars implied by the present system, are rendering its maintenance more and more difficult. Moreover, the workers plainly manifest their intention to support no longer patiently the misery occasioned by each crisis. And each crisis accelerates the day when the present institutions of individual property and production will be shaken to their foundations with such internal struggles as will depend upon the more or less good sense of the now privileged classes. But we maintain also that any socialist attempt at remodeling the present relations between capital and labor will be a failure, if it does not take into account the above tendencies towards integration. These tendencies have not yet received, in our opinion, due attention from the different socialist schools, but they must. A reorganized society will have to abandon the fallacy of nations specialized for the production of either agricultural or manufactured produce. It will have to rely on itself for the production of food and many, if not most, of the raw materials. It must find the best means of combining agriculture with manufacture, the work in the field with a decentralist industry, and it will have to provide for integrated education, which education alone, by teaching both science and handicraft from earliest childhood, can give to society the men and women it really needs. Each nation her own agriculturist and manufacturer, each individual working in the field and in some industrial art, each individual combining scientific knowledge with the knowledge of a handicraft. Such is, we affirm, the present tendency of civilized nations. The possibilities of agriculture. If we take all into consideration, if we realize the progress made of late in the gardening culture and the tendency towards spreading its methods to the open field, if we watch the cultural experiments which are being made now, experiments today and realities tomorrow, and ponder over the resources kept in store by science, we are bound to say that it is utterly impossible to foresee at the present moment the limits as to the maximum number of human beings who would draw their means of subsistence from a given area of land, or as to what a variety of produce they could advantageously grow in any latitude. Each day widens former limits, and opens new and wide horizons. All we can say now is that, even now, 600 persons could easily live on a square mile, and that, with cultural methods already used on a large scale, 1,000 human beings not idlers living on 1,000 acres could easily, without any kind of overwork, obtain from that area a luxurious vegetable and animal food, as well as the flax, wool, silk, and hides necessary for their clothing. As to what may be obtained under still more perfect methods also known but not yet tested on a large scale, it is better to abstain from any forecast, so unexpected are the recent achievements of intensive culture. We thus see that the overpopulation fallacy does not stand the very first attempt at submitting it to a closer examination. Those only can be horror-stricken at seeing the population of this country increase by one individual every 1,000 seconds who think of a human being as a mere claimant upon the stock of material wealth of mankind, without being at the same time a contributor to that stock. But we, who see in each newborn babe a future worker capable of producing much more than his own share of the common stock, we greet his appearance. We know that a crowded population is a necessary condition for permitting man to increase the productive powers of his labor. We know that highly productive labor is impossible so long as men are scattered, few in numbers, over wide territories, and are thus unable to combine together for the higher achievements of civilization. We know what an amount of labor must be spent to scratch the soil with a primitive plow, to spin and weave by hand, and we know also how much less labor it costs to grow the same amount of food and weave the same cloth with the help of modern machinery. We also see that it is infinitely easier to grow 200,000 pounds of food on 1 acre than to grow them on 10 acres. It is all very well to imagine that wheat grows by itself on the Russian steppes, but those who have seen how the peasant toils in the fertile Black Earth region will have one desire, that the increase of population may permit the use of the steam digger and gardening culture in the steppes, that it may permit those who are now the beasts of burden of humanity to raise their backs and to become at last men. Few books have exercised so pernicious an influence upon the general development of economic thought as Malthus's essay on the principle of population exercised for 3 consecutive generations. 329 It appeared at the right time, like all books which have had any influence at all, and it summed up ideas already current in the minds of the wealth-possessing minority. It was precisely when the ideas of equality and liberty, awakened by the French and American revolutions, were still permeating the minds of the poor, while the richer classes had become tired of their amateur excursions into the same domains, that Malthus came to assert, in reply to Godwin, that no equality is possible, that the poverty of the many is not due to institutions, but is a natural law. Population, he wrote, grows too rapidly and the newcomers find no room at the feast of nature, and that law cannot be altered by any change of institutions. He thus gave to the rich a kind of scientific argument against the ideas of equality, and we know that though all dominion is based upon force, force itself begins to totter as soon as it is no longer supported by a firm belief in its own rightfulness. As to the poorer classes who always feel the influence of ideas circulating at a given time amid the wealthier classes, it deprived them of the very hope of improvement, it made them skeptical as to the promises of the social reformers, and to this day, the most advanced reformers entertain doubts as to the possibility of satisfying the needs of all, in case there should be a claim for their satisfaction, and a temporary welfare of the laborers resulted in a sudden increase of population. Science, down to the present day, remains permeated with Malthus's teachings. Political economy continues to base its reasoning upon a tacit admission of the impossibility of rapidly increasing the productive powers of a nation, and of thus giving satisfaction to all wants. This postulate stands, undiscussed, in the background of whatever political economy, classical or socialist, has to say about exchange value, wages, sale of labor force, rent, exchange, and consumption. Political economy never rises above the hypothesis of a limited and insufficient supply of the necessaries of life, it takes it for granted. And all theories connected with political economy retain the same erroneous principle. Nearly all socialists, too, admit the postulate. Nay, even in biology, so deeply interwoven now with sociology, We have recently seen the theory of variability of species borrowing a quite unexpected support from its having been connected by Darwin and Wallace with Malthus's fundamental idea, that the natural resources must inevitably fail to supply the means of existence for the rapidly multiplying animals and plants. In short, we may say that the theory of Malthus, by shaping into a pseudo-scientific form the secret desires of the wealth-possessing classes, became the foundation of a whole system of practical philosophy, which permeates the minds of both the educated and uneducated, and reacts, as practical philosophy always does, upon the theoretical philosophy of our century. True, the formidable growth of the productive powers of man in the industrial field, since he tamed steam and electricity, has somewhat shaken Malthus's doctrine. Industrial wealth has grown at a rate which no possible increase of population could attain, and it can grow with still greater speed. But agriculture is still considered a stronghold of the Malthusian pseudo-philosophy. The recent achievements of agriculture and horticulture are not sufficiently well known, and while our gardeners defy climate and latitude, acclimatous subtropical plants, raise several crops a year instead of one, and themselves make the soil they want for each special culture, the economists nevertheless continue saying that the surface of the soil is limited, and still more its productive powers. They still maintain that a population which should double each 30 years would soon be confronted by a lack of the necessaries of life. The present tendency of economical development in the world is, we have seen, to induce more and more every nation, or rather every region, taken in its geographical sense, to rely chiefly upon a home production of all the chief necessaries of life. Not to reduce, I mean, the world exchange. It may still grow in bulk, but to limit it to the exchange of what really must be exchanged, and, at the same time, immensely to increase the exchange of novelties, produce of local or national art, new discoveries and inventions, knowledge and ideas. Such being the tendency of present development, there is not the slightest ground to be alarmed by it. There is not one nation in the world which, being armed with the present powers of agriculture, could not grow on its cultivable area all the food and most of the raw materials derived from agriculture which are required for its population, even if the requirements of that population were rapidly increased, as they certainly ought to be. Taking the powers of man over the land and over the forces of nature such as they are at the present day, we can maintain that 2 to 3 inhabitants to each cultivable acre of land would not yet be too much. But neither in this densely populated country nor in Belgium are we yet in such numbers. In this country, we have, roughly speaking, 1 acre of the cultivable area per inhabitant. Supposing, then, that each inhabitant of Great Britain were compelled to live on the produce of his own land, all he would have to do would be, first, to consider the land of this country as a common inheritance, which must be disposed of to the best advantage of each, and all this is, evidently, an absolutely necessary condition. And next, he would have to cultivate his soil, not in some extravagant way, but no better than land is already cultivated upon thousands and thousands of acres in Europe and America. He would not be bound to invent some new methods, but could simply generalize and widely apply those which have stood the test of experience. He can do it, and in so doing he would save an immense quantity of the work which is now given for buying his food abroad, and for paying all the intermediaries who live upon this trade. Under a rational culture, those necessaries and those luxuries which must be obtained from the soil, undoubtedly can be obtained with much less work than is required now for buying these commodities. I have made elsewhere, in The Conquest of Bread, approximate calculations to that effect, but with the data given in this book everyone can himself easily test the truth of this assertion. If we take, indeed, the masses of produce which are obtained under rational culture, and compare them with the amount of labor which must be spent for obtaining them under an irrational culture, for collecting them abroad, for transporting them, and for keeping armies of middlemen, we see at once how few days and hours need be given, under proper culture, for growing man's food. For improving our methods of culture to that extent, we surely need not divide the land into 1-acre plots, and attempt to grow what we are in need of by everyone's separate individual exertions, on everyone's separate plot with no better tools than the spade, under such conditions we inevitably should fail. Those who have been so much struck with the wonderful results obtained in the petite culture, that they go about representing the small culture of the French peasant, or mériker, as an ideal for mankind, are evidently mistaken. They are as much mistaken as those other extremists who would like to turn every country into a small number of huge bonanza farms, worked by militarily organized labor battalions. In bonanza farms, human labor is certainly reduced, but the crops taken from the soil are far too small, and the whole system is robbery culture, taking no heed of the exhaustion of the soil. This is why the bonanza farms have disappeared from their former home, Ohio, and when I crossed part of the state in 1901, I saw its plains thickly dotted with medium-sized farms, from 100 to 200 acres, and with windmills pumping water for the orchards and the vegetable gardens. On the other side, in the spade culture, on isolated small plots, by isolated men or families, too much human labor is wasted, even though the crops are heavy, so that real economy of both space and labor requires different methods, representing a combination of machinery work with hand work. In agriculture, as in everything else, associated labor is the only reasonable solution. 200 families of 5 persons each, owning 5 acres per family, having no common ties between the families, and compelled to find their living, each family on its 5 acres, almost certainly would be an economical failure. Even leaving aside all personal difficulties resulting from different education and tastes and from the want of knowledge as to what has to be done with the land, and admitting for the sake of argument that these causes do not interfere, the experiment would end in a failure, merely for agricultural reasons. Whatever improvement upon the present conditions such an organization might be, that improvement would not last, it would have to undergo a further transformation or disappear. But the same 200 families, if they consider themselves, say, as tenants of the nation, and treat the 1,000 acres as a common tenancy, again leaving aside the personal conditions, would have, economically speaking, from the point of view of the agriculturist, every chance of succeeding, if they know what is the best use to make of that land. In such a case, they probably would first of all associate for permanently improving the land which is in need of immediate improvement, and would consider it necessary to improve more of it every year, until they had brought it all into a perfect condition. On an area of 340 acres they could most easily grow all the cereals, wheat, oats, etc. required for both the 1,000 inhabitants and their livestock, without resorting for that purpose to replanted or planted cereals. They could grow on 400 acres, properly cultivated, and irrigated if necessary and possible, all the green crops and fodder required to keep the 30 to 40 milch cows which would supply them with milk and butter, and, let us say, the 300 head of cattle required to supply them with meat. On 20 acres, 2 of which would be under glass, they would grow more vegetables, fruit, and luxuries than they could consume. And supposing that half an acre of land is attached to each house for hobbies and amusement, poultry keeping, or any fancy culture, flowers, and the like, they would still have some 140 acres for all sorts of purposes, public gardens, squares, manufactures, and so on. The labor that would be required for such an intensive culture would not be the hard labor of the serf or slave. It would be accessible to everyone, strong or weak, town-bred or country-born. It would also have many charms besides. And its total amount would be far smaller than the amount of labor which every 1,000 persons, taken from this or from any other nation, have now to spend in getting their present food, much smaller in quantity and of worse quality. I mean, of course, the technically necessary labor, without even considering the labor which we now have to give in order to maintain all our middlemen, armies, and the like. The amount of labor required to grow food under a rational culture is so small, indeed, that our hypothetical inhabitants would be led necessarily to employ their leisure in manufacturing, artistic, scientific, and other pursuits. From the technical point of view, there is no obstacle whatever for such an organization being started tomorrow with full success. The obstacles against it are not in the imperfection of the agricultural art, or in the infertility of the soil, or in climate. They are entirely in our institutions, in our inheritances and survivals from the past, in the ghosts which oppress us. But to some extent they lie also, taking society as a whole, in our phenomenal ignorance. We, civilized men and women, know everything, we have settled opinions upon everything, we take an interest in everything. We only know nothing about whence the bread comes which we eat, even though we pretend to know something about that subject as well. We do not know how it is grown, what pains it costs to those who grow it, what is being done to reduce their pains, what sort of men those feeders of our grand selves are. We are more ignorant than savages in this respect, and we prevent our children from obtaining this sort of knowledge, even those of our children who would prefer it to the heaps of useless stuff with which they are crammed at school. Small industries and industrial villages. The two sister arts of agriculture and industry were not always so estranged from one another as they are now. There was a time, and that time is not so far back, when both were thoroughly combined. The villages were then the seats of a variety of industries, and the artisans in the cities did not abandon agriculture. Many towns were nothing else but industrial villages. If the medieval city was the cradle of those industries which bordered upon art and were intended to supply the wants of the richer classes, still it was the rural manufacture which supplied the wants of the millions, as it does until the present day in Russia, and to a very great extent in Germany and France. But then came the water motors, steam, the development of machinery, and they broke the link which formerly connected the farm with the workshop. Factories grew up, and they abandoned the fields. They gathered where the sale of their produce was easiest, or the raw materials and fuel could be obtained with the greatest advantage. New cities rose, and the old ones rapidly enlarged. The fields were deserted. Millions of laborers, driven away by sheer force from the land, gathered in the cities in search of labor, and soon forgot the bonds which formerly attached them to the soil. And we, in our admiration of the prodigies achieved under the new factory system, overlooked the advantages of the old system, under which the tiller of the soil was an industrial worker at the same time. We doomed to disappearance all those branches of industry which formerly used to prosper in the villages. We condemned in industry all that was not a big factory. True, the results were grand as regards the increase of the productive powers of man. But they proved terrible as regards the millions of human beings who were plunged into misery and had to rely upon precarious means of living in our cities. Moreover, the system, as a whole, brought about those abnormal conditions which I have endeavored to sketch in the two first chapters. We were thus driven into a corner, and while a thorough change in the present relations between labor and capital is becoming an imperious necessity, a thorough remodeling of the whole of our industrial organization has also become unavoidable. The industrial nations are bound to revert to agriculture. They are compelled to find out the best means of combining it with industry, and they must do so without loss of time. To examine the special question as to the possibility of such a combination is the aim of the following pages. Is it possible, from a technical point of view? Is it desirable? Are there, in our present industrial life, such features as might lead us to presume that a change in the above direction would find the necessary elements for its accomplishment? Such are the questions which rise before the mind. And to answer them, there is, I suppose, no better means than to study that immense but overlooked and underrated branch of industries which are described under the names of rural industries, domestic trades, and petty trades, to study them, not in the works of the economists who are too much inclined to consider them as obsolete types of industry, but in their life itself, in their struggles, their failures and achievements. In reality, the extension of the petty trades, side by side with the great factories, is nothing to be wondered at. It is an economic necessity. The absorption of the small workshops by bigger concerns is a fact which had struck the economists in the 40s of the last century, especially in the textile trades. It is continued still in many other trades, and is especially striking in a number of very big concerns dealing with metals and war supplies for the different states. But there is another process which is going on parallel with the former, and which consists in the continuous creation of new industries, usually making their start on a small scale. Each new factory calls into existence a number of small workshops, partly to supply its own needs and partly to submit its produce to a further transformation. Thus, to quote but one instance, the cotton mills have created an immense demand for wooden bobbins and reels, and thousands of men in the Lake District set to manufacture them by hand first, and later on with the aid of some plain machinery. Only quite recently, after years had been spent in inventing and improving the machinery, the bobbins began to be made on a larger scale in factories. And even yet, as the machines are very costly, a great quantity of bobbins are made in small workshops, with but little aid from machines, while the factories themselves are relatively small, and seldom employ more than 50 operatives, chiefly children. As to the reels of irregular shape, they are still made by hand, or partly with the aid of small machines, continually invented by the workers. New industries thus grow up to supplant the old ones. Each of them passes through a preliminary stage on a small scale before reaching the great factory stage, and the more active the inventive genius of a nation is, the more it has of these budding industries. The countless small bicycle works which have lately grown up in this country, and are supplied with ready-made parts of the bicycle by the larger factories, are an instance in point. The domestic and small workshops, fabrication of boxes for matches, boots, hats, confectionery, grocery, and so on is another familiar instance. Besides, the large factory stimulates the birth of now petty trades by creating new wants. The cheapness of cottons and woolens, of paper and brass, has created hundreds of new small industries. Our households are full of their produce, mostly things of quite modern invention. And while some of them already are turned out by the million in the great factory, all have passed through the small workshop stage, before the demand was great enough to require the great factory organization. The more we may have of new inventions, the more shall we have of such small industries, and again, the more we have of them, the more shall we have of the inventive genius, the want of which is so justly complained of in this country, by W. Armstrong, amongst many others. We must not wonder, therefore, if we see so many small trades in this country, but we must regret that the great number have abandoned the villages in consequence of the bad conditions of land tenure, and that they have migrated in such numbers to the cities, to the detriment of agriculture. In England, as everywhere, the small industries are an important factor in the industrial life of the country, and it is chiefly in the infinite variety of the small trades, which utilize the half-fabricated produce of the great industries, that inventive genius is developed, and the rudiments of the future great industries are elaborated. The small bicycle workshops, with the hundreds of small improvements which they introduced, have been under our very eyes the primary cells out of which the great industry of the motor cars, and later on of the aeroplanes, has grown up. The small village jam makers were the precursors and the rudiments of the great factories of preserves which now employ hundreds of workers. And so on. Consequently, to affirm that the small industries are doomed to disappear, while we see new ones appear every day, is merely to repeat a hasty generalization that was made in the earlier part of the 19th century by those who witnessed the absorption of handwork by machinery work in the cotton industry, a generalization which, as we saw already, and are going still better to see on the following pages, finds no confirmation from the study of industries, great and small, and is upset by the censuses of the factories and workshops. Far from showing a tendency to disappear, the small industries show, on the contrary, a tendency towards making a further development, since the municipal supply of electrical power such as we have, for instance, in Manchester permits the owner of a small factory to have a cheap supply of motive power, exactly in the proportion required at a given time, and to pay only for what is really consumed. One fact dominates all the investigations which have been made into the conditions of the small industries. We find it in Germany, as well as in France or in Russia. In an immense number of trades, it is not the superiority of the technical organization of the trade in a factory, nor the economies realized on the prime motor, which militate against the small industry in favor of the factories, but the more advantageous conditions for selling the produce and for buying the raw produce which are at the disposal of big concerns. Wherever this difficulty has been overcome, either by means of association, or in consequence of a market being secured for the sale of the produce, it has always been found first, that the conditions of the workers or artisans immediately improved, and next, that a rapid progress was realized in the technical aspects of the respective industries. New processes were introduced to improve the produce or to increase the rapidity of its fabrication, new machine tools were invented, or new motors were resorted to, or the trade was reorganized so as to diminish the costs of production. On the contrary, wherever the helpless, isolated artisans and workers continue to remain at the mercy of the wholesale buyers, who always since Adam Smith's time openly or tacitly agree to act as one man to bring down the prices almost to a starvation level, and such is the case for the immense number of the small and village industries, their condition is so bad that only the longing of the workers after a certain relative independence, and their knowledge of what awaits them in the factory, prevent them from joining the ranks of the factory hands. Knowing that in most cases the advent of the factory would mean no work at all for most men, and the taking of the children and girls to the factory, they do the utmost to prevent it from appearing at all in the village. As to combinations in the villages, cooperation and the like, one must never forget how jealously the German, the French, the Russian, and the Austrian governments have hitherto prevented the workers, and especially the village workers, from entering into any sort of combination for economical purposes. In France, the peasant syndicates were permitted only by the law of 1884. To keep the peasant at the lowest possible level, by means of taxation, serfdom, and the like, has been, and is still, the policy of most continental states. It was only in 1876 that some extension of the association rights was granted in Germany, and even now a mere cooperative association for the sale of the artisan's work is soon reported as a political association and submitted as such to the usual limitations, such as the exclusion of women and the like. 330. A striking example of that policy as regards a village association was given by Professor Isaïev, who also mentioned the severe measures taken by the wholesale buyers in the toy trade to prevent the workers from entering into direct intercourse with foreign buyers. When one examines with more than a superficial attention the life of the small industries and their struggles for life, one sees that when they perish not because an economy can be realized by using a 100-horsepower motor, instead of 100 small motors. This inconveniency never fails to be mentioned, although it is easily obviated in Sheffield, in Paris, and many other places by hiring workshops with wheel power, supplied by a central machine, and, still more, as was so truly observed by Professor W. Unwin, by the electric transmission of power. They do not perish because a substantial economy can be realized in the factory production in many more cases than is usually supposed. The fact is even the reverse, but because the capitalist who establishes a factory emancipates himself from the wholesale and retail dealers in raw materials, and especially because he emancipates himself from the buyers of his produce and can deal directly with the wholesale buyer and exporter, or else he concentrates in one concern the different stages of fabrication of a given product. The pages which Schultz-Gauernitz gave to the organization of the cotton industry in England, and to the difficulties which the German cotton mill owners had to contend with, so long as they were dependent upon Liverpool for raw cotton, are most instructive in this direction. And what characterizes the cotton trade prevails in all other industries as well. If the Sheffield cutlers who now work in their tiny workshops, in one of the above-mentioned buildings supplied with wheel power, were incorporated in one big factory, the chief advantage which would be realized in the factory would not be an economy in the costs of production, in comparison to the quality of the produce. With a shareholders' company the costs might even increase. And yet the profits, including wages, probably would be greater than the aggregate earnings of the workers, in consequence of the reduced costs of purchase of iron and coal, and the facilities for the sale of the produce. The great concern would thus find its advantages not in such factors as are imposed by the technical necessities of the trade at the time being, but in such factors as could be eliminated by cooperative organization. All these are elementary notions among practical men. Altogether, it may be taken as one of the fundamental facts of the economical life of Europe that the defeat of a number of small trades, artisan work, and domestic industries, came through their being incapable of organizing the sale of their produce, not from the production itself. The same thing recurs at every page of economical history. The incapacity of organizing the sale without being enslaved by the merchant was the leading feature of the medieval cities, which gradually fell under the economical and political yoke of the guild merchant, simply because they were not able to maintain the sale of their manufactures by the community as a whole, or to organize the sale of a new produce in the interest of the community. When the markets for such commodities came to be Asia on the one side, and the New World on the other side, such was fatally the case, since commerce had ceased to be communal, and had become individual, the cities became a prey for the rivalries of the chief merchant families. Even nowadays, when we see the cooperative societies beginning to succeed in their productive workshops, while 50 years ago they invariably failed in their capacity as producers, we may conclude that the cause of their previous failures was not in their incapacity of properly and economically organizing production, but in their inability of acting as sellers and exporters of the produce they had fabricated. Their present successes, on the contrary, are fully accounted for by the network of distributive societies which they have at their command. The sale has been simplified, and production has been rendered possible by first organizing the market. The facts which we have briefly passed in review show, to some extent, the benefits which could be derived from a combination of agriculture with industry, if the latter could come to the village, not in its present shape of a capitalist factory, but in the shape of a socially organized industrial production, with the full aid of machinery and technical knowledge. In fact, the most prominent feature of the petty trades is that a relative well-being is found only where they are combined with agriculture, where the workers have remained in possession of the soil and continue to cultivate it. Even amidst the weavers of France or Moscow, who have to reckon with the competition of the factory, relative well-being prevails so long as they are not compelled to part with the soil. On the contrary, as soon as high taxation or the impoverishment during a crisis has compelled the domestic worker to abandon his last plot of land to the usurer, misery creeps into his house. The sweater becomes all-powerful, frightful overwork is resorted to, and the whole trade often falls into decay. Such facts, as well as the pronounced tendency of the factories towards migrating to the villages, which becomes more and more apparent nowadays, and found of late its expression in the Garden Cities Movement 331, are very suggestive. Of course, it would be a great mistake to imagine that industry ought to return to its handwork stage in order to be combined with agriculture. Whenever a saving of human labor can be obtained by means of a machine, the machine is welcome and will be resorted to, and there is hardly one single branch of industry into which machinery work could not be introduced with great advantage, at least at some of the stages of the manufacture. In the present chaotic state of industry, nails and cheap penknives can be made by hand, and plain cottons be woven in the handloom, but such an anomaly will not last. The machine will supersede handwork in the manufacture of plain goods. But at the same time, handwork very probably will extend its domain in the artistic finishing of many things which are now made entirely in the factory, and it will always remain an important factor in the growth of thousands of young and new trades. But the question arises, why should not the cottons, the woolen cloth, and the silks, now woven by hand in the villages, be woven by machinery in the same villages, without ceasing to remain connected with work in the fields? Why should not hundreds of domestic industries, now carried on, entirely by hand, resort to labor-saving machines, as they already do in the knitting trade and many others? There is no reason why the small motor should not be of a much more general use than it is now, wherever there is no need to have a factory, and there is no reason why the village should not have its small factory, wherever factory work is preferable, as we already see it occasionally in certain villages in France. More than that, there is no reason why the factory, with its motive force and machinery, should not belong to the community, as is already the case for motive power in the above-mentioned workshops and small factories in the French portion of the Jura Hills. It is evident that now, Under the capitalist system, the factory is the curse of the village, as it comes to overwork children and to make paupers out of its male inhabitants, and it is quite natural that it should be opposed by all means by the workers, if they have succeeded in maintaining their olden trades organizations, as at Sheffield or Zolingen, or if they have not yet been reduced to sheer misery, as in the Jura. But under a more rational social organization the factory would find no such obstacles, it would be a boon to the village. And there is already unmistakable evidence to show that a move in this direction is being made in a few village communities. The moral and physical advantages which man would derive from dividing his work between the field and the workshop are self-evident. But the difficulty is, we are told, in the necessary centralization of the modern industries. In industry, as well as in politics, centralization has so many admirers. But in both spheres the ideal of the centralisers badly needs revision. In fact, if we analyze the modern industries, we soon discover that for some of them the cooperation of hundreds, or even thousands, of workers gathered at the same spot is really necessary. The great iron works and mining enterprises decidedly belong to that category. Oceanic steamers cannot be built in village factories. But very many of our big factories are nothing else but agglomerations under a common management, of several distinct industries, while others are mere agglomerations of hundreds of copies of the very same machine. Such are most of our gigantic spinning and weaving establishments. The manufacture being a strictly private enterprise, its owners find it advantageous to have all the branches of a given industry under their own management. They thus cumulate the profits of the successive transformations of the raw material. And when several thousand power looms are combined in one factory, the owner finds his advantage in being able to hold the command of the market. But from a technical point of view the advantages of such an accumulation are trifling and often doubtful. Even so centralized an industry as that of the cottons does not suffer at all from the division of production of one given sort of goods at its different stages between several separate factories. We see it at Manchester and its neighbouring towns. As to the petty trades, no inconvenience is experienced, from a still greater subdivision between the workshops in the watch trade and very many others. We often hear that 1 horsepower costs so much in a small engine, and so much less in an engine 10 times more powerful, that the pound of cotton yarn costs much less when the factory doubles the number of its spindles. But, in the opinion of the best engineering authorities, such as Professor W. Unwin, the hydraulic, and especially the electric, distribution of power from a central station sets aside the first part of the argument. 332 As to its second part, calculations of this sort are only good for those industries which prepare the half-manufactured produce for further transformations. As to those countless descriptions of goods which derive their value chiefly from the intervention of skilled labor, they can be best fabricated in smaller factories which employ a few hundred, or even a few score of operatives. This is why the concentration so much spoken of is often nothing but an amalgamation of capitalists for the purpose of dominating the market, not for cheapening the technical process. Even under the present conditions the Leviathan factories offer great inconveniences, as they cannot rapidly reform their machinery according to the constantly varying demands of the consumers. How many failures of great concerns, too well known in this country to need to be named, were due to this cause during the crisis of 1886 to 1890. As for the new branches of industry which I have mentioned at the beginning of the previous chapter, they always must make a start on a small scale, and they can prosper in small towns as well as in big cities, if the smaller agglomerations are provided with institutions stimulating artistic taste and the genius of invention. The progress achieved of late in toy-making, as also the high perfection attained in the fabrication of mathematical and optical instruments, of furniture, of small luxury articles, of pottery, and so on, are instances in point. Art and science are no longer the monopoly of the great cities, and further progress will be in scattering them over the country. The geographical distribution of industries in a given country depends, of course, to a great extent upon a complexus of natural conditions. It is obvious that there are spots which are best suited for the development of certain industries. The banks of the Clyde and the Tyne are certainly most appropriate for shipbuilding yards, and shipbuilding yards must be surrounded by a variety of workshops and factories. The industries will always find some advantages in being grouped, to some extent, according to the natural features of separate regions. But we must recognize that now they are not at all grouped according to those features. Historical causes, chiefly religious wars and national rivalries, have had a good deal to do with their growth and their present distribution. Still more so, the employers were guided by considerations as to the facilities for sale and export, that is, by considerations which are already losing their importance with the increased facilities for transport, and will lose it still more when the producers produce for themselves, and not for customers far away. Why, in a rationally organized society, ought London to remain a great centre for the jam and preserving trade, and manufacture umbrellas for nearly the whole of the United Kingdom? Why should the countless Whitechapel petty trades remain where they are, instead of being spread all over the country? There is no reason whatever why the mantles which are worn by English ladies should be sewn at Berlin and in Whitechapel, instead of in Devonshire or Derbyshire. Why should Paris refine sugar for almost the whole of France? Why should one half of the boots and shoes used in the United States be manufactured in the 1,500 workshops of Massachusetts? There is absolutely no reason why these and like anomalies should persist. The industries must be scattered all over the world, and the scattering of industries amidst all civilized nations will be necessarily followed by a further scattering of factories over the territories of each nation. In the course of this evolution, the natural produce of each region and its geographical conditions certainly will be one of the factors which will determine the character of the industries that are going to develop in this region. But when we see that Switzerland has become a great exporter of steam engines, railway engines, and steamboats, although she has no iron ore and no coal for obtaining steel, and even has no seaport to import them, when we see that Belgium has succeeded in being a great exporter of grapes, and that Manchester has managed to become a seaport, we understand that in the geographical distribution of industries, the two factors of local produces and of an advantageous position by the sea are not yet the dominant factors. We begin to understand that, all taken, it is the intellectual factor, the spirit of invention, the capacity of adaptation, political liberty, and so on, which counts for more than all others. That all the industries find an advantage in being carried on in close contact with a great variety of other industries the reader has seen already from numerous examples. Every industry requires technical surroundings. But the same is also true of agriculture. Agriculture cannot develop without the aid of machinery, and the use of a perfect machinery cannot be generalized without industrial surroundings, without mechanical workshops, easily accessible to the cultivator of the soil. The use of agricultural machinery is not possible. The village smith would not do. If the work of a threshing machine has to be stopped for a week or more, because one of the cogs in a wheel has been broken, and if to obtain a new wheel one must send a special messenger to the next province, then the use of a threshing machine is not possible. But this is precisely what I saw in my childhood in Central Russia, and quite lately, I have found the very same fact mentioned in an English autobiography in the first half of the 19th century. Besides, in all the northern part of the temperate zone, the cultivators of the soil must have some sort of industrial employment during the long winter months. This is what has brought about the great development of rural industries, of which we have just seen such interesting examples. But this need is also felt in the soft climate of the Channel Islands, notwithstanding the extension taken by horticulture under glass. We need such industries. Could you suggest us any? Wrote to me one of my correspondents in Guernsey. But this is not yet all. Agriculture is so much in need of aid from those who inhabit the cities, that every summer thousands of men leave their slums in the towns and go to the country for the season of crops. The London destitutes go in thousands to Kent and Sussex as baymakers and hop pickers, it being estimated that Kent alone requires 80,000 additional men and women for hop picking. Whole villages in France and their cottage industries are abandoned in the summer, and the peasants wander to the more fertile parts of the country. Hundreds of thousands of human beings are transported every summer to the prairies of Manitoba and Dakota. Every summer many thousands of Poles spread at harvest time over the plains of Mecklenburg, Westphalia, and even France, and in Russia there is every year an exodus of several millions of men who journey from the north to the southern prairies for harvesting the crops, while many St. Petersburg manufacturers reduce their production in the summer, because the operatives return to their native villages for the culture of their allotments. Agriculture cannot be carried on without additional hands in the summer, but it still more needs temporary aids for improving the soil, for tenfolding its productive powers. Steam digging, drainage, and manuring would render the heavy clays in the northwest of London a much richer soil than that of the American prairies. To become fertile, those clays want only plain, unskilled human labor, such as is necessary for digging the soil, laying in drainage tubes, pulverizing phosphorites, and the like, and that labor would be gladly done by the factory workers if it were properly organized in a free community for the benefit of the whole society. The soil claims that sort of aid, and it would have it under a proper organization, even if it were necessary to stop many mills in the summer for that purpose. No doubt the present factory owners would consider it ruinous if they had to stop their mills for several months every year, because the capital engaged in a factory is expected to pump money every day and every hour, if possible. But that is the capitalist's view of the matter, not the community's view. As to the workers, who ought to be the real managers of industries, they will find it healthy not to perform the same monotonous work all the year round, and they will abandon it for the summer, if indeed they do not find the means of keeping the factory running by relieving each other in groups. The scattering of industries over the country so as to bring the factory amidst the fields, to make agriculture derive all those profits which it always finds in being combined with industry, see the eastern states of America, and to produce a combination of industrial with agricultural work is surely the next step to be made, as soon as a reorganization of our present conditions is possible. It is being made already, here and there, as we saw on the preceding pages. This step is imposed by the very necessity of producing for the producers themselves. It is imposed by the necessity for each healthy man and woman to spend a part of their lives in manual work in the free air, and it will be rendered the more necessary when the great social movements, which have now become unavoidable, come to disturb the present international trade, and compel each nation to revert to her own resources for her own maintenance. Humanity as a whole, as well as each separate individual, will be gainers by the change, and the change will take place. However, such a change also implies a thorough modification of our present system of education. It implies a society composed of men and women, each of whom is able to work with his or her hands, as well as with his or her brain, and to do so in more directions than one. This integration of capacities and integral education I am now going to analyze. Brain work and manual work. What is the meaning, in fact, of the outcry for technical education which has been raised at one and the same time in England, in France, in Germany, in the States, and in Russia, if it does not express a general dissatisfaction with the present division into scientists, scientific engineers, and workers? Listen to those who know industry, and you will see that the substance of their complaints is this: the worker whose task has been specialized by the permanent division of labor has lost the intellectual interest in his labor, and it is especially so in the great industries. He has lost his inventive powers. Formerly, he invented very much. Manual workers, not men of science nor trained engineers, have invented, or brought to perfection, the prime motors amid all that mass of machinery which has revolutionized industry for the last 100 years. But since the great factory has been enthroned, the worker, depressed by the monotony of his work, invents no more. What can a weaver invent who merely supervises 4 looms, without knowing anything either about their complicated movements or how the machines grew to be what they are? What can a man invent who is condemned for life to bind together the ends of 2 threads with the greatest celerity, and knows nothing beyond making a knot? At the outset of modern industry, 3 generations of workers have invented, now they cease to do so. As to the inventions of the engineers, specially trained for devising machines, they are either devoid of genius or not practical enough. Those nearly to nothings, of which Sir Frederick Bramwell spoke once at Bath, are missing in their inventions those nothings which can be learned in the workshop only, and which permitted a Murdoch and the Soho workers to make a practical engine of Watt's schemes. None but he who knows the machine not in its drawings and models only, but in its breathing and throbbings, who unconsciously thinks of it while standing by it, can really improve it. Smeaton and Newcomen surely were excellent engineers, but in their engines a boy had to open the steam valve at each stroke of the piston, and it was one of those boys who once managed to connect the valve with the remainder of the machine, so as to make it open automatically, while he ran away to play with other boys. But in the modern machinery there is no room left for naive improvements of that kind. Scientific education on a wide scale has become necessary for further inventions, and that education is refused to the workers. So that there is no issue out of the difficulty, unless scientific education and handicraft are combined together, unless integration of knowledge takes the place of the present divisions. Such is the real substance of the present movement in favor of technical education. But, instead of bringing to public consciousness the, perhaps, unconscious motives of the present discontent, instead of widening the views of the discontented and discussing the problem to its full extent, the mouthpieces of the movement do not mostly rise above the shopkeeper's view of the question. Some of them indulge in jingo talk about crushing all foreign industries out of competition, while the others see in technical education nothing but a means of somewhat improving the flesh machine of the factory and of transferring a few workers into the upper class of trained engineers. Such an ideal may satisfy them, but it cannot satisfy those who keep in view the combined interests of science and industry, and consider both as a means for raising humanity to a higher level. We maintain that in the interests of both science and industry, as well as of society as a whole, every human being, without distinction of birth, ought to receive such an education as would enable him, or her, to combine a thorough knowledge of science with a thorough knowledge of handicraft. We fully recognize the necessity of specialization of knowledge, but we maintain that specialization must follow general education, and that general education must be given in science and handicraft alike. To the division of society into brain workers and manual workers we oppose the combination of both kinds of activities, and instead of technical education, which means the maintenance of the present division between brain work and manual work, we advocate the education integral, or complete education, which means the disappearance of that pernicious distinction. Plainly stated, the aims of the school under this system ought to be the following: to give such an education that, on leaving school at the age of 18 or 20, each boy and each girl should be endowed with a thorough knowledge of science, such a knowledge as might enable them to be useful workers in science, and, at the same time, to give them a general knowledge of what constitutes the basis of technical training, and such a skill in some special trade as would enable each of them to take his or her place in the grand world of the manual production of wealth. 333. I know that many will find that aim too large, or even impossible to attain, but I hope that if they have the patience to read the following pages, they will see that we require nothing beyond what can be easily attained. In fact, it has been attained, and what has been done on a small scale could be done on a wider scale, were it not for the economical and social causes which prevent any serious reform from being accomplished in our miserably organized society. So let us suppose that a community, a city, or a territory which has, at least, a few millions of inhabitants gives the above sketched education to all its children, without distinction of birth, and we are rich enough to permit us the luxury of such an education, without asking anything in return from the children but what they will give when they have become producers of wealth. Suppose such an education is given, and analyze its probable consequences. I will not insist upon the increase of wealth which would result from having a young army of educated and well-trained producers, nor shall I insist upon the social benefits which would be derived from erasing the present distinction between the brain workers and the manual workers, and from thus reaching the concordance of interest and harmony so much wanted in our times of social struggles. I shall not dwell upon the fullness of life which would result for each separate individual, if he were enabled to enjoy the use of both his mental and bodily powers, nor upon the advantages of raising manual labor to the place of honor it ought to occupy in society, instead of being a stamp of inferiority, as it is now. nor shall I insist upon the disappearance of the present misery and degradation, with all their consequences, vice, crime, prisons, price of blood, denunciation, and the like, which necessarily would follow. In short, I will not touch now the great social question, upon which so much has been written and so much remains to be written yet. I merely intend to point out in these pages the benefits which science itself would derive from the change. Some will say, of course, that to reduce men of science to the role of manual workers would mean the decay of science and genius. But those who will take into account the following considerations probably will agree that the result ought to be the reverse, namely, such a revival of science and art, and such a progress in industry, as we can only faintly foresee from what we know about the times of the Renaissance. It has become a commonplace to speak with emphasis about the progress of science during the 19th century, and it is evident that our century, if compared with centuries past, has much to be proud of. But, if we take into account that most of the problems which our century has solved already had been indicated, and their solutions foreseen, 100 years ago, we must admit that the progress was not so rapid as might have been expected, and that something hampered it. It is evident, however, that all men and women cannot equally enjoy the pursuit of scientific work. The variety of inclinations is such that some will find more pleasure in science, some others in art, and others again in some of the numberless branches of the production of wealth. But, whatever the occupations preferred by everyone will be the more useful in his own branch if he is in possession of a serious scientific knowledge. And, whosoever he might be, scientist or artist, physicist or surgeon, chemist or sociologist, historian or poet, he would be the gainer if he spent a part of his life in the workshop or the farm, the workshop and the farm, if he were in contact with humanity in its daily work, and had the satisfaction of knowing that he himself discharges his duties as an unprivileged producer of wealth. How much better the historian and the sociologist would understand humanity if they knew it, not in books only, not in a few of its representatives, but as a whole, in its daily life, daily work, and daily affairs. How much more medicine would trust to hygiene, and how much less to prescriptions, if the young doctors were the nurses of the sick and the nurses received the education of the doctors of our time. And how much the poet would gain in his feeling of the beauties of nature, how much better would he know the human heart, if he met the rising sun amidst the tillers of the soil, himself a tiller, if he fought against the storm with the sailors on board ship, if he knew the poetry of labor and rest, sorrow and joy, struggle and conquest. Grieft nur hinein ins Wahl Menschenleben. Goethe said, Ein jeder letzte nicht Weilen ist speckend. 334. But how few poets follow his advice. The so-called division of labor has grown under a system which condemned the masses to toil all the day long, and all the life long, at the same wearisome kind of labor. But if we take into account how few are the real producers of wealth in our present society, and how squandered is their labor, we must recognize that Benjamin Franklin 335 was right in saying that to work 5 hours a day would generally do for supplying each member of a civilized nation with the comfort now accessible for the few only. But we have made some progress since Franklin's time, and some of that progress in the hitherto most backward branch of production, agriculture, has been indicated in the preceding pages. Even in that branch the productivity of labor can be immensely increased, and work itself rendered easy and pleasant. If everyone took his share of production, and if production were socialized as political economy, if it aimed at the satisfaction of the ever-growing needs of all, would advise us to do, then more than 1/2 of the working day would remain to everyone for the pursuit of art, science, or any hobby he or she might prefer, and his work in those fields would be the more profitable if he spent the other half of the day in productive work. If art and science were followed from mere inclination, not for mercantile purposes. Moreover, a community organized on the principles of all being workers would be rich enough to conclude that every man and woman, after having reached a certain age, say of 40 or more, ought to be relieved from the moral obligation of taking a direct part in the performance of the necessary manual work, so as to be able entirely to devote himself or herself to whatever he or she chooses in the domain of art, or science, or any kind of work. Free pursuit in new branches of art and knowledge, free creation, and free development thus might be fully guaranteed. And such a community would not know misery amidst wealth. It would not know the duality of conscience which permeates our life and stifles every noble effort. It would freely take its flight towards the highest regions of progress compatible with human nature. Conclusion. Readers who have had the patience to follow the facts accumulated in this book, especially those who have given them thoughtful attention, will probably feel convinced of the immense powers over the productive forces of nature that man has acquired within the last half a century. Comparing the achievements indicated in this book with the present state of production, some will, I hope, also ask themselves the question which will be ere long, let us hope, the main object of a scientific political economy: are the means now in use for satisfying human needs, under the present system of permanent division of functions and production for profits, really economical? Do they really lead to economy in the expenditure of human forces? Or, are they not mere wasteful survivals from a past that was plunged into darkness, ignorance, and oppression, and never took into consideration the economical and social value of the human being? In the domain of agriculture, it may be taken as proved that if a small part only of the time that is now given in each nation or region to field culture was given to well thought out and socially carried out permanent improvements of the soil, the duration of work which would be required afterwards to grow the yearly bread food for an average family of 5 would be less than a fortnight every year, and that the work required for that purpose would not be the hard toil of the ancient slave, but work which would be agreeable to the physical forces of every healthy man and woman in the country. It has been proved that by following the methods of intensive market gardening, partly under glass, vegetables and fruit can be grown in such quantities that men could be provided with a rich vegetable food and a profusion of fruit, if they simply devoted to the task of growing them the hours which everyone willingly devotes to work in the open air, after having spent most of his day in the factory, the mine, or the study. Provided, of course, that the production of foodstuffs should not be the work of the isolated individual, but the planned out and combined action of human groups. It has also been proved, and those who care to verify it by themselves may easily do so by calculating the real expenditure for labor which was lately made in the building of workmen's houses by both private persons and municipalities: 336, that under a proper combination of labor, 20 to 24 months of one man's work would be sufficient to secure forever, for a family of 5, an apartment or a house provided with all the comforts which modern hygiene and taste could require. And it has been demonstrated by actual experiment that, by adopting methods of education, advocated long since and partially applied here and there, it is most easy to convey to children of an average intelligence, before they have reached the age of 14 or 15, a broad general comprehension of nature, as well as of human societies, to familiarize their minds with sound methods of both scientific research and technical work, and inspire their hearts with a deep feeling of human solidarity and justice, and that it is extremely easy to convey during the next 4 or 5 years a reasoned, scientific knowledge of nature's laws, as well as a knowledge, at once reasoned and practical, of the technical methods of satisfying man's material needs. Far from being inferior to the specialized young persons manufactured by our universities, the complete human being, trained to use his brain and his hands, excels them, on the contrary, in all respects, especially as an initiator and an inventor in both science and technics. Have the factory and the workshop at the gates of your fields and gardens, and work in them. Not those large establishments, of course, in which huge masses of metals have to be dealt with and which are better placed at certain spots indicated by nature, but the countless variety of workshops and factories which are required to satisfy the infinite diversity of tastes among civilized men. Not those factories in which children lose all the appearance of children in the atmosphere of an industrial hell, but those airy and hygienic, and consequently economical, factories in which human life is of more account than machinery and the making of extra profits, of which we already find a few samples here and there, factories and workshops into which men, women, and children will not be driven by hunger, but will be attracted by the desire of finding an activity suited to their tastes. And where, aided by the motor and the machine, they will choose the branch of activity which best suits their inclinations. Let those factories and workshops be erected, not for making profits by selling shoddy or useless and noxious things to enslaved Africans, but to satisfy the unsatisfied needs of millions of Europeans. And again, you will be struck to see with what facility and in how short a time your needs of dress and of thousands of articles of luxury can be satisfied, when production is carried on for satisfying real needs rather than for satisfying shareholders by high profits or for pouring gold into the pockets of promoters and bogus directors. Very soon you will yourselves feel interested in that work, and you will have occasion to admire in your children their eager desire to become acquainted with nature and its forces, their inquisitive inquiries as to the powers of machinery, and their rapidly developing inventive genius. Such is the future already possible, already realizable, such is the present already condemned and about to disappear. And what prevents us from turning our backs to this present and from marching towards that future, or, at least, making the first steps towards it, is not the failure of science, but first of all our crass cupidity, the cupidity of the man who killed the hen that was laying golden eggs, and then our laziness of mind, that mental cowardice so carefully nurtured in the past. For centuries science and so-called practical wisdom have said to man, it is good to be rich, to be able to satisfy, at least, your material needs, but the only means to be rich is to so train your mind and capacities as to be able to compel other men, slaves, serfs, or wage earners, to make these riches for you. You have no choice. Either you must stand in the ranks of the peasants and the artisans who, whatsoever economists and moralists may promise them in the future, are now periodically doomed to starve after each bad crop or during their strikes, and to be shot down by their own sons the moment they lose patience. Or you must train your faculties so as to be a military commander of the masses, or to be accepted as one of the wheels of the governing machinery of the state, or to become a manager of men in commerce or industry. For many centuries there was no other choice, and men followed that advice, without finding in it happiness, either for themselves and their own children, or for those whom they pretended to preserve from worse misfortunes. But modern knowledge has another issue to offer to thinking men. It tells them that in order to be rich they need not take the bread from the mouths of others, but that the more rational outcome would be a society in which men, with the work of their own hands and intelligence, and by the aid of the machinery already invented and to be invented, should themselves create all imaginable riches. Technics and science will not be lagging behind if production takes such a direction. Guided by observation, analysis, and experiment, they will answer all possible demands. They will reduce the time which is necessary for producing wealth to any desired amount, so as to leave to everyone as much leisure as he or she may ask for. They surely cannot guarantee happiness, because happiness depends as much, or even more, upon the individual himself as upon his surroundings. But they guarantee, at least, the happiness that can be found in the full and varied exercise of the different capacities of the human being, in work that need not be overwork, and in the consciousness that one is not endeavoring to base his own happiness upon the misery of others. These are the horizons which the above inquiry opens to the unprejudiced mind. Mutual aid, an important factor in evolution. This essay appeared in Emma Goldman's Mother Earth, Volume 9, Number 4, in June 1914. It summarizes Kropotkin's arguments on mutual aid and how they fit in with his other, explicitly revolutionary, works and ideas. At first received with distrust, the idea that mutual aid and mutual support represent an important factor in the progressive evolution of animal species seems to be accepted now by many biologists. In most of the chief works of evolution, which have appeared lately in Germany, it is already recognized that two different aspects of the struggle for life must be distinguished: the struggle of the whole, of large divisions, of a species against adverse natural conditions and rival species, and the struggle between individuals within the species, in other words, exterior warfare and inner war. At the same time it begins also to be recognized that the struggle for life within the species has been exaggerated, and that mutual aid is, to say the least, as much a fundamental principle in nature as mutual struggle, while for progressive evolution it is without doubt the most important of the two. The value of this recognition cannot be overlooked. Darwin already foresaw it. Once it is recognized that the social instinct is a permanent and powerful instinct in every animal species, and still more so in man, we are enabled to establish the foundations of ethics, the morality of society, upon the sound basis of the observation of nature, and need not look for it in supernatural revelation. The idea which Bacon, Grotius, Goethe, and Darwin himself, in his second work, The Descent of Man, were advocating is thus finding a full confirmation, once we direct our attention to the extent to which mutual aid is carried on in nature. We see at once what a powerful weapon it represents even for the feeblest species in their struggle against adverse natural conditions, the longevity it secures to the individuals, the accumulation of experience, and the development of higher instincts and intelligence that it renders possible within the species. To show this importance of the social instinct as a basis of ethics is the work which I am now engaged in. Another important consideration to which the study of mutual aid in nature brings us is that it enables us better to realize how much the evolution of every animal species, and still more so of human societies and separate individuals, depends upon the conditions of life under which they are developing. This idea, so energetically advocated by the French encyclopedists at the end of the 18th century, and by their socialist and anarchist followers in the succeeding century, beginning with Godwin, Fourier, and Robert Owen, is bitterly combated by the defenders of capitalism and the state, as well as by the religious preachers, and we all know what advantage they took of the struggle for life idea for the defense of their position, much to the despair of Darwin himself. Now that we see that the idea of an inner struggle within the species had been grossly exaggerated by Darwin's followers, we understand that if in his works, subsequent to his Origin of Species, The Descent of Man, and especially Variation in Animals and Plants, he gave more and more importance to the action of exterior conditions in determining the lines of evolution of all living beings, he did not make a concession to his opponents, as we are told by some of his English followers. He merely summed up the result of the immense researches he had made into the causes of variation after he had published in 1859 his first epoch-making work, The Origin of Species. A careful, dispassionate study of the effects of environment upon the development of both societies and individuals can thus be made now, and it is sure to open new, important vistas upon evolution as a whole, while at the same time it frees the social reformer from the doubts he might have had concerning his efforts of changing first the present conditions of life of mankind, and saying that better conditions of social life, based on mutual support and equality, would already raise man's moral conceptions to a level they never could attain under the present system of slavery and exploitation of man by man. A third point upon which the researches made can throw a new light is the origin of the state. Some ideas upon this subject, derived from the studies of the development of society, and contained in Mutual Aid, I have embodied in a pamphlet, The State and its Historical Role. But much more could be said upon this important subject, and, as every careful reader will see himself, the chapters I give in the book to Mutual Aid in the Medieval City and, the preceding chapter, to the Village Community, open new lines of research which would be rich in important practical results. Unfortunately, the worship of the Central East Roman state and Roman law, which reigns supreme in our universities, stands in the way of such researches. The more so, as such studies, if they were made, would give support to the ideas growing now in the Latin and the Anglo-Saxon communities as regards the necessity of independence, or home rule, not only for separate nationalities but also for every geographically separate territory, every commune and parish. Such an independence, it begins now to be understood, would be the only proper way for establishing a real union between the different parts of a territory, in lieu of the artificial cohesion enforced now by a common submission to some outside authority. It has been said in some reviews of this book that I have to some extent exaggerated the good features of the medieval free republics. But if this book were not written for the general reader, and if I had incorporated into it the immense mass of material I have collected in the reliable contemporary sources, and serious modern works on the subject, one would have seen that, far from having exaggerated, I was compelled to limit my illustrations to quite a small number of those I might have given. Those illustrations which I have in my manuscript notes alone would do to make a second volume. Now that we see such a great movement among the workingmen of Europe and America towards themselves working out the forms which production and exchange ought to take in a society freed from the yoke of capital and state, I earnestly advise those workers who are already thinking in that direction to meditate about what we know of the first 2 centuries of independent life in the medieval cities, after they had thrown off the yoke of feudal barons, bishops, and kings, and started a new development on the lines of freedom and federation. Of course, we must not try to imitate the past. History does not repeat itself, and I have indicated in mutual aid the mistakes the medieval cities committed when they worked out their freedom charts. What we have to do is to see whether the principles of independence and free federation were not infinitely better, leading to prosperity and a higher intellectual development, than the submission to outside authorities and the enslavement to church and state, which characterized the epoch that followed the fall of the free cities and inaugurated the growth of military states. At the present time the idea of centralization and centralist states is so much in vogue, even among socialists, that we often hear people saying that the smaller nationalities have no reason to exist. The sooner they will be swallowed by the more numerous ones, the sooner they forget their mother tongue, the better. All my life, experience has taught me quite the reverse. All that I have learned in my life has persuaded me, on the contrary, that the surest way to bring about a harmony of aspirations among the different nations is for every fraction of mankind to further develop and to enrich the language that is spoken by the masses of that fraction of humanity. This will also be the surest way for all those fractions to agree among themselves as to the 1 or 2 languages that will be accepted later on as the chief means of international intercourse. The more so as learning a language would be a knowledge quite easy to acquire under the perfected methods of teaching languages which are already worked out now. Besides, this is also the surest way to stimulate every nationality to develop the best that it has worked out in the course of centuries in its own surroundings, the surest way to enrich our common inheritance with those national features which give a special value to philosophical conceptions, to poetry, and to art. Glossary. Certain terms, people, and events continually appear in Kropotkin's work. If a name, event, or organization is referred to once, then it is footnoted in the text. If it is mentioned multiple times rather than footnote each occurrence, information on it is summarized here. In addition, anything that is mentioned once and cannot be referenced easily in the main text is also listed. People. Alexander Alexandrovich, 1845–1894, known as Alexander III, reigned as Emperor of Russia from March 13, 1881, after the assassination of his father, Alexander II, by Russian populists, until his death. He reversed some of the liberal measures of his predecessor. François-Noël Babeuf, 1760–1797, known as Gracchus Babeuf, was a French political agitator and journalist during the Great French Revolution. He was executed for his role in the conspiracy of the equals. This aimed an armed uprising of the masses against the bourgeois regime of the Directory to establish a revolutionary dictatorship as a transitional stage to pure democracy and egalitarian communism. Jean-Sylvain Bailly, 1736–1793, was a French astronomer, mathematician, and political leader in the early part of the French Revolution. He presided over the tennis court oath and served as the mayor of Paris from 1789 to 1791. He was guillotined during the Reign of Terror. Yevgeny Bazarov is a fictional character, a young physician whose actions and philosophy are the focus of the novel Fathers and Sons, 1862, by Russian writer Ivan Turgenev, 1818–1883. Bazarov is rude, sarcastic, and strident in his profession of faith in nothing but science. Calling himself a nihilist, he throws overboard all the conventionalities and the petty lies of ordinary society life, Kropotkin, ideals and realities in Russian literature, challenging the liberal ideas of other characters as well as the traditional Russian Orthodox feelings of his parents. Edward Bellamy, 1850–1898, was an American socialist, most famous for his utopian novel Looking Backward, 1888. This was a Rip Van Winkle-like tale set in the then distant future of the year 2000. Bellamy's state socialist vision inspired the formation of over 160 nationalist clubs dedicated to make it a reality. He died shortly after he finished its sequel, Equality, 1898. Alexander Berkman, 1870–1936, was a leading member of the American anarchist movement. In 1892, he made an unsuccessful attempt to assassinate businessman Henry Clay Frick in revenge for the death of 9 strikers by his Pinkerton guards. He recounted his 14-year prison term in Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, 1912. In 1917, Berkman and Emma Goldman were sentenced to 2 years in jail for conspiracy against the draft. After their release, they were deported to Russia. Initially supportive of the Bolsheviks, they turned against them. Leaving Russia, he wrote The Bolshevik Myth, 1925, on his experiences as well as the classic introductory text Now and After, The ABC of Communist Anarchism, 1929. Otto Eduard Leopold, Prince of Bismarck, Duke of Lauenburg, 1815–1898, known as Otto von Bismarck, was a conservative German statesman who dominated European affairs from the 1860s to 1890. After a series of short victorious wars, he unified numerous German states into the German Empire in 1871 and was its chancellor until 1890. He implemented the world's first welfare state in the 1880s, working closely with big industry to make it acceptable to conservatives, partly to undermine support for the socialists. Louis Jean-Joseph Charles Blanc, 1811–1882, was a French politician, historian, and reformist state socialist. Most famous for his work L'Organisation du Travail, the Organization of Labor, which advocated state-funded and, initially, state-run producer cooperatives which would compete capitalism away and then abolish competition. In the Revolution of 1848, Louis Blanc became a member of the provisional government and convinced it to set up the national workshops. He was appointed to preside over the government labor commission established at the Palais de Luxembourg to report on the labor question. Louis Auguste Blanqui, 1805–1881, was a noted French socialist revolutionary. He organized numerous conspiracies to overthrow the regime and thought that the revolution had to be carried out by a small group. This would establish a temporary dictatorship which would create the new social order after which power would be handed to the people. Blanqui's uncompromising politics and regular insurrections ensured that he spent half his life in prison. Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769–1821, was a French military and political leader who rose to prominence during the latter stages of the French Revolution and its associated wars in Europe. He overthrew the French Directory, replacing it with the French Consulate on November 9, 1799, 18th Brumaire, year 8 under the French Republican calendar. Initially installing himself as first consul, 5 years later the French Senate proclaimed him Emperor Napoleon I, 1804–1815. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, 1808–1873, was the first president of the French Republic and the last monarch of France. Nephew of Napoleon Bonaparte, he was elected president of the Second Republic in December 1848. He organized a coup on December 2, 1851 and disbanded the National Assembly. This was overwhelmingly approved in a plebiscite, and 1 year later another plebiscite confirmed the creation of the Second Empire and his ascension to the throne as Napoleon III. John Francis Bray, 1809–1897, was a writer on socialist economics and labor activist in both Britain and America. One of the Ricardian socialists, he argued that the profits of the employers were caused by unequal exchange which ensured that workers were not paid the full value of their labor. The remedy was creating a society of equal exchange between producers. Jacques-Pierre Brissault, 1754–1793, who assumed the name of de Warvilley, was a leading member of the Girondist movement during the French Revolution. His call for the reinstatement of the constitutional monarchy of the Constitution of 1791 to restrict the rising popular revolution was ignored. Under pressure from the Sansculottes in May 1793, the Montagnards in the Convention expelled and arrested Brissot and the entire Girondin party. He tried to escape, but was captured and guillotined. Paul Brousse, 1844–1912, a French socialist, originally an anarchist active in the Jura Federation from 1873 to 1880, publishing an article in L'Avant-Garde which defined propaganda of the deed. Returning to France in 1880, he became progressively more reformist, joined the Socialist Party and became the leader of its possibilists. Étienne Cabet, 1788–1856, was a French philosopher and utopian socialist, founder of the Icarian movement. In 1840 he wrote The Voyage and Adventures of Lord William Carrisdall in Icaria, better known as Voyage to Icaria, which depicted a utopia in which an elected government controlled all economic activity and supervised social affairs. He led a group of emigrants to found such a society in the United States in 1848. The last Icarian colony, at Corning, disbanded in 1898. Nikolai Gavrilovich Chernyshevsky, 1828–1889, was a Russian revolutionary democrat, materialist philosopher, critic, and socialist. Founder of Russian populism, he agitated for the revolutionary overthrow of the autocracy and the creation of a socialist society based on the peasant commune. In 1862 he was arrested, and wrote What is to be Done? In prison. This was an inspiration to many later Russian revolutionaries, who sought to emulate its hero, Rakhomitov, who was wholly dedicated to the revolution, ascetic in his habits and ruthlessly disciplined. Georges Benjamin Clemenceau, 1841–1929, was a French statesman and leader of the centre-right Radical Party. He played a central role in politics after 1870 and served as the Prime Minister of France from 1906 to 1909, and again from 1917 to 1920. Victor Prosper Considerant, 1808–1893, was a French utopian socialist and disciple of Fourier. He edited the journals Le Phalanstère, La Phalange, and La Démocratie Pacifique. He defined the notion of the right to work which was so important to French socialists in the 1848 revolutions. Georges Jacques Danton, 1759–1794, was a leading figure in the early stages of the French Revolution and the first president of the Committee of Public Safety. Danton played an important role in the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the First French Republic. A moderating influence on the Jacobins, he was guillotined by the advocates of revolutionary terror after accusations of venality and leniency to the enemies of the revolution. Michael David, 1846–1906, was an Irish Republican and nationalist agrarian agitator, a social campaigner, labor leader, journalist, and member of parliament. He helped create the Irish National Land League. César de Pepys, 1841–1890, was a medical doctor and a prominent member of the IWMA. Influenced by Proudhon, he extended his ideas into the labor movement by arguing that unions were required both for the current struggle within capitalism and the structure of a socialist society. He played a key part in the collectivist victory over the right-wing mutualists at the 1868 Brussels Conference. Initially siding with the libertarian wing in the 1872 split, he moved towards a social democratic position. Louis Charles Delescluze, 1809–1871, was a French Republican journalist. Took part in the July Revolution of 1830 and joined various Republican societies. Elected to the Paris Commune, he met his death on the barricades during Adolphe Thiers' assault on Paris. Benjamin Disraeli, 1st Earl of Beaconsfield, 1804–1881, was a parliamentarian, conservative statesman, and twice British Prime Minister. He served in government for 4 decades and played a central role in the creation of the modern Conservative Party after the Corn Law Schism of 1846. Giuseppe Finelli, 1827–1877, was an Italian revolutionary anarchist. An associate of Bakunin, he visited Spain in 1868 and met with many workers' groups across the country. He was instrumental in introducing revolutionary anarchism into Spain. Francesc Ferrer i Guardia, 1859–1909, known as Francisco Ferrer, was a Catalan freethinker and anarchist. He was active in libertarian education, opening the Escuela Moderna, the modern school, in 1901. After the general strike and uprising of 1909 in Catalonia, the tragic week, against Spanish military intervention in its, then, colony of Morocco, he was arrested as a ringleader. Wrongly found guilty, he was executed by firing squad in spite of international protest. Jules François Camille Ferry, 1832–1893, was a Republican French statesman. He was a promoter of colonial expansion. He was also instrumental in passing the Ferry Laws between 1879 and 1885, the first major attempt at reform of the education system by placing it under state control and reducing church influence. Charles Fourier, 1772–1837, was one of the leading utopian socialists of the early 19th century. He advocated highly regulated cooperative communities called phalansteres. Unusually for his time, he was an advocate of women's equality. Leon Gambetta, 1838–1882, was a French statesman prominent during and after the Franco-Prussian War. Originally a radical Republican, he voiced his opposition to the Paris Commune and turned to moderate republicanism in late 1871. He urged a moderate course, based on small reforms, which he called opportunism. Henry George, 1839–1897, was an American writer, social reformer, politician, and political economist. The most influential proponent of the land value tax, which he called the single tax. He argued that people should own what they create, but that everything found in nature, most importantly the land, belongs equally to all humanity. As the value of land was created by the community, its rent belonged to the community. His most famous work is Progress and Poverty, 1879, a treatise on inequality, the cyclic nature of industrial economies, and the use of the land value tax as a remedy. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, 1749–1832, was a German writer, artist, and politician. His body of work includes epic and lyric poetry, prose and verse dramas, an autobiography, literary and aesthetic criticism, treatises on botany, evolution, anatomy, linguistics, and color, 4 novels, and 3,000 drawings. He was fascinated by mineralogy, and the mineral goethite, an iron oxide, is named after him. Jean Grave, 1854–1939, was an important activist in the French anarchist movement, involved with La Revolte and Les Temps Nouveaux. Initially a social democrat, he became a popularizer of communist anarchist ideas after 1880. John Gray, 1799–1883, was a British socialist economist who was associated with the cooperative movement of Robert Owen for a time. He is best known as being one of the so-called Ricardian socialists, proposing a central bank which would issue labor notes to ensure that workers received the full product of their labor. Jules Bazile Guesde, 1845–1922, was a leader of French Marxism and its defender against the reformism of the possibilists associated with Paul Brousse. With Marx, he drew up the minimum program accepted by Workers' Party in 1880, which stressed the use of elections, and was elected to the Chamber of Deputies in 1893. He supported the Allies during the First World War. Marx accused him of revolutionary phrase-mongering and of denying the value of reformist struggles, proclaiming that, if Guesde's politics were Marxism, then what is certain is that I am not a Marxist. James Guillaume, 1844–1916, a Swiss anarchist, was a leading member of the Jura Federation. An associate of Bakunin, he popularized collectivist anarchist ideas and played an active role in the international and the anarchist and labor movements in the 1870s and 1880s. Jean-Marie Guyot, 1854–1888, a French philosopher, author of Esquisse d'une morale sans obligation ni sanction, Morality Without Obligation or Sanction, 1885, an ethical treatise which Kropotkin cited approvingly in Anarchist Morality and Ethics, Origin and Development. At the close of Kropotkin's Encyclopaedia Britannica entry on anarchism, Gaio is also listed as an example of how closely anarchism is connected with all the intellectual movement of our own times. Alexander Ivanovich Herzen, 1812–1870, was a Russian writer and thinker, known as the father of Russian socialism. Influenced by Proudhon and Bakunin, and a friend and associate of both, he is one of the main founders of agrarian populism and created the political climate leading to the emancipation of the serfs in 1861. Thomas Hodgkin, 1787–1869, was an English writer on political economy and critic of capitalism. During the debates on banning workers' combinations, unions, he supported the right to organize. He used Ricardo's labor theory of value to denounce the exploitation of workers by capitalists in a series of lectures later published as Labor Defended Against the Claims of Capital, 1825. Victor Marie Hugo, 1802–1885, was a French poet, novelist, and dramatist. He is considered the most well-known French Romantic writer and was a passionate supporter of republicanism. His works touch upon most of the political and social issues and artistic trends of his time. Henrik Ibsen, 1828–1906, was a Norwegian playwright, theater director, and poet. He is often referred to as the father of realism and is one of the founders of modernism in the theater. Several of his plays were considered scandalous to many of his era as he utilized a critical eye and free inquiry into the conditions of life and issues of morality. Pierre Leroux, 1797–1871, was a French philosopher and follower of Saint Simon who, in an 1834 essay entitled Individualism and Socialism, introduced the term socialism into French political discourse. After the outbreak of the Revolution of 1848 he was elected to the Constituent Assembly. Wilhelm Martin Philipp Christian Ludwig Liebknecht, 1826–1900, was a German social democrat and one of the founders of the Social Democratic Party of Germany. Under his leadership, it grew from a tiny sect to become Germany's largest political party. He combined Marxist revolutionary theory with legal political activity. Elected into the Reichstag, he was also editor-in-chief of Vorwärts, the party's main newspaper, and helped create the party's Erfurt program. Louis Philippe, 1773–1850, became king of the French after the July Revolution of 1830. The elected Chamber of Deputies proclaimed him the French king, ruling what was known as the July Monarchy. Called the Citizen King, he was overthrown by the February Revolution in 1848. John William Mackay, 1831–1902, was an Irish-born American gold and silver magnate and financier. Enrico Malatesta, 1853–1932, was an Italian communist anarchist and friend of Kropotkin. After joining the First International, he became an anarchist after meeting Bakunin and spent the rest of his life agitating and organizing for anarchism. Jean-Paul Marat, 1743–1793, was a radical journalist and politician during the French Revolution. His journalism was renowned for its fiery character and urging of basic reforms for the poor. He was a vigorous defender of the sans-culottes and was assassinated in his bathtub by Charlotte Corday, a Girondist sympathizer. Giuseppe Mazzini, 1805–1872, was an Italian revolutionary republican. He organized the secret society Young Italy to create a unified Central East Italian republic by means of a popular uprising. Its motto was God and the People. His influence over the Italian workers' movement was destroyed by Bakunin's polemics against him, written after Mazzini attacked the Paris Commune. Jules Michelet, 1798–1874, was a French historian whose monumental works, Histoire de la France and Histoire de la Révolution Française, more than any others created many of the great French national myths of the Revolution. Alexander Milrand, 1859–1943, was a French socialist politician, elected to the Chamber of Deputies in 1885 as a socialist. He joined Pierre Waldeck-Rousseau's cabinet of Republican Defense as Minister of Commerce and Industry in 1899. This sparked a debate in the Second International about the participation of socialists in bourgeois governments. Expelled from the Socialist Party in 1904, Millerand was responsible for the introduction of a wide range of reforms but called out the army to suppress the 1909 railway strike. Honor Gabriel Riquetti, Comte de Mirabeau, 1749–1791, was a prominent moderate politician involved in the French Revolution. Charles Louis de Secondat, Baron de la Brede et de Montesquieu, 1689–1755, referred to as simply Montesquieu, was a French social commentator and political thinker who lived during the Enlightenment. He developed the theory of separation of powers and advocated federalism. Nicholas II, Nikolai Alexandrovich Romanov, 1868–1918, was the last emperor of Russia, nicknamed Bloody Nicholas because of his regime's repression of working-class and peasant movements, for example, Bloody Sunday, anti-Semitic pogroms, his execution of political opponents, and his pursuit of wars on a previously unprecedented scale. He ruled from 1894 until his abdication after the February Revolution in 1917. He was shot along with his family by the Bolsheviks in July 1918. Robert Owen, 1771–1858, was a Welsh social reformer and one of the founders of socialism and the cooperative movement. When the manager of the new Lanark Mills, he introduced reforms to improve the life of his employees. He turned from philanthropy to socialism and advocated the creation of communities of about 1,200 persons, all living in one large building. He appealed for investment into his ideal communities from the wealth and rich. This was not forthcoming and he went to America to set one up. It failed after 2 years and, upon his return, Owen took part in the labor movement, gaining the support of the most influential labor organization of the time, the Builders' Union. In 1834 he helped found the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union, but this broke up the same year. Constantin Pecker, 1801–1887, was a French socialist economist and politician. First a follower of Saint-Simon and then Fourier, he developed his own theories based on the ownership of the means of production by the state. He participated in the 1848 revolution as an ally of Louis Blanc. He is called the father of French collectivist socialism. Philippe Pinel, 1745–1826, was a French physician who was instrumental in the development of a more humane psychological approach to the custody and care of psychiatric patients. He is seen as the physician who more than any other transformed the concept of the mad into that of patients needing care and understanding, establishing a field that would eventually be called psychiatry. His legacy included improvement of asylum conditions and broadly psychosocial therapeutic approaches. Georgy Valentinovich Plekhanov, 1856–1918, is considered the father of Russian Marxism. Originally a populist, he turned to Marxism after being forced to emigrate to Western Europe because of his political activities. He rallied to the cause of the Allied powers during the First World War and was hostile to Bolshevik regime. Émile Pouget, 1860–1931, was a French anarcho-communist who, like Kropotkin, advocated anarchist involvement in the labor movement. He was a leading figure in French syndicalism, becoming vice secretary of the General Confederation of Labor, CGT, from 1901 to 1908 and helped draft the 1906 Charte d'Amiens, which set the basis of French syndicalism. He published a famous workers' journal, Le Père Peinard, between 1889 and 1902, and became the chief editor of La Voix du Peuple, the Voice of the People, the weekly paper of the CGT, in 1907. Terence Vincent Powderly, 1849–1924, was the head of the Knights of Labor, see entry below, from 1879 until 1893. He joined in the bourgeois Red Scare after the Haymarket police riot, calling for the anarchists to be hanged, even though 2 of them were knights of long standing. while he sought to distance the Union from the red flag of anarchy, to use his words, many branches passed resolutions in support of the Chicago anarchists. Élie Jean-Jacques Reclus, 1830–1905, was a renowned French geographer, writer, and anarchist. An associate of Bakunin, he took an active role in the Paris Commune, and as a result was sentenced to banishment from France. He played an important role in the development of communist anarchism. Maximilien François-Marie Isidore de Robespierre, 1758–1794, was a French lawyer, politician, and one of the best-known and most influential figures of the French Revolution. A left-wing bourgeois republican influenced by Rousseau and Montesquieu, he was a member of the Estates General, the Constituent Assembly and the Jacobin Club. He was a member of the Committee of Public Safety during the Reign of Terror, for which he was arrested and executed. Baron Rothschild, 1840–1915, was the patriarch of a famously wealthy British banking family and often used in socialist propaganda as a personification of the ruling class or bourgeoisie. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–1778, was an extremely influential social theorist whose ideas on democracy dominated radical circles before, during and after the French Revolution. Key works are The Social Contract and Discourse on the Origin and Basis of Inequality Among Men. Claude-Henri de Rouvroy, Comte de Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, usually referred to as Henry de Saint-Simon, was a utopian socialist. He advocated a form of state capitalism, wherein industrial chiefs would control society. He argued that the men who organized society for productive labor were entitled to rule it. Unsurprisingly, class conflict is not present in his work. Adhemar Schwitzgebel, 1844–1895, was a Swiss anarchist and theorist of collectivist anarchism. He was a founder of the Jura Federation and member of Bakunin's Alliance of Social Democracy. Jean-Charles Leonard de Sismondi, 1773–1842, was a Geneva-born writer, best known for his works on political economy as well as French and Italian history. As an economist, Sismondi represented a humanitarian protest against capitalism and its economic orthodoxy, chronicling its negative impact on the working classes. As a historian, he wrote extensively on the Italian, Histoire de Républiques Italiennes du Moyen Âge, and French, Histoire de France, communes during the Middle Ages. Adam Smith, 1723–1790, was a Scottish moral philosopher and a pioneer of political economy. He is best known for the Theory of Moral Sentiments, 1759, and an inquiry into the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, 1776. The latter, better known as The Wealth of Nations, was the first modern work of economics and influenced both defenders and opponents of capitalism. Kropotkin praised the former work in his Ethics. Herbert Spencer, 1820–1903, was a prominent English classical liberal political theorist of the Victorian era, best known for coining the concept survival of the fittest. He developed an all-embracing conception of evolution as progressive development in biology and society, synthetic philosophy, writing on ethics, religion, anthropology, economics, political theory, philosophy, biology, sociology, and psychology. Hippolyte Taine, 1828–1893, was a leading conservative historian of the French Revolution whose book Origins of Contemporary France was extremely influential. Warlam Cherksov, 1846–1925, was a Georgian prince best known for his activities in favor of the emancipation of Georgia. Initially a populist, he had to flee his country and in exile became a communist anarchist. He supported the Allies in World War I. After the 1917 Russian Revolution, he returned to Georgia but again had to go into exile after the Bolshevik invasion of 1921. Louis Adolphe Thiers, 1797–1877, was a French politician. In his early days, he was well known in liberal society and was one of the animators of the 1830 revolution, becoming prime minister under Louis Philippe. Elected in 1848 to the Constituent Assembly, Thiers was a leader of the right-wing liberals and bitterly opposed the socialists. He suppressed the Paris Commune of 1871. William Thompson, 1775–1833, was an Irish socialist and feminist writer whose ideas influenced the cooperative, trade union, and Chartist movements. Initially an advocate of the worker receiving the full product of their labor, he moved to defending distribution according to need, communism. He opposed Robert Owen's argument to wait for investment from wealthy benefactors or the government for large-scale communities, arguing for independent small-scale communities established by the workers' own resources. Cornelius Vanderbilt, 1794–1877, was the head of a famous wealthy family with major holdings in shipping and railroads. Eugene Varlin, 1839–1871, was a French mutualist, communard, and a founder of the IWMA. A bookbinder by trade, he was one of the pioneers of French syndicalism and a member of Bakunin's Alliance of Social Democracy. He believed that trade unions should also be the means of organizing production in a free society. Elected to the Paris Commune, he became its Commissioner of Finance and fought in its defense. Captured, he was tortured by a mob and shot. François Vidal, 1814–1872, was a French socialist. In his youth, he was fascinated by the ideas of Saint-Simon and Fourier, and in 1846, Vidal published On the Distribution of Wealth, or the Distributive Justice of Social Economy, in which he argued that colonies for the unemployed and labor associations should be set up with the help of the state, and these would be a means for the gradual peaceful transition to socialism. During the Revolution of 1848, Vidal was Louis Blanc's secretary in the Luxembourg Commission and was elected to the National Assembly in 1850. François-Marie Arouet, 1694–1778, known by his nom de plume Voltaire, was a French Enlightenment writer, historian, and philosopher. He was famous for his wit and for his advocacy of civil liberties, including freedom of religion, freedom of expression, and separation of church and state. A prolific writer, Voltaire produced works in almost every literary form, including plays, poems, novels, essays, and historical and scientific works. Wilhelm Weitling, 1808–1871, was a journeyman tailor and an influential German, authoritarian, communist, both praised and attacked by Marx and Engels. Called by the latter the founder of German communism, Weitling joined the League of the Just in 1837 and joined Parisian workers in protests and street battles in 1839. When the League merged with Marx's Communist Correspondence Committee to form the Communist League, Weitling played an active part and clashed with him over policies during the revolutionary upheavals in Germany. Wilhelm II, or William II, 1859–1941, of the House of Hohenzollern, was the last German emperor, Kaiser, and ruled from 1888 until the Revolution of November 1918 created a republic. Count Sergei Yulyevich, 1849–1915, was a highly influential Russian policy-maker under two Tsars. As finance minister, he used extensive state intervention to promote capitalism and industrialization, protectionism, subsidies, and direct investment to expand heavy industry, an ambitious program of railway construction and state orders for industrial products. As well as presiding over the extensive industrialization of the Russian Empire, he was also the author of the October Manifesto of 1905, a precursor to its first constitution. Organizations, movements, and others. Blanquists were followers of socialist Louis Auguste Blanqui, who favored conspiratorial politics to prepare armed uprisings that aimed to install their transitional rule, for which Blanqui coined the phrase the dictatorship of the proletariat. The bonanza farms, from the Spanish word bonanza in mining terminology, a rich lode, were created by a massive sale of land owned by the Northern Pacific Railway, resulting in farms of enormous acreage, taking advantage of mechanized agriculture to reap huge monocrop harvests. Boulangism was a reactionary French political movement associated with General Georges Boulanger, 1837–1891, whose militarism and advocacy of revenge on Germany attracted popular support in the 1880s. At the height of his influence, many feared he would lead a coup d'état and declare himself dictator. Caesarism is a form of political rule that emulates the rule of Roman dictator Julius Caesar over the Roman Republic. That is, military or imperial dictatorship led by a charismatic strongman whose rule is based upon a cult of personality. Both Napoleon Bonaparte and Benito Mussolini espoused Caesarism. Chartism was a working-class movement for political reform in Britain between 1838 and 1848. It takes its name from the People's Charter of 1838, which called for 6 basic democratic reforms of the state. Starting as a petition movement which tried to mobilize a moral force, it soon attracted men who advocated physical force in the form of insurrection. The National Convention, or Convention, comprised the Constitutional and Legislative Assembly, which sat from September 20, 1792 to October 26, 1795 during the French Revolution. From 1793 to 1794, executive power was exercised de facto by the Committee of Public Safety. It was dominated by the middle-class Jacobins and was hostile to the aspirations and actions of the working classes of the time. Duma is the Russian word for parliament. The encyclopedists were a group of more than 100 18th-century writers in France who compiled and wrote the Encyclopédie, edited by Denis Diderot and Jean-Léon d'Alembert. They promoted the advancement of science and secular thought and supported tolerance, rationality, and the open-mindedness of the Enlightenment. The Enrages, madmen, were a group of extreme left-wing revolutionaries in France in 1793 who advocated social and economic measures in favor of the working classes. Their name reflects the horror that they aroused in the bourgeoisie. Their leaders were arrested in September 1793 by the Committee of Public Safety. The Fabians were a British radical group that advocated the gradual transformation of private capitalism into state capitalism, called socialism, by an advanced elite acting for the masses within the current political regime. Fabianism refers to this gradualist perspective. The Girondists were a moderate republican political faction during the French Revolution, so called because the most prominent exponents of their point of view in the Legislative Assembly and the National Convention were deputies from the Gironde. Accused of federalism by the Jacobins, they were repressed during the Terror. The Grand National Consolidated Trades Union was an early attempt to form a national union confederation in Britain. In 1833, Robert Owen returned from the United States and declared the need for a guild-based system of cooperative production, gaining the support of the Builders' Union, which had already called for a Grand National Guild. Founded in February 1834 at a conference in London, it broke up by November of that year. The Haymarket Martyrs refers to 8 anarchists in Chicago who were framed for murder and executed by the U.S. state: George Engel, 1836–1887, Samuel Fielden, 1847–1922, Adolf Fischer, 1858–1887, Louis Link, 1864–1887, Oscar Neebe, 1850–1916, Albert Parsons, 1848–1887, Michael Schwab, 1853–1898, and August Spies, 1855–1887. Most were active trade unionists, playing a prominent role in the agitation for strikes on the May 1, 1886 for the 8-hour day. On 3 May, police fired on strikers and the anarchists called a protest meeting for May 4 in Haymarket Square. When the police tried to disperse the peaceful rally, an unknown person threw a bomb which caused the police to open fire, killing many. The 8 were tried for conspiracy and in spite of no evidence 7 were sentenced to death and 1 to 15 years in prison. The death sentences of 2 of the defendants were commuted to life, while Link committed suicide in jail. The other 4 were hanged on November 11, 1887. In 1893, the new governor pardoned the remaining defendants and criticized the trial. The International Working Men's Association, known simply as the International, retrospectively termed the First International, founded in 1864 and dissolved in 1872, was an attempt to create a global organization of the working classes. Comprised of many political factions, the IWA became increasingly polarized around the conflict between Karl Marx and Mikhail Bakunin, with Marx ultimately gaining the upper hand and ejecting Bakunin at the Hague Congress in 1872, only to effectively scuttle the organization shortly thereafter. Several attempts were made subsequently to revive or recreate the International on another basis. Internationalist refers to members of the International Working Men's Association. The term was usually used by its libertarian wing and referred to all members of the organization, regardless of political opinions. The Irish National Land League was an organization of poor tenant farmers active in the late 19th century. Its primary aim was to abolish landlordism in Ireland and enable tenant farmers to own the land they worked. The period from 1880 to 1892 is known as the Land War, during which it fought for the 3Fs, fair rent, fixity of tenure and free sale. The League organized rent strikes, resistance to evictions and boycotts. Its campaign of ostracism against Captain Boycott coined the word. The Jacobin Club was the most famous and influential political club in the French Revolution, so named because of the Dominican convent where it met in the Rue Saint-Jacques, Latin, Jacobus, Paris. Initially moderate, the club later became notorious for the Reign of Terror. Robespierre was a central figure in the Jacobin Club and his faction in the National Convention became known as Jacobins. It had thousands of chapters throughout France, but after the fall of Robespierre, the club was closed. The Jacobins were members of the Revolutionary Jacobin Club, 1789 to 1794, during the Great French Revolution and stood for a centralist national republic. Since then it has been used to refer to supporters of a centralist republic, with power concentrated in the national government, at the expense of local or regional governments. Jacqueries are peasant uprisings. Named after the Jacquerie of 1358, which was a popular revolt by peasants against the nobility in northern France. It was known as the Jacquerie because the nobles derided peasants as Jacques or Jacques Bonhomme. The Jura Federation, Fédération Jurassienne, was an anarchist-led section of the International Working Men's Association based in the Jura region of Switzerland. The Knights of Labor was one of the largest U.S. labor organizations of the 1880s. Established in 1869, it reached 28,000 members in 1880 before jumping to nearly 800,000 members in 1886. After the Red Scare associated with the Haymarket Police riot of 1886, its frail structure could not cope, and by 1890, it was a fraction of that size. See the entry for Terence Vincent Powderly. The Luxembourg Commission was established by a decree of the Provisional Government of the Second Republic in February 1848. It was an official commission of inquiry into the conditions of French workers in response to the radical upheavals of that year, convened at the Palais de Luxembourg and headed by Louis Blanc. May 1 is International Workers' Day. The first Congress of the Second International in Paris in 1889 passed a resolution calling for international demonstrations on the 1890 anniversary of the Haymarket events. May Day became formally recognized as an annual event at the International Second Congress in 1891. Metz is a city in the northeast of France. After France's defeat in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71, it was annexed into the newly created German Empire. Its location ensured its strategic military role, becoming a key German garrison town. The mountain refers to the radical republicans of the Great French and 1848 revolutions. The most radical part of the National Convention during the French Revolution were nicknamed the Mountain, La Montagne, because its members, often called montagnards, occupied the highest rows of seats in the building. The National Workshops were a French government program created by the February Revolution of 1848, which were based on Louis Blanc's scheme for state-funded and state-run producer cooperatives. They failed as a means of changing society, being little more than work schemes for the unemployed and discredited socialist ideas as a result. Orléanism refers to the Orleanists, a French right-wing party which arose out of the French Revolution. It governed France from 1830 to 1848 under Louis Philippe, but eventually collapsed with the establishment of the Third Republic in 1870. It was named after the Orleans branch of the House of Bourbon, descended from the youngest son of Louis XIII, and aimed for a constitutional monarchy. The Osborne judgment refers to a 1910 UK labour law case, Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants versus Osborne, which ruled that members of trade unions would have to contract in if they wanted a portion of their salary to go to a trade union, unlike the previous system of contracting out in which the portion of salary was taken unless the individual explicitly stated otherwise. It was overturned by the Trade Union Act 1913. Le Père Paynard, 1889–1900, was a very successful anarchist weekly written in Parisian slang, edited by Émile Pouget. The Peterhof Palace, German, Peter's Court, is a series of palaces and gardens located in St. Petersburg, Russia. It was created by Tsar Peter the Great and is sometimes referred as the Russian Versailles. It was the official imperial residence from the reign of Nicholas I onwards. The Reichstag was, from 1871 to 1918, the parliament of the German Empire. Although elected by universal male suffrage, it had limited control over the Kaiser. It had no power to draft legislation, nor was the government drawn from it, as is ordinarily the case in parliamentary democracies, nor were the government's actions subject to its approval. The sans-culottes, without breeches, were the radical, left-wing working-class revolutionaries of the French Revolution, dominating France by their willingness to use direct action to influence political events. Their ideals included popular direct democracy as well as social and economic equality. Their name was derived from their rejection of aristocratic and bourgeois apparel. Seigneur, lord, refers to the possessor of a seigneury, fiefdom, in medieval feudal or manorial systems. The States General, or Estates General, of 1789 was the first meeting since 1614 of the General Assembly representing the three estates of the realm, the clergy, First Estate, the nobles, Second Estate, and the common people, Third Estate. Summoned by Louis XVI to propose solutions to his government's financial problems, it sat for several weeks but came to an impasse as the three estates clashed over their respective powers. It ended when members of the Third Estate formed themselves into a National Assembly, signaling the start of the French Revolution. In 1901 the Taff Vale Railway Company successfully sued the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants for losses during a strike. This court ruling exposed unions to being sued every time they were involved in an industrial dispute, with obvious negative effects on industrial action. The 1906 Trades Disputes Act removed trade union liability for damage by strike action and provided the foundation for the law on the right to strike in the UK. Events: July 14, 1789, or Bastille Day, was when the Bastille, a medieval fortress and prison in Paris, was stormed. It represented royal authority in the center of Paris and its fall was the turning point of the French Revolution. It subsequently became an icon of the French Republic and is a public holiday in France. August 4, 1789 was when the National Constituent Assembly abolished feudalism, although at that point there had been sufficient peasant revolts to almost end feudalism already. This swept away both the seigneurial rights of the Second Estate, the nobility, and the tithes gathered by the First Estate, the clergy. This act was purely formal and not put into practice until much later, under pressure from the people, see Kropotkin's The Great French Revolution. August 10, 1792 was when tens of thousands besieged the Tuileries Palace in Paris. This insurrection, which had the backing of the insurrectionary Paris Commune and its sections, forced the royal family to shelter with the Legislative Assembly. It was the effective end of the French monarchy. Its formal end came 6 weeks later, as one of the first acts of business of the new convention. The war in the Vendée was a royalist rebellion between 1793 and 1796 in the Vendée region during the French Revolution. The peasants revolted against the revolutionary government after the imposition of military conscription. It cost more than 240,000 lives, with both sides committing atrocities, although the government was particularly brutal in its repression. Kropotkin in the Great French Revolution blamed the revolt, in part, on the urban bourgeoisie and their exploitative treatment of the peasantry, as well as the lack of constructive governmental policies which could address the problems facing the revolution and the peasantry. Thermidor was the 11th month in the French Republican calendar, and in which the Thermidorian reaction 9 Thermidor year 2, July 27, 1794, occurred. This was the overthrow of the Jacobins, Robespierre and his followers, and so the word Thermidor has come to mean a retreat from more radical goals and strategies during a revolution, especially when caused by a replacement of leading personalities. The 1848 revolution in France was one of a wave of revolutions across Europe. The February Revolution ended the Orleans monarchy, 1830 to 1848, and led to the creation of the French Second Republic. Initially including socialists like Louis Blanc, the new Republican government became more conservative. This led radicals to protest, and on May 15, Parisian workers invaded the Assembly en masse to proclaim a new provisional government. This was quickly suppressed. On June 23, 1848, the people of Paris rose in insurrection in response to the closing of the national workshops and were crushed by force after 2 days, the June days. In December 1848, Louis Napoleon was elected president of the Second Republic, and on December 2, 1851 organized a coup, with troops repressing resistance across France, with 200 deaths in Paris alone. Exactly 1 year later, he declared himself Emperor Napoleon III, replacing the Second Republic by the Second Empire. The Paris Commune refers to a popular revolt in Paris from March 18 to May 28, 1871. It was created when the French government, fearful of the radicalized Parisian National Guard, ordered regular troops to seize its cannon. The soldiers fraternized with National Guards and local residents. Other army units joined the rebellion, which spread so fast that the head of the government, Thiers, ordered an immediate evacuation of Paris by as many of the regular forces as would obey, by the police, and by administrators and specialists of every kind, to Versailles. The Central Committee of the National Guard arranged elections for the city council, and predominantly socialists and radicals were elected. Most were Republicans, reformists through to neo-Jacobins and Blanquists, but a minority were members of the IWMA, and all, bar one Marxist, influenced by Proudhon, and these were responsible for most of the socialistic aspects. This minority also opposed the majority's attempts to introduce a Committee of Public Safety, and its association with the Jacobins' reign of terror. The national government in Versailles attacked the Commune, shooting prisoners out of hand. The toughest resistance was in the working-class districts, where fighting became known as la semaine sanglante, the bloody week. With defeat, communards were shot against the Mur de Fédères, wall of the Federals, in Père Lachaise cemetery. At least 20,000 were killed, 7,000 exiled to New Caledonia, and thousands fled to other countries. Paris remained under martial law for 5 years. The Hague Congress was the 5th Congress of the IWMA, held from the 2nd to 7th of September 1872 in The Hague, Holland. It expelled Michael Bakunin and James Guillaume, as well as passing a resolution on organizing political parties to achieve the socialism. The Congress was not organized in the usual manner, with Marx and Engels ensuring both outcomes by arranging for attendees from non-existent sections. The majority of the International declared it null and void, holding its own Congress in Saint-Imier, which rejected political action in favor of class struggle by unions. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, also called the Great Upheaval, began on July 14 in Martinsburg, West Virginia, in response to the cutting of wages by the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. The strike quickly spread along with railways, with battles between strikers and troops a commonplace occurrence. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on July 21, militiamen bayoneted and fired on rock-throwing strikers, killing 20 people and wounding 29 others. Rather than quell the uprising, This merely infuriated the strikers, who then forced the militiamen to take refuge in a railroad roundhouse and then set fires that destroyed 39 buildings, 104 locomotives, and 1,245 freight and passenger cars. On July 22, the militiamen shot their way out and killed 20 more. The strike was defeated after 45 days when President Hayes sent in federal troops to each city to suppress the strikes. The Walloon Jacquerie refers to an insurrectionary general strike in March 1886 which swept across the revolutionary hotbed of industrial Wallonia, the predominantly French-speaking southern region of Belgium, whose workers unionized in the First International. This strike wave started on March 18 when anarchists in Liège urged workers to mark the 15th anniversary of the Paris Commune. From Liège's metal sector, it quickly expanded across the Hainaut industrial belt. Marked by looting and the destruction of a glass factory, it took the state repression so usual in Belgium at the time to end the revolt, with dozens killed by troops, 10 in the town of Rouen alone. Hundreds of workers were condemned in court and those identified by the state as leaders were persecuted. The Great Dockers' Strike of 1889 was a product of the dangerous and precarious nature of port work, combined with low pay, poor working conditions and widespread social deprivation. In the summer, the Dockers Union became involved in a dispute over pay and conditions on the London docks, striking for 4 hours continuous work at a time and a minimum rate of 6p an hour. After the initial walkout, the strike spread to the neighbouring docks and soon half of East London was out. The strike ended in complete victory for the workers. This strike was a turning point in the history of trade unionism, being a key part of the new unionism which organized all workers rather than just, as previously, skilled workers. The Southampton Dockers' Strike of 1890 was inspired by the London Dock Strike of 1889. At the end of August 1890, the Southampton Dockers struck over a pay rise and the refusal of the employers to recognize the union. It quickly spread to the seamen, firemen, and porters and the port was paralysed. The mayor called for military assistance, and troops with fixed bayonets cleared the streets. The strikers were not intimidated, leading to the sending of more troops and 2 gunboats. The strike was ended on September 15 after the London-based National Executive of the Union refused to make the strike official or to pay strike money. The Boer War, 1899–1902, was fought by the British Empire against the Dutch settlers of 2 independent Boer republics, the Orange Free State and the Transvaal Republic. It involved large numbers of troops and ended with the conversion of the Boer republics into British colonies. The British fought directly against Boer troops, defeating them first in open warfare and then in a long and bitter guerrilla campaign. The British policies of scorched earth and civilian internment in concentration camps ravaged the civilian population. The Montjuic tortures followed the wholesale arrest of anarchists after a bomb was thrown into a procession on Corpus Christi Day in Barcelona in 1897, killing 7 working-class people and a soldier. Those arrested were subjected to terrible treatment in the prison of Montjuic, from which several died, while others were officially executed. The actual bomb thrower was never found. January 9, 1905, or Bloody Sunday, was one of the key events which led to the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917. In December 1904, a strike broke out at the Putilov plant in St. Petersburg. Strikes quickly spread and soon over 800,000 were on strike. Father Gapon, a Russian priest who was concerned about the condition of the working classes, organized a workers' procession to the Winter Palace to deliver a petition to the Tsar asking for reforms. His troops opened fire on the peaceful marchers, killing thousands.